Happy Friday from beautiful Belmont Park. Thanks for spending part of it here with us on America's Day at the Races. Some big things to come this afternoon as we'll see Highly Respected in the feature today at Belmont, making his first start since a narrow defeat behind Witt in the Grade 3 Bayshore. Galt also looks to find the winner's circle in that 7th race, the full brother to the super talented filly Songbird as he comes out of the Louisiana Derby. We also have live racing for you at Churchill Downs and talk about a competitive feature in the 7th race allowance. We'll see Gunite, who was so impressive as a 2-year-old. He won the Hopeful. He'll be making his first start since a disappointing effort in the Champagne. Also, Call Me Midnight will cut back to the 7 furlongs as he won the Lecomte. He tried the Lexington last time out, and plenty of talent. We'll also preview what's to come next weekend. The Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes, could feature Mo Donegal, late closing 5th in the Kentucky Derby, looks to win the Belmont Stakes here at Big Sandy. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Glad to have some clear weather today. We did have some rain yesterday, a couple of races off the turf today, as it is a little bit of a humid afternoon, making for some frizzy hair. Talking about Richie, obviously, not me. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, pleased to be joined by champion jockey Richard Migliori. Richie, mentioning those feature races we have coming up today at Churchill and at Belmont. It's always exciting to see which horses take a step forward this time of year.
Yeah, especially, when you talk about a horse like Gunite, was such a good 2-year-old, obviously something went amiss in the Champagne's been on the shelf. How they made that step, how they matured from 2 to 3, because you could see a much bigger, stronger version of Gunite.
Today at Belmont, though, we have a horse who's still very lightly raced, only 2 starts so far. One was an impressive debut effort. The other one was beaten a nose in the Bayshore, talking about Highly Respected, who is 6-5 on the morning line in today's 7th race at Belmont, going a mile on the main track. Of course, Galt, as mentioned, an intriguing prospect in there as well, and a couple of other horses. But Highly Respected didn't start his career until he was a 3-year-old, and then in the Grade 3 Bayshore, a big step into much deeper waters, just beaten by another horse who was a talented 3-year-old, or talented 2-year-old, excuse me, and did take that step forward in Witt.
I think this is a really strong addition to the Bayshore. Witt was very good as a 2-year-old, had issues getting out of the gate. He got out of the gate in a little better order, and Highly Respected, but he kind of blitzed them coming off the turn, maybe moved a touch early, but it looked like he had the race won, and here came Witt. It took a very good horse to catch him right on the wire, but it's a lot to go from a maiden race right to a graded stake, and he certainly did everything but win, Acacia.
He did, and beaten by a horse who just had so much more seasoning and more foundation, having run and been successful as a 2-year-old, and we'll look forward to seeing what Highly Respected can do in that 7th race today, back in allowance company after trying that Grade 3 Bayshore, but obviously a horse that Connections had some high hopes for and some strong opinions of, to have put him right into that graded stakes company. That'll be a fun race a little bit later on the main track here at Belmont at Churchill Downs. Their 7th race, also a very competitive field. Taking a look at the group that we do have, that does include the 3-year-old debut of Grade 1 Hopeful, winning Gunite, as we welcome in Paul LaDuca here with us live at Churchill. Paul, it will be fun to see what Gunite has to offer us as a 3-year-old coming back this year.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, Acacia, because when you look at the rest of the 3-year-olds in this race, you may argue the 4, they've all gotten better at age 3, and that starts with Surfer Dude, a second. Got Lasix last time as the favorite and got the job done at Churchill Downs. I get it, both of those were over a wet surface. Look at Conacher's last race. He absolutely freaked, and if you're a sheep player, ran a 1.5 on the sheets. And then if you go to Call Me Midnight on the outside, listen, he ran a good race in the Louisiana Derby. He just ran in the epicenter and ran 5th. His last race in the Lexington, he got caught in a way wide spot, but you could argue that he's gotten better. But now can Gunite take that step forward? It's going to be very interesting. I think this is actually a salty little field. Tejano Twist has a scratch in the race, so we're down to only a field of 5. But I think these other 4 competitors are very, very formidable, and I think Gunite's going to have to come out running. I would think that Flo, the jockey, probably will send, and this, listen, He likes this racetrack, 3 races over it, a win, a second, and a third. He's going to get Lasix for the first time in his career, and the son of Gunrunner, I would think, is going to improve at age 3, but he really is going to have to improve, because if Conacher repeats his last race, Gun Knight might be running for second.
Very interesting layer to that race indeed. Paul, thank you. Conacher impressive at Keeneland last time out with a 97 Beyer speed figure, getting back to the dirt, which does appear to be his preferred surface. And Paul mentioned we've seen improvement as a 3-year-old with some of the other contenders in here. That is going to be the big question with Gun Knight, who did take a little time to break his maiden and take some time to get going.
Yeah, maybe he needs a race or two to get to optimum fitness, shake the ring rust off. And remember, always, with young horses coming back off of layoffs from 2 to 3, it's a starting point. This isn't the most important day. Of course, you'd like to win, but it's a place to start a campaign.
Looking forward to those featured allowance races, both at Belmont and Churchill Downs, with some very intriguing runners. Here's what else is coming up on today's program. We have races 1 through 9 at beautiful Belmont Park off the turf, with the exception of races 4 and 8. Those will be run as scheduled on a yielding turf course. Of course, we'll kick things off with a nice 2-year-old race, Fast and Firm at Churchill Downs, bringing you races 1 through 9 there. And today's races, as always, presented by our friends at Claiborne Farm. There's no better time to join NYRA Bets. No better way to play the races either than doing so with NYRA Bets. You can join today and get a $25 free bet for the Belmont Stakes. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nyrabets.com to get your $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match. A main contender in that Belmont Stakes, Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike. There he is this morning out on the track, his second full day at Big Sandy. We'll talk more about his final preparations and the test of the champion after this on America's Day at the Races.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
He seems like he's the type of horse, you know, he likes to try to see what he can get away with and stuff like that, you know. And but he's not really aggressive or anything like that. He don't try to hurt you or nothing. He just likes to interact with you quite a bit, you know, and just play around.
He's a medium-sized horse. He was obviously turf. He's by Dubawi. He's got a huge pedigree. I mean, it's the Jude family and Quarter Moon and Ruby Tuesday, which has been very successful. And Dubawi's turned out to be a pretty good sire of sires in Europe right now. So I'm excited about it. I mean, you know, the foals all look a lot like him. They're kind of brown packages with maybe just a little white on them. There's not a lot of white or a lot of chrome, as they might say, but he's really stamped them.
Very alert. I mean, he's curious, as you can see. He's always wondering what's going on.
He had an immense amount of talent. He unfortunately was not shown on the racetrack. He pulled up lame in the Belmont Derby. He was 3 for 3 going into the race. Peter Brandt, very high on this horse. He thought he was one of the most talented horses he's ever had, which that often says a lot too. He's very well supported by Peter and the syndicate. He bred 102 mares his first year. He's by Dubawi, who's arguably one of the best sires in the world. And we think we're in a very good position with him.
And of course, DeMarchier, winner of the 2019 Pennine Ridge, which we have coming up tomorrow here at beautiful Belmont Park. Our program brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We get ready to kick off today's live racing action on America's Day at the Races with the first race at Churchill Downs, 6 furlongs on the main track in this $8,000 gleaming race for fillies and mares. A couple of horses right now at 2-1, Richie. Highlighted as the favorite is Kentucky Derby winning trainer Eric Reed's runner Marcy's Candy to the outside.
Yeah, ridden last time by Sonny Leon, now ridden by Gerardo Corrales. I sure hope Sonny Leon gets here early and rides some races at Belmont.
We'll talk about Rich Strike and his Belmont preparations in a bit, but starting off the post parade for the first race, here's Her Giant.
Her Giant, I thought maybe she was a little bit interesting. Feels like her form's a little muddied up. 2 synthetic races, eased in a sloppy distance race. Finally gets back to doing what she wants to do.
Smokin' Hot Bobby is next.
Named for our producer, but Smokin' Hot Bobby been showing some speed, particularly Keeneland 2 starts back.
Here's Sundress.
Sundress, another one, kind of just falls in the mix. Certainly a horse with a chance.
Getting to be Sundress season, thankfully. Here's the number 4, L.A. Star.
Another one that maybe the form's a little muddied up. You know, 2 synthetic races, but her last actual dirt race at Mountaineer only beating a neck.
Bowmaker is next.
Yeah, another one just kind of not really finishing lately, getting beat very far distances.
Big
be
price
surprised
on the board. And the horse is taking the most money to the outside. Here's the 6, Princess Renee.
Yeah, Princess Renee makes a lot of sense. Has been very competitive at the $10,000 level. Drops back down to 8 after being claimed for 10.
And your favorite, the 7, Marcy's Candy.
Yeah, I think well posted. Has been running consistently well enough to win this race as far as the buyer speed figures go. And you know, Eric Reed is here with his big horse, Rich Strike, but, you know, here's a guy that's winning it better than 16% on the year and better than 40% at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, horses that have been running there in Kentucky have been well meant. We get ready for the opener at Churchill. We go back to Paula Duca. Paulie, 9-5 on the runner to the outside.
Yeah, and you know, Marcy's Candy, when you look at her form, she's one of those horses that you sort of fall in love with and then you end up sort of disappointed after she breaks your heart a little bit and she runs second or third. Because she's the kind of horse that likes to come from out of it and runs her races a little upside down. But then again, you look here, in her best races are at Churchill Downs. The last race she ran, she was behind Brunella. Brunella came back to crush yesterday by many in her race. So she comes out of a live race. Her other race at Churchill was a winning race, and then she ran a 3rd place finish. So her last 2 races she's run here at Churchill, she's sort of a mini Rich Strike where she's run very, very well. Now, Princess Renee, the 6 in here for Jordan Blair. They get the bug jockey, Renee Diaz, who's been riding with a ton of confidence. He's been shipping back and forth from Horseshoe, Indianapolis, here to Churchill Downs, winning a ton of races, winning some races for Tom Amoss. He'll be on board for Jordan in this spot. They get the 7 pounds. This is a horse that's had some issues at the gate. Seemed like they've solved them a couple times, but sometimes she can be a little bit tricky. But I would think that she can maybe be forward, but those 2 horses don't have like a ton of speed. So I think I can understand where a lot of people are going, okay, who's going to go to the front end here? The 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. My eyes, it was the 2. That's who I would include in my pick 5. I just think she'll show a little bit more speed with Giovanni Franco aboard, blinkers. She really was bothered at the start last time out. 2 starts before, she went 22-4. I think that would put her on the front end in this field and make her dangerous. But if the 6 and 7 stay close, they are definitely the 2 mares to beat in here.
All right, Paulie, thank you. As the public does agree with the 6 and 7 taking most of the money drawn towards the outside. But Paul brought up an interesting point as far as how this pace is concerned, especially with horses at a lower level. I think having speed is often such an advantage, too. You don't have to rely on them to pass horses late.
Yeah, and you know, it was always my experience with lower level horses that they more easily discouraged than your better horses. So if you can put yourself in a position to give your horse confidence and discourage somebody else, it gives you an advantage.
Loading into the gate for the first race at Churchill Downs, early pick 5 kicking off here. Kentucky Derby winning trainer Eric Reed has Marcy's Candy as the favorite to the outside. Here's Travis Stone standing by with the call.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Marcy's Candy with a good beginning, but here comes Smokin' Hot Bobby. And Smokin' Hot Bobby's up to grab the lead. Sundress comes away well and is stalking from second. Her Giant toward the inside is third. Princess Renee is on the move from fourth now. Marcy's Candy in the clear after breaking on top is racing fifth. LA Star sixth. Long Shot Bowmaker the trailer 6 lengths off the leader. And that's Smokin' Hot Bobby with 4 furlongs to go. And the opening quarters on the board in a sharp 22 and 4/5 seconds. Smokin' Hot Bobby in front. Sundress has been stalking intently since the start and is inching forward now. Second on the outside. A break of 2.5 lengths back to Princess Renee in between. Marcy's Candy's under pressure. LA Star at the rail. At the quarter pole, Sundress is looking for the lead, and she grabs it right off the turn. Sundress to the front. Smokin' Hot Bobby back into second, but battling on nonetheless. Marcy's Candy, LA Star, 1 furlong to go. Sundress still there. Smokin' Hot Bobby won't back down, but is second. LA Star, Marcy's Candy coming for the finish, and Sundress does it. Sundress by 2.5. Smokin' Hot Bobby held second, tight for third. Marcy's Candy or LA Star.
Sundress finds her friends today and gets the win in the opener at Churchill Downs under Jesus Castañón.
Yeah, I mean, I think you had the hunch play when you said it's in sundress weather. And, you know, I really admittedly have a hard time with these races. I just don't have a good handle on it. And it just seems like whoever's really good on the day and gets the right trip gets it done. But sundress, interestingly enough, going back to March, was ridden by Gabe Lagunas, who is who is the exercise rider for Rich Strike.
It all comes back together in the world of horse racing. Smokin' Hot Bobby, as Paul pointed out, was the main speed of the race. Hung in there pretty gamely to finish second, but it was the number 3, Sundress, with the win in the opener at Churchill Downs. 3-2 under the line. We'll bring you prices in a bit. We'll also kick off the live racing action at beautiful Belmont Park as we have the New York bred 2-year-olds in the spotlight. Love getting a chance to kick off the day with the babies. We'll talk more about it, get a paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale, and see which of these first-time starters will taste his first victory after this.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clairiere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Following C, pouring it on here in the the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Miles Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Miles Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Clutch champion, Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. So glad to have you with us as the sun is peeking out here at beautiful Belmont Park, and we'll get ready for our first race of the day. It is the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And I love these kinds of races. Always excited to see what's in store as we take a look at the field of New York-bred 2-year-olds. Richie, we have 2 fillies taking on the boys, all first-time starters in here, and the current favorite is the 2 Andiamo a Firenze, the half-brother to multiple graded stakes winner Firenze Fire.
Yeah, the mare's had 3 foals all to race, and like you said, the aforementioned Firenze Fire. So let's see if he has that fighting spirit. He certainly sports some nice workouts coming into this.
Older brother, so successful here on the New York circuit. We've seen a lot of him. This one debuting for trainer Kelly Breen, owned and bred by Ron Lombardi's Mr. Amore stable. You do have an entry in here as well. Mike Dubb, Mike Caruso, both involved in both the number 1 Way Hill Farm Road and the 1A New York Panther. There's a look at some of those 2-year-olds heading out. As a rider, when you're aboard a first-time starter, what are some of the things that you're going to keep in mind? Because we have all 2-year-old first-time starters in this race.
Yeah, well, you want to just see how professional they're being, how they're handling things in the paddock. Certainly, to me, watching it and when I was riding, how well-schooled a horse is when they're getting handed off to the pony. How they react to that. Some horses have not been schooled with it. And I just think it's so important to cover all your bases with first-time starters and have all of these little schooling things taken care of, because they're already facing so many new things. You don't want to continue to add on things that they have to contend with.
Would you feel more confidence if you'd had the opportunity perhaps to work that horse in the morning?
Absolutely. I really felt so much better when I had sat on a trio, kind of knew what they were about from the morning trials.
6-5 right now on Andiamo a Firenze, as we'll meet the field starting with the plain one. This one for Christophe Lamont, Way Hill Farm Road.
Yeah, this horse was up in Saratoga to his most recent gate work here at Belmont Park. I like the horses coming out of Saratoga for Christophe, and looks like a very classy individual.
That one gelding by Union Jackson. Here's the other one for part of the entry, New York Panther.
Yeah, it comes in off a 5-furlong gate drill. That's straight away down the Belmont backstretch. Another horse really carrying himself nicely, this Son of Freud.
Co-owned by Vinny Viola's St. Elias stable. I'm sure that's where the New York Panther comes in, of course, owner of the Florida Panthers. Here's Andiamo a Firenze.
Hey, he looks like he's a little bit curious about the pony. Might want to take a little nip at him. That kind of runs in the family, doesn't it?
That's right, as Firenze Fire was both the savagee and the savager in his time on the racetrack. Here's the 3 Miracle Mike.
Miracle Mike, another Todd Pletcher trainee, comes in off of 2 back-to-back gate works. I always question if a horse is really proficient out of the gate when they come in off consecutive gate works.
Here's one of the fillies taking on the boys at Dan Sordioro.
And coming off a good gate work. Also on the training track, though, so that's around a turn, and it's a little bit of a short pole. Sometimes those works are recorded a little faster.
Here's MCRR.
Yeah, this mare's had 3 foals. 2 of them were winners, but lower level kind of horses.
9-1 on that one. Here is the 6 New York Riesling, as Eric Cancel will climb aboard.
Yeah, this horse is coming off of slow works up at Finger Lakes, and you talk about 4 consecutive gate works. Really interesting pedigree on the female side. It's all that Phipps pedigree, so it's really well bred from the female side.
And here's the number 7, Lady Mine.
Yeah, first foal out of a mare that was trained by Jimmy Jerkins, not taking much money. Usually we try to let the board help us, be a little bit of a guide with first-timers.
That is the other filly that's taking on the boys. There's a field of 2-year-olds as we get ready to kick off today's early pick 5. Taking a look at the number 3, Miracle Mike, getting a good warm-up out there on the track. This is a horse that sold working 10 flat at the OBS March 2-year-old sale. You have just a couple in here coming out of 2-year-old sales where they do have the opportunity to have breezed over the synthetic track there. In Ocala, buyers look at the horses breezing there, and sometimes that can be a gauge as to what they potentially will show on the racetrack.
It's just funny to me, though, when you look at 2-year-old and training sales, Acacia, everybody that's buying horses wants to see that 8th and 10, or right thereabouts. You'll hear a horse went 10 and 3. Oh, it wasn't a good work. They'll never be asked to go that fast again in their life. I think it's more about their mechanics, how they move, how efficient their stride is. Force, I thought, it's a little bit interesting because, by Bolt de Oro, whose first crop, he's hitting at 50% with his first-time starters.
And they've sold very, very well at public auction, too. That's a filly taking on the boys. For more on these 2-year-olds, though, we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, such an exciting time of year with these babies. What are you seeing from them?
And Acacia, I could probably talk about this whole field and some interesting ones that I'm not going to mention in here. The plain one for Christophe Clement, Wayhill Farm Road. Don't mind him, the gelding, and I would not be shocked when Rudy Rodriguez is number 5. MCRR runs well in here. One that I like the way he's put together. Little green in the paddock, but has since really done well out in the paddock. But we'll start, or track, I should say. But we'll start with one that has been the utmost professional, and that is the 1A New York Panther. I like the way this horse is put together. He's incredibly athletic. He's very smart. He's handled the whole proceedings as if he's done it 5 times before. I like the way he's moving over the track. That was my first kind of instinct when I watched him break away from the pony. This guy looks ready and ready to run a good race at first asking. As we'll move on to the one taking all the money. He's been holding strong as the favorite. That's number 2, Andiamo a Firenze, the half-brother, talking about number 2, Andiamo a Firenze, the half-brother to Firenze Fire in here. And he's by Speightstown. What's interesting is that, Firenze Fire was by Poseidon's Warrior, who's probably a much lesser known commodity or lesser proven sire than Speightstown, who gets 18% with his first time starting at 2-year-olds. I guess we're still looking for him out on the racetrack, but he looks fast. He was a little bit cheeky with the pony, but as you guys are pointing out, it might run in the family, and maybe some concerns about the racetrack because Firenze Fire hated a wet track, but Speightstown's, they tend to get over it just okay, and that's the vibe I'm picking up with Andiamo a Firenze. Look for him to show some speed from that inside post position. Number 3, Miracle Mike, is the other one for trainer Todd Pletcher. He worked 10 flat. I actually didn't mind the breeze. He's a little bit of a taller, lankier horse, probably needs to develop just a touch, but in the same breath does come in here looking very fit. He's probably a horse a little bit more for the future. I kind of get that vibe from him. He's a son of Golden Sense, who does fine with his 2-year-olds. But this one on the bottom side, not that much of a pedigree to write home about. So we'll see if he wants a little bit more ground moving forward. And then the filly, Dancer d'Oro, as Mig was saying, Bolt d'Oro getting off to an auspicious start with his 2-year-old. This one, as far as pedigree, the dam one on turf, she can't watch this workout because this is over the synthetic surface at OBS. And I do like the way she worked this day, going 10 and 1. But she kind of has that more turfy stride to her. But it's a pedigree where they seem to handle anything. If you go back a generation, the dam was half to Ever So Clever, who won the Pocahontas as a 2-year-old. So a precocious type that suggests that this is a win early type of family. And physically, she's about the most developed and physically mature of this field, so relative to her male counterparts, and we'll often see that as the girls do tend to develop physically a bit quicker. And two, she's a very smart filly. They were doing construction on the far side of the paddock and firing a nail gun, and she never really reacted, though her ears flicked back and forth like, I know that's a noise, it's not a good noise, but I'm gonna keep my wits about me. Same thing with the pony, didn't really want to go with the pony, but she's like, well, my rider's telling me this is okay. I'll do it. And now she's settled in quite nicely with the pony. I really like this filly. She just seems so intelligent, Acacia. I wish she looked maybe a touch more fit, but on the flip side of that, Bill Morey has great numbers with his first time starting 2-year-old. So she might be okay here. She's your current second choice on the board.
She is, Maggie, 3-1. Thank you. As the fillies, as Maggie said early on in the season, too, and throughout the 2-year-old season, it's not uncommon to see fillies take on the boys, as they do tend to be maybe a little bit more quickly developing, especially mentally, too, as is the case with humans, I will add. But it's not an uncommon thing to see.
No, it's not an uncommon thing to see, and I fully agree with you. I think that the fillies mature a little quicker, just like their human counterparts. And, you know, just as Maggie was talking about how intelligent she was, how she didn't get rattled by the construction going on or coming up to the pony for the first time. I liked her. I like what I saw on the racetrack. I picked her, Bolt de Oro, 3 for 6 with his first time start. It's a small sample, but
yeah,
that's
impressive.
A very hot start.
The warm-up, we saw just a quick glance of Miracle Mike getting from Flavien Prat. And Maggie talked about, which you could see from him too, that maybe he's one you're going to want moving forward. But Flavien was kind of stopping and starting him, almost getting him revved up a little bit. Was that something you noticed to see, maybe getting him to break a bit quicker?
Yeah, you know, it was interesting watching it. And, you know, listen, I haven't ridden in 12 years, but you're constantly learning things. Yeah. To me, it looked like he was using his leg, his heels a little bit, stopping this horse, and then getting him to go from a standstill, like a quick jump start kind of move. And I thought it was really interesting, and I'm going to be curious to see how this horse breaks. But this would be something that if I was still riding, it would have my wheels turning to maybe incorporate into my repertoire. Mm-hmm. You always continually learn, whether it's riding, broadcasting, whatever you're doing. If you're not learning, you're going the wrong direction.
Love hearing that analysis, too, as we see the number 2, Andiamo A Firenze, who's 4-5 right now. Inside post for a 2-year-old, and this one seemed pretty sharp out there. Break is going to be key.
Close to the turn, you got a little extra room to work with on your inside. I like inside posts going 5.5 at Belmont. We used to run 5/8 here, and you're right on the turn. So I want to get in there and cut the corner and keep going.
2-year-olds, it's the Spendthrift Farm at 2-year-old race of the day. We get ready to kick off the afternoon at beautiful Belmont Park. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
And they're in the gate. And they're off. Andiamo A Firenze is out for the early lead, and Don Suaduro came away in second with MCRR next in third. Miracle Mike down on the inside in fourth as Lady Mine moves up on the outside from fifth. Then it's Wayhill Farm Road, followed by New York Riesling, and New York Panther is the trailer in eighth as these 2-year-olds race midway on the turn through a quarter in the slop in 22 and 2/5 seconds. The favored first-time starter, Andiamo A Firenze, is the leader here over Don Suaduro with MCRR next in third. And farther back, it's Miracle Mike down on the inside and Lady Mine. The field is in the stretch. Andiamo A Firenze leads now by 3.5, now by 4. The filly, Don Suaduro, runs in second. Moving up on the inside is a Miracle Mike. But no doubt about the winner here. He took all the money, and the money was right. Andiamo A Firenze. The winner, Miracle Mike, was second, and Don Suaduro finished third. New York Panther rallied for fourth.
Pretty much over when they sprung the latch. Andiamo A Firenze, sharp out of the gate under Irad Ortiz, and the little brother to Firenze Fire wins his debut.
He exploded out of the blocks. I mean, he broke as sharp as a horse can break and looked as professional as can be. Kelly Breen did a great job having this son of Speightstown ready, and I think he's going to do his family proud. I think he's going to live up to a lot of the billing. That was impressive.
Firenze Fire, who absolutely loved Belmont Park, did not like a wet track at all, as Maggie mentioned. This one, though, son of Speightstown, handled it just fine. Very professional out there on the racetrack, owned and bred by Ron Lombardi's Mr. Amore stable. And it's got to be really exciting when you have such a talented horse and an honest horse like Firenze Fire. got another exciting one in the family, and things to look forward to.
It's great to own a good horse. It's great to win races with Horseshoe Bay, but to breed a horse and to be in on the entire process, deciding what stallion to send the mare to and watching these babies grow up. And congratulations to them. They've really done a fine job. And this was a real good professional debut. The filly, Dansor d'Oro, I thought ran really well. She was on the hard chase, and sometimes when a horse leaves you, you have a tendency to cave in completely. Miracle Mike closed well after taking kickback to run on. I think Maggie was spot on, Acacia. That horse would probably be better as they stretch out more.
Yeah, one to watch moving forward. 2, 3, 4, 1A in the opener at Belmont Park. When we come back, we'll talk about the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, who's been getting acquainted with Big Sandy and all of his preparations for next weekend's Belmont Stakes.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
We're back on America's Day at the races, and we just saw an exciting and impressive 2-year-old performance in the first race of the day. Wiring the field was the number 2, Andiamo a Firenze. I feel like we've seen those colors in the winner's circle before. Little brother to Firenze Fire gets it done on debut as we head down to the winner's circle. Maggie Wolfendale with a special guest.
The gang is back together. Acacia, same silks, mostly the same rider with the Rod Ortiz aboard, but it's the little brother's turn, and please be joined by owner Ron Lombardi as well as trainer Kelly Breen with Andiamo a Firenze. And Kelly, you know, your assistant John Atfield was saying that he looks like Firenze even, just missing that little white dot, and boy, he did not disappoint in his debut.
Yeah, he's a little mini-me. And he's got some of the similarities around the barn as him, but he hasn't bitten anybody yet.
That took him a while, Firenze, to develop that habit. But you had to be expecting this. And, you know, that inside post, he just sprang out of the gate like he had done this a million times.
You know, we tried to school him. If you know you think you have something special, he gets the special attention. So when it all comes true and in the fruition of everything, of putting everything together, it was just nice to see it on the track.
Now, was he special from day one, or did he have to earn that from you?
He was pretty much special. You know, he was broke down in the Carolinas, and since he came up to us, he's just been professional, and he's got an aura about him since day one, since the day that I saw him, and he's, you know, like to say again, he showed it out on the track.
And Ron, being the younger brother to your multiple Grade 1 winner, Firenze Fire, he is by Speightstown, though. So a little bit of a more established sire on top. So would you think sky's the limit with this guy?
I hope so. I mean, this is where dreams start. You win your first time out, it's amazing, and that's what Firenze did back in 2017 or whatever. And it's just dreams come true. But he is a three-quarter brother, and and Speightstown loved the slop, where Firenze wasn't too crazy about it. So he's got a little bit more of his father than than Poseidon Warrior. So we're looking forward to it. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
You had all the bases covered. As you said, it will be a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to watch. And congrats, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Ron Lombardi and Kelly Breen, they bought Andiamo of Firenze to the races, ready to fire. Acacia?
They did indeed, Maggie. Impressive debut effort from Andiamo a Firenze, and it's always exciting when you see one related to a horse that was so good. And there's a feline Firenze around the Kelly Breen as well.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I listen.
Yeah.
It's funny. Sometimes horses don't quite measure up to the family members, and it's almost a little bit unfair. And you think about professional human athletes that have brothers that are or sisters that are very accomplished. But this little guy, he looks like he could be pretty special.
He is indeed exciting. Always looking forward to seeing what these 2-year-olds have to offer, and a New York-bred 2-year-old who could have a very big future down the line. Meanwhile, the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, has been getting well acquainted with Big Sandy. As you were commenting to me, Richie, he's gotten a good tour. He's seen the paddock, he's been on the training track, been on the main track, stretching his legs and just getting accustomed here after shipping in from Kentucky after his last work at Churchill Downs.
I think it's great, too. I think he's a very high energy individual. It's good. He gets out of the stall, sees all his surroundings. He's been through the tunnel down to the paddock, training track. All he needs to do is hit the pony track. He'll have his own little personal Triple Crown here at Belmont, 3 different racetracks. He's making a great impression physically, and it'll be interesting to see how he does. He's never won his 2 wins at Churchill Downs. There's only 2 starts at Churchill Downs, and they both obviously were incredibly impressive.
One a maiden claiming race, the other one perhaps the most prestigious race in American horse racing, the Kentucky Derby. But that was Rich Strike out on the track this morning with his regular exercise rider, Gabriel Lagunas, as he is, of course, one of the big names in the probables for this year's Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, absolutely. They decided to skip the Preakness. Felt like it was the best thing for their horse. I always applaud Connections when they put the horse first. Don't make the horse fit the program. Make the program fit the horse. I also, it's something I meant to look up, but I'll just put it out there now. He must be the first horse ever claimed to go on to win the Kentucky Derby. I mean, I think it's something. I'm going to do more research on it tonight, but I can't imagine that it's ever happened before.
It is an incredible story. 80-1 upset winner in this year's Kentucky Derby. We'll look forward to seeing him just 8 days away in the Belmont Stakes. Meanwhile, back at Churchill Downs, we get ready for race 2. It's 1 1/16 miles on the main track, a $20,000 claiming race for non-winners of 2 in life. There's a look at the field. The current favorite is the number 4 Ferry Boat, as we did have a key scratch of the morning line favorite, the 6 Lemonade at the latch to the outside. So horses stepping on the track will meet the field, starting with Loving Lucky.
Yeah, ran in the same condition last time, a little bit further, was 3rd, but a well-beaten 3rd. Gets a good inside draw.
Cuts back a bit from the 1 1/8 to the 1 1/16. Tyler Gaffalione aboard. Here's one stretching out in distance, Formal Order.
Yeah, usually horses stretching out in distance show more speed. This horse will probably be a lot closer, if not on the lead early.
Current favorite, Ferry Boat, second off the layoff.
Yeah, and it's interesting. He goes from 10, claiming 10, now was 2 in life, to 20, and he's taking all this money. Returns the first time gelding and gets a 7-pound apprentice, Renee Diaz, who's got 36 wins, 4 more. He's a 5-pound apprentice.
Here's the 5, Tiwanot Pass.
Yeah, broke his maiden last time for 10, now shows up here for 20. That was by far and away his best race so far.
That's the field for the second race at Churchill Downs. I see prices there from the opener and upset, with Sundress being an $8.80 winner. Renee Diaz, as you mentioned, just has a few more wins before he becomes what we call a journeyman, where he will not have that weight allowance. And it's to the next step of being an apprentice. He's a 7-pound apprentice, so 5 pounds will be his next stop.
Yeah, so the way it works is you get a 10-pound weight allowance until you win 5 races. Then you get a 7-pound allowance so you win 35 more, 40 in total. And then you have 1 year with a 5-pound allowance from the date of the 5th winner. So he's heading to that pretty quickly. I remember when I went from 7 to 5, I thought, oh, great, I can have a steak tonight.
Have a little bit less of a weight allowance there. Didn't mean to rush Renee Diaz. He'll have another year before becoming a journeyman. Here we go for race 2 at Churchill. Travis Stone with the call.
Tiwanaut Pass and Loving Lucky and Ferryboat aggressively between them. So Ferryboat comes on through and will set the pace into the clubhouse turn. Tiwanaut Pass will have to settle for 2nd. Loving Lucky tucks in toward the inside 3rd. Formal Order comes away 4th and is already 6 lengths off the lead. And it's a clear-cut leader in Ferryboat, who scampers clear to lead by 2.5 lengths, trying to back down that pace as Loving Lucky and Tiwanaut Pass both get closer from 2nd and 3rd. Ferryboat's leads down to 1/2 length as Loving Lucky comes on to put some pressure on. Formal Order still at the back, but only 3 lengths off the lead. So the field heads down the backstretch run, 4.5 furlongs from the wire, and it's Ferryboat the leader narrowly. Loving Lucky's right there. They walked that opening half mile in 48 and 4. Tiwanaut Pass is in the clear. Formal Order is at the rail. Tight pack, though, as they hit the far turn run. And it's still Ferryboat with Loving Lucky cranking up the pressure. They round the far turn 1-2. Ferryboat holding on to that lead. It's a narrow lead, though. Loving Lucky is poised. Tiwanaut Pass comes on 3 wide, and now Formal Order is set down in behind while 4th. At the top of the stretch, Ferryboat turning for home in front. Tiwanaut Pass comes up on the outside, and here comes Tiwanaut Pass. Loving Lucky gives way. Formal Orders rallying up the rail. 1 furlong to go. Ferryboat with a short lead. Tiwanaut Pass fully extended. Formal Order is full out back in 3rd. Final 16th. Ferryboat and Tiwanaut Pass. Formal Order won't back down. These 3 to the wire. Photo! Looks like Tiwanaut Pass might have got the nose down. Ferryboat right there. Formal Order 3rd.
Looks like the momentum of Tiwanaut Pass to the outside might have paid off, but a good effort from the number 4 Ferryboat, who tried to take them every step of the way.
For a field that scratched down to 4 horses, they put on quite a show here. Ferryboat game fought off the challenge from the 1. Loving Lucky was holding off the inside run from the 3 Formal Order. And then here comes Tiwanaut Pass with Raylu Gutierrez, who's really found kind of a home in the Midwest, doing really well. Jose Santos Jr. is agent. I'm impressed with Renee Diaz. He finishes strong. Raylu Gutierrez always impressed me as a strong finisher, even when he was an apprentice here in New York.
Both of those gentlemen represented by Jose Santos Jr. In fact, Renee Diaz, 7-pound apprentice, riding well. We'll have to settle for 2nd there. Tiwanaut Pass up in time. When we come back, we'll see if Barber Road can get his marquee victory in the Belmont Stakes. Love getting a chance to see those horses being so playful in their stalls. More on him after this.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I want to remind you that Belmont Stakes tickets are on sale as the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, highlighted by the Belmont Stakes, the Test of the Champion, will take place June 9th through 11th. Don't forget to go to BelmontStakes.com. Get your tickets. We're capping attendance at 50,000. We hope to see you here. It is a tremendous weekend of racing. Of course, the Belmont, a highlight. One of the best races of the year we saw last year with Essential Quality and Hot Rod Charlie throwing it down in the stretch, and tremendous performance. And we look forward to seeing who will add their name to the history books this year.
I think it's a great race. We got a big field. You know, we might not have a Triple Crown in line, but we got a big competitive field.
Taking a look at Barber Road, who's an interesting contender. He was second in the Arkansas Derby, then went on to be sixth in the Kentucky Derby, trained by John Ortiz. And we got a chance to see him with his Jolly Ball before the commercial. And here he is finishing second in the Arkansas Derby. He's shown he can keep up with these, and maybe we'll take a step forward for the Belmont.
You know, he encountered some traffic there. It wasn't, you know, a lot of continuity to that run. It looks like he's a horse that wants to lug in a little bit, had to be corrected, but he finished with really good energy to edge out your Kentucky Oaks winner there in Secret Oath. And I like this. I love when I see horses.
Me too.
Most good horses are like that. They're very alert. They're very intense, inquisitive, playful. This horse has been a little bit unlucky, but he's got a lot of ability.
I love that. Those shots just make me happy of him just being a horse in the stall with their Jolly Ball. Some of them really take the Jolly Ball to heart and really get that thing going.
They take it very serious,
Yes.
and you could see he's one of those. He almost looked like he was like bobbing and weaving, sparring with it a little bit.
I love it. As one person who got a chance to see him up close, Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, second behind Cyberknife in the Arkansas Derby. What are you expecting from Barber Road come next weekend?
Well, I like what his trainer John Ortiz said about him after his last breeze last Saturday, where he won 101 and 1/5 down at Churchill Downs, because it's the main concern I've had with him is that, yes, he's been running well, maybe not winning, but he just looked a bit soft. Still kind of had that baby fat to him, and really has taken a while to develop. And I like the fact that John Ortiz said after this breeze last Saturday that he finally looks very fit, very athletic looking. So, and Johnny's saying too that kind of rounding into that very sharp horse that he's hoping to see, because the thing is Barber Road has kind of stamped himself as a deep closer, and I'm hoping with the 1.5 miles Belmont that he's not going to try to employ that type of running style, because I think he needs to lay a bit closer. But there's no doubt about it in my mind that he is a horse that should be able to handle the 1.5 mile distance. So still waiting for word, Acacia, to see when he's going to ship in here to Belmont. I'm sure we will see several of these horses possibly having their last preparations, i.e. their last works, coming tomorrow, either here or at Churchill Downs, as they are all heading to that final leg of the Triple Crown.
And it's so exciting. Cannot wait to see him here. Barber Road coming out of that 6th place finish in the Kentucky Derby. The first Derby starter for trainer John Ortiz. And I thought Maggie brought up an interesting point as far as the fitness. And we sometimes forget, I think, on the Triple Crown Trail that these are still young horses who have not faced a lot of adversity as of yet on the racetrack.
Yeah, they're not maybe as steeled up as they will become, and every horse changes and develops at a different time, and maybe this horse is getting good at the right time. He's been basically just a notch below the best and not quite breaking through, but I think he will stay the 1.5 miles. He certainly gives you that impression, and I like Maggie giving him high marks for the way he's kind of tightened up.
We'll look forward to seeing him potentially lining up in the starting gate. The draw for the post positions and the full field will be on Tuesday, hosted by our Andy Serling for this year's Belmont Stakes. So take a look at what else is on tap, though, for that tremendous day of racing. A Grade 1 in just about every division you can imagine. Richie, it really is almost like a mini Breeders' Cup in that all the different distances and surfaces represented with Grade 1 opportunity, of course, highlighted by that Belmont Stakes.
That's what it feels like. It feels like a springtime Breeders' Cup. We've got almost every division covered except the 2-year-olds, but 9 Grade 1s. I think it's going to be a fun weekend.
I think so, too. And that Met Mile shaping up to be one for the history books. We get ready for race 2 at Belmont. This one off the turf, 6 furlongs on a sloppy main track. Here's the field, starting with the 2, Jasmine-esque.
Jasmine-esque, you get Joel Rosario. It seems like horses have been really running well, coming off a 3-win day yesterday for Joel.
Dropping class for the number 4, Weekend Fun, who's currently your favorite.
And the last time this horse was seen on the dirt was in the winner's circle, subsequently synthetic and then turf, maybe get him back to the preferred surface.
That was at Remington Park back in November of 2020. We'll see if she can run back to those races. Next will be the 6, Tis Her Way.
Tis Her Way hasn't been seen since last fall at Belmont and then Aqueduct. Had really tailed off in form before that.
8-1 currently on the board as this one makes the first start of 2022. And here's the 7, High School Crush, first off the claim.
Yeah, first time off the claim, hasn't been seen since March, but does have enough dirt form to make her a contender.
That's the field for race 2 off the turf again. As we'll take a look at the number 4, Weekend Fun. Currently 3-5 for Jamie Begg, former assistant to Mark Casse, and Jamie with a handful of horses here in New York this season. This one does have kind of the tried and true dirt form of the field.
Yeah, it really does. And again, you go back to now, it was a long time ago, November of 2020 at Remington Park, but this horse was a winner on dirt. Then December of 2020, synthetic, 1 start in February of 21, and now a start on the grass, maybe shake the ring rust off, get back to the preferred surface. Obviously, they've had a hard time keeping this mare on the track in any sort of continuous campaign.
Yeah, we saw this horse in 2021 in Stakes Company at Tampa. Then we didn't see her again until April of 2022 when she tried turf sprinting last time at a huge price. We'll see how she does getting back on the main track today. 2 other horses at 5-2 right now. Jasmine-esque, and you mentioned Joel Rosario. 3-win day yesterday, which we had kind of talked about this the other day too, that for Joel's standards, with having a lot of the seconds that he had coming into that day, it was, for one of the greatest riders that we have in the room right now, a little bit of a slump. And then all of a sudden, 3-win day. How much does that really rev you up as far as your confidence?
You know, I think every rider's different. For me, if I was kind of, piling up the seconds and not winning, it would bother me. It would get to me. And a 3-win day would certainly kind of bring you out of that funk or that mode where you're pressing a little bit. Joel never seems to get ruffled by anything, so I don't know that it was bothering him so much. Maybe we made more of it than he would, but it's also got to be a big relief to him and his agent Ron Anderson to get those wins and kind of shake off that malaise that comes over you when you're piling up seconds.
There's a look at his mount in this second race. Jasmine-esque, for more on her and the rest of the field, let's go back to Maggie.
And guys, we saw Joel Rosario have such a good day yesterday because he was riding this track, which was tilted to horses more forwardly placed, really well. I mean, think about his ride aboard Moon Over Miami in the off-the-turf race feature yesterday, in which a horse that typically doesn't have that much early speed, he allowed to break, then made him move closer along the inside, made this amazingly brave move up the rail and got the win on a horse that, probably should have won, but I think he did make a difference, as Richie was saying yesterday. So with regards to his horse here, number 2, Jasmine-esque, yes, she doesn't have that much early speed, but count on Joel to make sure that doesn't happen, that she doesn't drop too far back. I loved her warm-up. I almost was swayed in picking her over your current favorite. She just, yes, her turf form is better, but she moved really well over this track, and her wet track races could arguably be considered better than her dry track dirt races. And two, a filly that sometimes gets very nervous was not today, and she's carrying her weight very, very well, something that I've always had an issue with her. But second off the layoff, your current favorite, Weekend Fun, she looks incredibly fit. I was not in the paddock for her race April 16th, so I'm not exactly sure what she looked like that day, but she has done well for having that race under her belt. Incredibly fit, just really well defined, well muscled, looks like a happy horse too. You know, I think that's always part of it when you are bringing a horse back off layoffs, that they're, you know, enjoying it again. And from everything that she's shown me in these preliminaries, she is, and she's definitely the horse to beat, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Weekend Fun, second off the layoff for Jamie Begg. And I thought Maggie brought up an interesting point as we saw Joel Rosario giving Jasminesque a big warm-up. When it's a short field, how important is it to get your horse kind of into the game a little bit more?
Well, I think it's very important, and particularly with an off-racetrack. You know, you don't want them to get inundated with all that kickback, that slop in their face. Again, we're talking about, you know, claiming horses that maybe are more easily discouraged. We saw the first race, Andiamo Ferenz explode out of the blocks from the inside and take them gate to wire. So speed is certainly, I think, a benefit to have. I kind of went back and forth about who the real speed was here. And I think giving a horse a big warm-up, like Joel did, certainly puts their focus and their mind in the game and get more speed out of them than you might normally. I thought High School Crush could play out to be the real speed here. I mean, Weekend Fun has at times when she was good, but that was so long ago, I really don't trust that speed's still going to be intact. And I just thought High School Crush, being a little bit fresh, has laid up close to some, pretty, fairly quick paces, small field. I thought just as a potential alternative to the 4, who I think is a deserving favorite, I'm going to take a little bit of a stab with High School Crush in a small field.
The mare off the claim for Eddie Barker. Eric Cancel going to be in the saddle. Does not boast a win on the main track, but a lot of in the money finishes. So while she hasn't actually won on the main track, she has shown time and again that she can handle it.
Yeah, I think she's run well enough that I have confidence that she'll handle it fine. The one thing I hope is that Eric Cancel is aggressive. There's times when Eric can, kind of be a little bit quieter and allow horses into their stride, which is fine, but not under every circumstance. When you're a top rider, you have to be a chameleon. You have to fit the horses you ride, and you have to fit the situations, not the other way around.
I think a chameleon is the perfect way to describe it. I like that. 4 to 5 on your current favorite. That is Weekend Fun. Luis Saez going to be in the saddle on that one, as we have a couple other horses at 5 to 2. Early pick 4 does kick off here as well. As do know, if you are playing that early pick 4, race number 4 today is still on the turf, though will be run on the Widener. So we look forward to having that race in the sequence and still be on the grass. That'll be a fun one coming up a little bit later on. But race 2 is our next order of business at beautiful Belmont Park, as this one's off the turf, and Weekend Fun is your favorite. Hope that you all are getting ready for some Weekend Fun coming up here. I know you'll be watching the Rangers.
Oh, yeah, tonight, Rangers game 2. Let's go, Rangers.
Into the gate for the second. Here's John and Brielle standing by.
Final horse going in, High School Crush, and set for race 2. And they're off. Jasminesque from the rail. And from the outside, it is High School Crush moving up in between horses. Weekend Fun, 'Tis Her Way. The early trailer in 4th, and it's a 3-way battle up front. Jasminesque, Weekend Fun. Now High School Crush backs off just a bit. Jasminesque at the rail with a head in front of Weekend Fun. High School Crush is next in 3rd, 2.5 lengths back to 'Tis Her Way. The trailer through an opening quarter mile over the sloppy and sealed track, 22 and 4. Jasminesque, Weekend Fun. Now High School Crush moves up again, and once again it's 3 across. Farther back, 'Tis Her Way. High School Crush on the outside, Jasminesque down at the rail, Weekend Fun in between those two as they come off the turn and enter the stretch. Jasminesque digs down at the rail. High School Crush on the outside. Now it's those two with an eighth of a mile to the finish. Weekend Fun in third. Now a 16th out. Jasminesque at the rail. High School Crush on the outside. Jasminesque is prevailing here, and it is Jasminesque to win it here by 2. High School Crush completes the exacta.
We heard Maggie talk about the warm-up from Jasminesque, then that spoke to Joelle Rosario's intent, making her be forwardly placed, and she ended up wiring the field here.
6-year-old mare that has never shown speed under any circumstance at all. Maggie picked it out, called it out perfectly about the warm-up. And Joelle Rosario, this is why he's great. He is the chameleon. He made the situation. He fit the situation and used his judgment and allowed Jasminesque to keep her head up in there. If I'm on the 7 High School Crush, I'm going all out to clear and throw dirt at everybody, and maybe it would have made a difference, maybe not. But then also, Joelle stays so cool. He's getting swallowed, and he picks her up, and she kicks on again.
Joelle Rosario, Maggie, he just really seems to always have that ice water in his veins.
He does, and we just saw it yesterday. He tipped his hand yesterday that he was likely going to ride Jasminesque in the same sort of way. I'm a meathead and picked the 4 instead of the 2 here, but I think Joelle Rosario made a lot of difference with Jasminesque's victory today. When you have these short fields, as you guys were saying, it turns into a jockey race, but I think my favorite part of this race was Jasminesque's connections, rooting her home. Come on, Jazzy! Maybe she responded to that too, Acacia.
Oh, I love it. As these racehorses, they take all of their connections on such a ride, whether you've owned the horse, been part of breeding it, or just bred the horse. That thrill watching your charge go down to the winner's circle. Nothing like it.
And rooting her home, Jazzy. I like it. So we could just call him DJ Jazzy Joel.
I love it. She's got a new name. We'll bring you prices for Jazzy and Joelle Rosario after this.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include Aga Khan stud Saidabad, a top performer overseas, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 as we get ready for a maiden special weight coming up next at Churchill Downs. A fun one on the turf, going a mile and a 16th for the fillies and mares. Got a big field here too, stepping onto the track, and some interesting runners. There's a look at the field as the number 8 Pharaoh Song for Chad Brown, currently the heavy favorite. We'll start to the rail though with the number 2 Reverb.
Yeah, Reverb gets a good inside draw, but is going to have to show more than she did sprinting on the turf.
Off slow, didn't show much on debut. Stretches out in distance, second time out for Ben Colebrook. Here's the 3 Spartina.
Spartina adds blinkers, ran okay in her second start. I thought it was a little bit of improvement, but she's very slow early. And I think you want to be forward on this turf course.
Here is a horse that does have some speed. First time for Eddie Keneally. Here's Hedy Lamar.
We saw Eddie Keneally win with Opry yesterday. First time for him from the Todd Pletcher barn. This one comes from the Chad Brown barn. And this horse should be forwardly placed.
Here's the number 6, Lofty Ships Low Sails. First time on the turf.
Yeah, tried to be on the turf first time. It rained off. They went ahead and ran her. She got some conditioning out of that. Maybe she'll appreciate the turf.
Number 7, No Pony for Tiffany's Mo.
Another one trying the turf for the first time off of not such a good effort last time.
Yeah, she's pretty sharp out there on track under Joe Talamo. Here's your favorite Pharaoh Song.
Hey, Chad Brown, third start, improved a little bit first to second. Certainly very logical.
Third last time out as the top 2 finishers both came back to win their subsequent starts. Here is the number 9, Saint Sista.
Yeah, out of a mare. That's a stakes winner on the turf. She won the Pucker Up.
Playful there with the pony on track as we go next to the number 10. Another first-time starter. This one has a big pedigree, Shady Road.
Big pedigree. Mare's Grade 1 winner on the turf, has been a producer, including Caribou Club, who was, earner of over $750,000. And Rusty Arnold's having a terrific
I thought that one was intriguing at a big price on the board. Here's the 11, Kivalina.
Another one that should be forwardly placed. They take the blinkers off, though, so maybe the intention is to get it to settle more. From that post, though, you've got to go forward to get your position. Adam Biscuit's a strong finisher.
Another big pedigree on that one. They have to Kodiak Cowboy. More dirt as far as the siblings. Next will be another first-time starter, and that's the firster Economic Hangover.
Yeah, and stretching out from, I'm sorry, I skipped one. Yeah, first-time starter from that post is just difficult. You've got to, everything's got to go right, and you got to find your position and not be caught too wide.
That's the field for the third race. Let's go back to Paul LaDuca. Paulie, what do you make of these maidens?
Well, I mean, live and die by Chad Brown, right, Acacia? I mean, that's what happens with a lot of these maiden races. And Pharaoh Song in here ran a good third against 2 next out winners. The comment line says hung late. Did this horse really hang late, or were the other 2 horses, Frippet and Walkathon, just really nice fillies and went on to win their next race? Now, definitely the one to beat, but I don't know if you want to take 3 to 5. I thought Kivalina, taking the blinkers off, I know was in the same race, had a good trip, and was closer to a slow pace and did not finish. Pharaoh Song ran way better. But Brendan Walsh's horses have been running out of their skin at Churchill Downs. He went over to Santa Anita, got himself a Grade 1 there. Out of his last 5 turf starters, he has won, and the other one finished second to the other one that won. So he has been on fire with his horses. So I think Kivalina will improve. The 11 in here, we'll have to say the 5 looked tremendous on the racetrack. Richie mentioned that Eddie Keneally took a horse off of Todd Pletcher and Opry last night. Now, I will say Opry had the best numbers in that race, but crushed. Now Eddie gets this horse from Chad Brown. Will he be able to at least keep this horse in the same form or move this horse up? Remains to be seen, but made a great appearance. Then the last horse was the 14, Economic Hangover. This might be the one time I think maybe a horse might want the outside post. Richie was talking about you really don't want to be out there. But Acacia, she is a giant daughter of Wee Miss Artie and really, really leggy. She's got a nice little pedigree to run all day long. I think she's my sneak horse. I do think this race is 8-11, but I would give the 5 and the 14 a look.
All right, Paul, thank you. There's a look at Economic Hangover. Saffie Joseph's runners typically do get better after a start, too. And as Paul mentioned on the pedigree, you would think that she would want even more distance than what she's getting today, but certainly the right place to start.
Yeah, and listen, she should be able to at least find her rhythm, find her stride. I'm just, always worried from a jockey's perspective about getting caught wide in turf races. And we should say, our condolences to Ken Ramsey, Sarah Ramsey, his wife passed recently, and it would be nice to see them find their way into the winner's circle.
3-5, though, on the number 8 Pharaoh's Song for Chad Brown, who did run third in that last race. Short comment says hung late. She was beaten by 2 nice horses. Walkathon came back to win impressively in an allowance race for Ian Wilkes in her subsequent start, and Frippet broke her maiden in her next race, and so just couldn't get to those top 2. But I thought it was a pretty decent effort for her off of a bit of a layoff, and one that I thought just really needed to continue strengthening up and developing from when I first saw her at Gulfstream.
It appeared to me like they really finished. I don't know if I agree with that hung late comment. Kind of reminiscent of a story Eddie Arcaro once told, how he couldn't catch the 2 leaders, and there was a hole in between them, and the trainer said to him, "Why didn't you go through that hole?" And he said, "Because I didn't want to leave the horse."
That's a very good quote. Yeah, sometimes you just got to do what you can out on the track. Paul had some good things to say about the appearance of Hedy Lamarr. Bit of a quirky filly, as she will make her first start. Freddie Keneally could be the main speed in here, as the number 7 Tiffany Smo has been very sharp, though, throughout all the preliminaries. Into the gate for this maiden special weight on turf. Somebody will get the first win of her career. Here's Travis Stone standing by with the call.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Some crowding there in the middle. St. Sista took up soon after the break. Breaking on top is Hedy Lamarr and Spartina. Spartina comes on through to put a nose in front, but Hedy Lamarr goes with her. And these two locked in battle early, and now Spartina's pulled back off the pace and angled toward the outside to track Hedy Lamarr, who takes the field into the opening turn. Meanwhile, Tiffany Smo comes on to grab second. Spartina wrangled back into third. Pharaoh Song comes away racing fourth and is only 3 lengths off the lead. Reverb is down inside fifth. Economic Hangover is sixth. Kevlina seventh. Shady Road is eighth. Lofty Ships, Low Sails in ninth. And St. Sista the trailer in 10th. About a dozen lengths off the lead. And the opening quarter goes in 24-2. Hedy Lamarr has stepped out to lead by 4. Hedy Lamarr isolated down the backstretch run with 4 furlongs remaining. Tiffany Smo back in second. Pharaoh Song perched out 3 wide from third, while Spartina saves ground to the inside fourth. Hedy Lamarr's half was 48-4. The lead is still 3, and there's 3 furlongs to go. Tiffany Smo pumped on for more speed. Pharaoh Song right there, third and outside, and now here she comes. Pharaoh Song is up into second, coming after Hedy Lamarr. The rest with work to do. Spartina cuts to corner fourth. Off the turn, Hedy Lamarr is still in front. Pharaoh Song is now fully extended. Hedy Lamarr is a tough customer, though, and Tiffany Smo fights on between them. 1 furlong to go. Pharaoh Song puts a nose in front. Hedy Lamarr fights right back. Tiffany Smo back to third, and here's the wire, and it will be Pharaoh Song. A hard-fought 3/4 length win over Hedy Lamarr. Tiffany Smo was third, and Spartina finished fourth.
It's the current Chad Brown over the former Chad Brown, as Pharaoh Song digging in. You can even see she's flipped back to that left lead again. Richie trying every step of the way, and it paid off.
Yeah, and I think it's doubly impressive because you see the horses that were laying 1-2, she picked them off. And we've been seeing a lot of races on the turf and this new turf course at Churchill Downs, basically being speed numbers, 1-2 around the racetrack. She was able to come from off the pace. I do think she's a filly that kind of likes to hang around with her company, because when she hit the front, it looked like she started to idle just a touch. But I think you got to elevate the victory because she went against the grain of that turf course.
Meanwhile, back at Belmont Park, the number 2, Jasminesque, with the victory, piloted by Joel Rosario, and his agent, Ron Anderson, coming in with the assist here, sending me a text and saying Joel's daughter is actually named Jasmine. So I'm sure a very special victory for him as well.
I wonder if Joel said to Ron, go get on that filly, because hey, for my daughter, I'm going to win on her. And talk about assists, I know Ron Anderson's a big New York Ranger fan too, and I'm sure he'll be watching this evening.
You got it in there. I love it. Well, good luck to all the Rangers fans tonight, and congratulations to Jasminesque and a terrific ride by Joel Rosario. When we come back, we'll remember a true champion. Not only was he a Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, he was also 3rd in the Belmont Stakes. Not much that the terrific Gulch couldn't do.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing, the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong, it's Fun While It Lasted until the 16th left has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be cow bred.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to naira.com/triple play for details. He blazed an exceptional trail both on and off the track. 35 years ago, Gulch captured his first Met Mile and is the only horse to win consecutive editions since. Only 5 other horses in 129 years have accomplished this feat. 4 of them, Forgo, Stymie, Devil Diver, and Equipoise, are in the Hall of Fame. Trained by Hall of Famer Leroy Jolly, Gulch won the Grade 3 Tremont Stakes in his second start and became a multiple Grade 1 winner on the New York circuit after capturing the Hopeful and Futurity Stakes. Bred and raced by Peter Brandt, Gulch collected 2 more Grade 1 triumphs in the Wood Memorial and the Met Mile as a sophomore, which he achieved while competing in all 3 Triple Crown events. Nearest the rail in fourth as they approach the wire, it's Gulch. Nearest the rail in front. Transferred to Dwayne Lucas as a 4-year-old, Gulch collected Grade 1 wins in the Carter Handicap, the Met Mile, and Breeders' Cup Sprint. He was the sport's champion sprinter in 1988. Gulch was retired to Lane's End Farm, and his most notable offspring was 1995 Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, and Travers winner, Thunder Gulch. And it will be Thunder Gulch! Pensioned to Old Friends Farm in 2009, Gulch was the oldest living Breeders' Cup winner until his death in 2016. He is represented by 71 stakes winners, 30 of which are grade or group winners, 72 stakes place runners, and his progeny have earned $80 million.
1988 champion sprinter Gulch and those iconic Peter Brandt silks, who we're so used to seeing in the winner's circle once again now, but his Gulch, just an absolutely tremendous racehorse.
Incredible horse, and sprint, could go long, and he got one of the greatest rides you will ever see in the Breeders' Cup Sprint under Angel Cordero, just making his way through a full field of horses. I tell people, go to YouTube. If you didn't get to witness Angel Cordero Jr. ride live, watch that race on YouTube, and you'll know all you need to know and why he was one of the greatest of all time. Gulch, an incredible racehorse, too.
8 career Grade 1 victories, of course, winning everything from the Breeders' Cup Sprint, as mentioned, even third in the Belmont Stakes. No distance that he couldn't handle, and does include a mile, as well as we take a look at the field, potential field for this year's Met Mile, and what a race it'll be. Just the Flightline Speaker's Corner matchup is enough to get you excited. You've got a Breeders' Cup winner in Aloha West in there, too. For more, though, on Speaker's Corner, we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale once again. Maggie, we saw Speaker's Corner take a big step forward last time in the Carter, and he seems to love those one-turn races.
Right, Acacia. They kind of learned after disappointing efforts in the Pennsylvania Derby and a runner-up finish in the Discovery towards the end of his 3-year-old campaign that shorter ultimately may be better, with big performances now back as a 4-year-old. In fact, 3 for 3 on the year in the 7-furlong Carter. Definitely a dominant and dazzling performance. Going the 7/8, he's back out to the one-turn mile here, and it is the showdown. And I really appreciate, as I think we all do, the sporting nature that we see from both trainers, Hall of Famer Bill Mott, as well as John Sadler, who will ship in Flightline, and you guys touch on him. But Speaker's Corner, his preparations for the Grade 1 Met Mile going very well. Bill Mott pleased with Speaker's Corner's last breeze here over the Belmont main track, 101-1, last quarter in 24-4, with Jose Lezcano, who's not his regular rider, filling in for Junior Alvarado, who will be aboard next Saturday. But Speaker's Corner, he looks primed and ready to possibly take down the Met Mile, Acacia, which is often a stallion-making affair.
Such a prestigious race, and when it's the kind of co-feature to the Belmont Stakes and the exciting throwdown it looks like we're going to have in there, and couldn't agree more with Maggie. These kinds of races just make racing fans so excited to come out. Yes, the Belmonts is a big race, but look at the race that we're going to have in the Met Mile, too.
Well, the Met Mile, standalone event for years on Memorial Day, we traditionally run, and I just love when you have these kind of matchups, two brilliant horses, and rivalries is what inspires people. We can go back to Fermden Aladar, maybe the greatest rivalry of the modern era of the turf. You'd like to see these horses compete several times against each other and kind of settle it out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, we'll see what will happen as you have two horses that are in such good form. Maggie talked about Speaker's Corner and the rise that we've seen from him in 2022, sticking around one turn. Flightline, meanwhile, is the West Coast invader, undefeated, very lightly raced, just 3 starts. He has not raced since the day after Christmas, opening day at Santa Anita, when he won the Grade 1 Malibu. This will be his first start of the year, but he was just brilliant in that performance.
There is an absolute freakish dimension to this horse, and his mechanics, his stride is so perfect that he doesn't even look like he's going fast, and he's demolishing his rivals. It looks like if he needed to, he could bear down and find another gear, and that's a scary thought. Obviously lightly raced, but probably because when they're that brilliant and they run that fast, they're hard on themselves. It's not easy to keep them together, but he is brilliant. John Sadler certainly compiling numbers that would have to have him in a Hall of Fame conversation at some stage as well.
Flightline, Grade 1 winner. He's done everything that's been thrown at him as of yet, but he'll meet some very talented horses. And it's a good race when the Breeders' Cup Sprint winner is kind of third on your conversation with Aloha West.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
That tells you about the depth. And the one thing I always liked about the Met Mile, and I'm not positive so much this year, but in years past, you had horses turning back that were true routers and sprinters stretching out, and the two worlds collide right in the middle at the one-turn mile.
We really look forward to that race next weekend in what seems to be a matchup for the ages. Back here today, though, we get ready for the third race at Belmont Park. It'll be 7 furlongs on the main track, a $25,000 claiming race, non-winners of 3 in life, just 1 scratch, and a very wide open board right now.
I thought this was a very difficult race. All of these horses on their best day could put themselves right in the winner's circle.
The number 2, Alpine Queen, does have quite a bit of speed. Just missed last time out when she finished second. Going a mile, will turn back the furlong today to the 7/8. And this is a horse that tactically, I think, has a bit of an advantage. Can she seal the deal today, though, is the question.
You know, it just seemed to me last time that, you know, even though she had wanted a mile, she just came up wanting just a little bit late. Maybe the turn back to 7/8 makes her, you know, tougher here. Kendrick Carmouche aboard today. He's a very, very aggressive rider. I think you watched the first 2 races here, and you want to be forward. I expect her to be up in the game.
There could maybe be a little bit of other speed in here, though, with the likes of Bastet getting the blinkers on. Do you imagine Jose Lezcano may have her forward once again, as she seems to run her better races when she's not too far off of it?
Well, last time she didn't show as much speed, and now they add the blinkers, and Jose Lezcano stays put. And usually the way the scenario goes with that, rider comes back and says, you know, I feel like she just wasn't focused, wasn't paying enough attention. Let's put the blinkers on and get her in the game. And usually riders, when they come up with an idea about equipment change, it's helpful.
Yes. The number 7, though, Big Tony's Girl, tepid favorite at 3-1 right now. As she was second last time out, she will actually stretch out an extra furlong today.
Stretching out an extra furlong, projects to get that kind of outside stalking trip, which I'm not 100% sure is the trip you want today.
We'll see, as we have seen Inside Speed be successful here at Belmont Park today. 3-1 favorite in a very wide open board right now. We will get you race 3 in just a moment. We're going to take a quick pause to welcome in regional networks who are joining us on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned as we have the 3rd race from beautiful Belmont Park coming up. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Valley Sports, Southern California or San Diego, we appreciate you and glad to have you with us. Acacia Clement alongside champion jockey Richard Migliore. We're up here on the desk, have Maggie Wolfendale with us at Belmont and Paul LaDuca at Churchill Downs. And Richie, we are getting set for the 3rd race now at Belmont. Looking forward to some salty features coming up, though, both here and Churchill Downs.
Yeah, and terrific racing. You know, even though it's a weekday, we've got more of like a weekend card later in the day with horses coming back that were very accomplished. Gunite, a Grade 1 winner, and just a real good day of racing. And we got beautiful weather here.
Gunite, winner of the Hopeful as a 2-year-old, making his first start as a 3-year-old a little bit later on at Churchill Downs. Meanwhile, this 3rd race at Belmont is our next order of business, 7 furlongs on the main track. Here's a look at the field, and the betting public unable to really pinpoint who is the horse to beat. For some assistance on this race, though, let's go down trackside to Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, which horses stand out to you in this wide open 3rd race?
I kind of like the class dropper here. Yes, it is wide open, Acacia. As you mentioned, I think a field in which we could see anybody kind of stepping up and putting forth a good effort and winning here, because it's an evenly matched crew. But Pancho Song, she does get that class relief. She's only run for a tag once before in her life, and it was a win, albeit way back when she was a 2-year-old for Maiden 40 for New York breds. But she was first off the layoff last time, and she got fairly hot, fairly washy that day, and that's always an indication in my book of a horse who just needs a race. Now, she really didn't do much running in that New York bred other than, but a race dominated towards the front end. We did see the 2nd place finisher thinking it over come back and win with a 68 buyer for Ray Handel. And Pancho Song, she just looks so much better this time around. She's not washy. She's sharp. She's nicely on her toes. Yes, the racetrack hurts her a bit here. I would prefer her to have a bit more early speed. We'll see what Flavien Prat chooses to do with her this time around. But I like what I'm seeing from her. She just looks like a more well-prepared individual, 2nd off the bench and the drop in class. Now, yes, number 6, Bastet, she's looking for the lead, getting back out to the 7 like that for her. She does apply just a shortcut blinker, and the only other time she's worn blinkers in her life, it maybe didn't have the effect of getting her to the lead, though, but that was going 5.5 against, albeit a field up at Finger Lakes, with some pretty talented horses in it, and Rosa Veloce, and even Girls of Toscano, you know, they're decent horses. So I'm willing to give her a pass. One of the better times I've seen carrying her weight. So I think Bastet could have an influence on how this race is ultimately run and won.
Maggie, thank you. Intriguing as to how that pace may play out for this third race at Belmont. We're going 7 furlongs. Here's the voice of New York Racing, John Imbrial, standing by with the call.
Number 8, Carly Hustle, moving into the starting gate. And we're all set for the third here at Belmont. And they're off. Carly Hustle along with Big Tony's Girl, and Scott Alaya is there. Bastet now moves up. Scott Alaya to the front. Bastet is racing in second. And from the rail, Jacodra's Devil has moved up into third. Big Tony's Girl is next in fourth. Carly Hustle is back in fifth. Then the gray Alpine Queen and is 4 lengths to Pancho Song, who trails the field in seventh. And they are spread out here with Scott Alaya, the leader, by a length and a half. Bastet gives chase in second, the quarter in the mud in 22 and 2. Jacodra's Devil is next in third. Room on the inside. Here comes Alpine Queen now. Alpine Queen makes a move and is moved into third and continues to gain ground. Scott Alaya holding the lead. Alpine Queen now moves into second. On the outside is Bastet back in third. Jacodra's Devil is back in fourth. And then farther back it is Big Tony's Girl, followed by Pancho Song and Carly Hustle. Now Alpine Queen moves right alongside of Scott Alaya, the half in 45 and 4. It is Alpine Queen on the outside. Down on the inside, Scott Alaya continues to battle on. Scott Alaya has come back again. Scott Alaya is once again clear. Alpine Queen running in second. And on the outside, Pancho Song is putting in a late run. Scott Alaya, Pancho Song, Scott Alaya holds. Pancho Song was second, then Alpine Queen and Jacodra's Devil.
Scott Alaya wires the field as we saw Alpine Queen take a run at her, Richie, but that filly broke slowly, meaning Luis Saez and Scott Alaya able to take them every step.
Yeah, Scott Alaya, Luis Saez was not taking no for an answer. He was going to the lead. He shook off Bastet. Alpine Queen did get compromised at the break and kind of made a big middle move and blitzed up like she was going to run right by Scott Alaya, but it just took its toll. Your horse only has so long of a run, and she flattened out, and they went very fast early, and I think this is proof that speed is very, very good today because Scott Alaya was getting tired. Pancho Song was closing well, but the track helped carry her home.
Pancho Song with a big late run will have to settle for second, though. Scott Alaya aggressively handled by Luis Saez and dug in, as that was the point where it looked like Alpine Queen might just range up next to her and carry on by, but not the case at all. Scott Alaya digging in, and I think what you bring up about the racetrack, so important to note too. Clearly Luis Saez is aware of that.
Yeah, he had a plan. He was going to the lead, and that's what he was going to do. They were running along quickly, but on a track like this, you want to ride the bias. Pancho Song was against the bias and ran a winning race, just ran out of real estate.
Luis Saez with the victory, won last year's Belmont Stakes. He picks up the win here in the third at Belmont Park. Scott Alaya will bring you prices for this filly, and we'll also look ahead to the graded stakes action at Belmont tomorrow. Chad Brown loaded for the Pennine Ridge with 2 talented runners, the undefeated Unanimous Consent and the up-and-coming Napoleonic War.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C,
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Clips champions Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We're getting ready for the 4th race at Churchill Downs, and it's the 2-year-old fillies in the spotlight. We're going 5.5 furlongs in this maiden special weight. Always exciting to see what these 2-year-olds have to offer. We saw an exciting 2-year-old race at Belmont Park earlier today, and now the 2-year-old fillies at Churchill will take center stage. Currently 9-5 on a first-time starter for Norm Cassey South Lawn. Here's the rest of the field, though, Richie, starting with one with experience, Vicky Rose.
Yeah, Vicky Rose ran in a restricted maiden allowance for horses that had been purchased at auction for $40,000 less, ran extremely well, had a little adversity, altered course, finished well.
Turf to dirt for the number 2. She's Jersey Tough.
Yeah, she's just been having trouble out of the gate. Hopefully she can learn her lessons and start breaking a little better.
Number 4 is next. She's a shining star for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, first foal out of a grade 1 placed mare. Steve Asmussen does such great work with 2-year-olds.
Here's the number 5, Divine Grace. Looks like Ray Lou Gutierrez trying to get her to settle.
Yeah, keeping his leg around her. Sometimes it's a way to stay in the middle. More leg on them. Keep a leg on each side, right?
Here's your favorite or co-favorite now, South Lawn.
Yeah, Norman Cassey, very good with first-time starters. Learned his lessons well. It's out of a stakes-winning mare. This is her second foal.
Now the one that's your favorite, Wonder Wheel for Norm's father.
Well, Norm learned those lessons from his dad, Mark. Mark said, I taught him everything he knows, not everything I know. But Wonder Wheel out of Wonder Gal was a grade 1 place mare here for Leah Giamatti.
And here's the 8, Black Forest.
Yeah, we try to let the board help us and be our guide, not taking a tremendous amount of money, although the mare did win on debut, so I always look for some precocity in the family.
And 3 out of her 4 foals to race so far have been winners. Wonder Wheel, though, currently the favorite. A filly purchased at the Keeneland September sale as a yearling for $275,000. For more on this field of 2-year-old fillies, though, Paula Duca with us at Churchill. Paulie, what do you make of the babies in the spotlight here?
Well, obviously, it looks like, at least on the betting board, it's a father versus son match here. I was actually joking here with Norm. I'm like, hey, do you guys got a friendly bet between you and your father in here? But he said, listen, my dad really likes his horse. Feels like a filly that is ready to win first time out. Norm's horse really made a great impression, the 6 in here, South Lawn. She had her ears pricked from the start of coming into the paddock. Coming out of the paddock, she warmed up very nicely. And now when you look at the wheel pace in this race, the 6 and the 7 are basically even in here. I would have to say the 6 might be a little bit faster, at least in looks, than the 7. The 7 is a big filly by Into Mischief. She might want a little extra distance in the 5.5 furlongs, so I'll give a tiny edge to the 6 in here. The 4 is taking money after money here, Acacia. This horse started at 6-1, down to 5-1, down to 4-1, and the Asmussen runner by Curlin. And we can't excuse the 1, Vicky Rose, because sometimes we get caught up in these first-time starters, and we don't take the horse that's run a race and ran a darn good one. The filly by Jimmy Creed ran a good second at Churchill Downs. I get it was a restricted race. I think one of the first-time starters will show up in here, but this Asmussen horse is taking some sneaky money. But I'll stick with the 6, South Lawn, son beating father, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Maybe they do have a little side wager going on, but I'm sure it's always fun if you have your father in the race or your son. Of course, both of them terrific horsemen, and Norm having a sensational meet at Churchill Downs. He has South on there with Florent Giroux in the saddle. Paul brought up an interesting point, though, Richie, that we get caught up sometimes in the exciting first-time starters that we forget that oftentimes with young horses, that experience is really worth so much.
Yeah, and the 1 horse, Vicky Rose, does have that experience. Broke from the inside that day, didn't break particularly sharp, was in behind horses, so she showed that she has courage, determination, took kickback, had to alter course, and finished with a good energy. She could be sharper second time, break better from the rail. I think a horse that makes a lot of sense. I've got a little bit of a soft spot for the 7 Wonder Wheel because I remember when her dam Wonder Gal broke her maiden in actually the New York bred restricted Lynbrook Stakes by better than 14 lengths. Taylor Rice, now Taylor Ortiz, Jose Ortiz's wife, was aboard that day for Leah Giamatti. She came back with a good third in the Adirondack. She was runner-up in the Frizette, third in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly. So, you know, there's precocity in the family, and she's by Into Mischief. maybe the father shows the son still. He's got a little ways to go.
Maybe so. And 9-5 on Mark Cassie's runner, Wonder Wheel. Paul mentioned her size, and maybe we'll see her being effective stretching out a little bit too. There's a quick look though. Sidestepping out of your screen is the 4 She's a Shining Star, who Paul mentioned was taking some steady money for Steve Asmussen. Very proficient with firsters. So this is another one on pedigree, being by Curlin too. You'd think would want a little bit more ground.
Yeah, you would think if you go by pedigree, this horse certainly would appreciate it as he go. But you got to get him started someplace. 5.5 years ago, we would start at 4.5 over at Aqueduct, then 5, eventually to 5.5. It was. Now we're seeing babies go 2 turns by the middle of Saratoga.
2-year-old fillies in the spotlight coming up in the 4th race at Churchill Downs, who will get the first win of her career. Here's Travis Stone standing by with the call.
And Black Forest. They're in the gate. And they're off. Divine Grace, good beginning. So too Vicky Rose from the rail. She's a Shining Star, comes on between them, and Black Forest makes it 4 across the track early. A break of 4 from there back to Wonder Wheel, who comes away in 5th. Southlawn hustled along while 6th. She's Jersey Tough, the trailer, in 7th. 4 of them onto the far turn together, and Black Forest from the downside post steps on it now. It opens up to lead by 2. It's Black Forest in front round the far turn. Divine Grace rolls up to grab 2nd now. She's a Shining Star toward the inside is 3rd, but here comes Wonder Wheel. Wonder Wheel launching a rally 3 or 4 wide, and Southlawn is on the scene as well. Off the turn, into the stretch. Black Forest set down for the drive. Wonder Wheel to the attack. And here's Wonder Wheel putting a nose in front. But Black Forest is gonna fight on. Furlong to go. Wonder Wheel, Black Forest. Wonder Wheel short lead, final 16th. Black Forest is fighting to the finish, but will be second best to Wonder Wheel. A sharp effort there. Black Forest ran very well, settles for 2nd. Long way back to Divine Grace, She's a Shining Star, or Southlawn.
Well, it was the father, Mark Cassie, still showing how things are done. Wonder Wheel victorious at first asking, but what an effort from another firster, Black Forest, who was a big price. She's one to watch next time out.
Absolutely. Black Forest was a part of that pace. Kind of was going to be caught 4 wide, so Rafael Bejarano said, all right, you know what, I'm going to clear. He went on, opened up 3 or 4 lengths, quick brush kind of move. She looked beautiful on the lead. Her ears were up, but having to make that early move to not be caught wide kind of caught up with her. But let's give credit to the 7, Wonder Wheel. Broke a little bit slow, had a rally from off the pace. I think bears out what Paul said about her size. We'll probably be seeing her in Saratoga in some of those 2-year-old filly stakes.
Yeah.
And Southlawn also got away poorly and kind of got shuffled back, made a middle move and flattened out a little. But this is a nice race. I think this is a quality-laden race. We're going to see a lot of nice horses come out of.
There's the winner for DJ Stable. Wonder Wheel victorious at first asking under Tyler Gaffleone at Churchill Downs. Back at Belmont Park, the number 4, Scott Elia, aggressively handled by Louis Sayas, who had a plan, and she dug in to take them gate to wire.
She did, and it just feels like the inside or speed, is holding very well, and the track kind of helping carry these horses along. She shrugs off Alpine Queen here, and then on the far outside, here comes the late run from Pancho Song, but the track certainly carrying her through the wire. Pancho Song ran on well, closing 2nd.
A $9 winner for trainer Michelle Nevin in the 3rd race at Belmont Park, as we are just 8 days away from the Belmont Stakes. And a live look at the paddock right now. There is one of the contenders, We the People, winner of the Peter Pan, looking to pull off the first Peter Pan Belmont Stakes double since Tonalist in 2014. He's schooling and getting ready for the test of the champion.
to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it, but with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there and look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle, and it won't cost you a lot of money.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who raced medication-free and stands now in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. 4th race at Belmont Park is on the turf, and we will have a chance to see these horses go. A mile and 3/8 was originally scheduled for the inner turf, now to be run on the Widener. There's a look at the even money favorite, Soldier Rising. For more on this horse and the rest of the field, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Well, we'll see if Soldier Rising can make good on his favoritism this time around, as last time, well, things didn't go necessarily his own way. He was blocked for the majority of the stretch in that comeback race as a 4-year-old. And 2, I just thought that looking at him in the paddock, he was a horse that looked as though he needed a start, to be honest. And that's kind of typical of Christophe Clement with his turf horses coming back. So much more fit this time around. You can see it in his flank area. He's just that much more tucked up. He's just more solid looking as well. I like him here because he had an excuse, I think, in the running of the race, and consistently he's a bit faster than most of these. Yes, somebody could take a step forward or get back to some good form, but he's just more well prepared this time around, and hopefully doesn't encounter the traffic woes as last time. Bit of a new face is number 7, McLovin. I have seen him in the past, going way back when, 2 years ago, when he debuted here in September, going a mile. And it's kind of funny. He's truly built like that long distance turf horse, just long, lanky, doesn't have much of a hind end to him. This is the quintessential turf marathon frame, if you will. And last time he fought Joel Rosario for a good 5/8 to 3/4 of that race, if not the whole, nearly the whole race, until Joel said, okay, you can go. And usually when that happens, horses don't have anything left when you turn their heads loose, and he did. So I thought it was visually a pretty good performance, going the 1.5 mile distance, and he's coming off back-to-back wins. He is going back to the barn of Rudy Brissett, who, as Acacia was mentioning, schooling We the People, his Belmont hopeful here in the paddock, who is behaving beautifully as we speak right now. But I'm really interested in what McLovin brings to the table. As Acacia, he is one that weirdly cuts back in distance to the 1 mile 3/8. Look for him to be prominent. We'll see if Flavien Prat can get him to rate a little bit more comfortably, possibly, than what he did last time.
Turning back to 1 mile 3/8, not something we say very often. Maggie, thank you. McLovin, an intriguing horse who has won his last 2 starts, broke his maiden, going the 1 mile 3/8 at Tampa with Arnaud Delacour. And then Maggie talked about the fighting of Joel Rosario last time out. You're put in an uncomfortable position as a rider when you have a horse that's really pulling and you're trying to get them to settle.
Yeah, and generally speaking, what Maggie talked about, when a horse pulls like that, usually they use up so much energy fighting against their rider that they don't find anything. And that's the key to getting horses to go these longer or marathon distances, if you will, is getting them to switch off. When we talk about horses getting cover, horses, you know, the reason you do that is you want them to switch off so they don't see all this racetrack in front of them. They'll drop the bit in their mouth, conserve their energy better, and have energy to finish with.
Especially going 1 mile 3/8 or any kind of marathon distance. And yes, having speed is not necessarily a bad thing. We've seen horses wire the fields pretty comfortably going a distance of ground, but you do want to be able to conserve when you're going that distance, when you're navigating a track like Belmont Park that is so expansive.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if they're first, second, third, last, as long as they're switched off and doing it comfortably. I think that McLovin's aided by the likes of the one-horse Petite Fille and the 8 Tide of the Sea. I think he's going to find himself in a position where they're going honest enough where he can get comfortable and maybe covered up behind them.
Even money on Soldier Rising, who did have the traffic trouble last time out. We'll meet the rest of the field, though. Second off a big layoff, here's the one Petit Fils.
Yeah, a horse that seems like he gets very comfortable when he's on the lead. He had that long layoff, so he should be fitter this time, but he's going to have to run a lot better because this is a much tougher group.
He is a big price on the board right now. Third, setting the pace at Laurel last time out. Here's the 2 Malthael.
Now, a horse that I've always had a soft spot for. I just love this big galloping type of horse. Again, he's going to have to find one of his best races to be competitive here, though.
Faces a good group. Comes out of a good race, though, too. Here's your favorite, Soldier Rising.
Favorite and a very deserving favorite. Had trouble last time. I like this horse a great deal. He's faced much better. I think he's been a little bit unlucky not to have broken through and won in North America yet. Faced
very talented horses as a 3-year-old last year, too. Here's the other one for Christophe Clement, Mega Yacht.
Mega Yacht, Joel Rosario. That's Christophe, to me, is his go-to guy. Certainly making a nice impression physically on the racetrack.
Big son of Tonalist in those same colors of Mr. Evans. Here's the number 6, Box and Score.
Yeah, he likes giving the ground, witnessed by his mile and 3/8 victory last year in Saratoga. We haven't seen a turf race yet today, but there should be giving the ground.
Disappointed last time out. We'll see if he can move off of it. Second off the layoff, too. Here is that horse who can be forwardly placed. Maggie talked about McLovin.
Yeah, and again, I think it's just a matter of he'll be most effective if he can switch off and be a little bit kinder than he was last time, although he won despite that last time.
And to the outside, we saw Luis Saez take them gate to wire in a dirt race. Can he do it on the turf with Tide of the Sea?
I mean, this horse seems recently like he's a confirmed front runner in these longer races. Luis, not a guy to take things away, and we were informed Luis Saez stands at what number now, wins?
2,999, one away from the milestone.
That's a big milestone. 3,000 wins is a huge milestone.
Meanwhile, trainer Rodolphe Bresset has McLovin in this race. He also has We the People schooling in the paddock, and he's standing by with Maggie for a special interview.
Thanks, Acacia, and pleased to have Rudy here and pleased for him to give us his time. But bringing the big horse up, he's going back home now, Rudy, but a horse that we saw back in Arkansas act up a bit in the pre-race time. What have you done to assuage that, to make sure we don't see that again, because he certainly was so calm and relaxed in the Peter Pan?
Nothing special, actually. I think just the seasoning, maturation. He has changed the past couple of weeks, and we see it in the way he's acting in the morning and then obviously in the afternoon too. And today he was acting good, got a little warm, but that's normal for him. So we will maybe try the school one more time and see what happens.
And also breezing one more time. Looking forward to him hitting the track tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do that tomorrow. This morning he was sloppy, he was a little wet, so. Looks like he's got to dry over this afternoon, and then tomorrow morning we will try to don't go too fast.
That's always the key, but you're always in the irons. How much does it take as a rider to kind of feel this horse out and make sure he doesn't do too much? Because he is a little bit of a tricky ride.
Well, I mean, of course, it's a little bit more pressure on me, I guess. You get less people involved, but I have to make sure I do right. So, experience and been on a lot of good horses help too, so we will see that track when you have a little moisture in it can be very fast. So we will have to be a little careful tomorrow. But until he's happy doing it, we will let him do his thing.
Well, Rudy, wishing you the best of luck with him. Preparation's going well. But McLovin, quickly, we saw him win last time at Keeneland. Obviously, this was for No Delacour, but a horse you've had in your barn before. Fairly headstrong early on in that race. What kind of, obviously, I'm sure you don't give Flavien Prat too many instructions, but did you tell him anything? What are you hoping to see from him early on in this affair?
Well, I asked him if he saw the replay, and he said yes, and I was glad because he was a little keen last time. I think, he looks like the 1 and the 8 have a little speed too. I don't think you got to be in his way, so we got to let him break without moving a finger, and then see if he can saddle for him. If they don't go, we can maybe find him on the lead. But we're not going to take anything away from the gate. So we will see how Flavien does.
Well, Rudy, thank you so much for your time, and wishing you the best of luck today and next Saturday.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. So nice to get a chance to check in with Rudy and see how the big horse is doing. And I think he's being modest. I think they did a lot with We the People, from the Arkansas Derby to the Peter Pan, in getting this horse to show the talent that they knew was in there. And a horse's schooling, having the opportunity to come through this Belmont paddock when they're not racing and get a feel for it on race day is really good, especially for the ones that can be a little quirky.
Absolutely. It's like a dress rehearsal. You want them to see it, go through the routine, and understand that it's okay. They're not. There's no boogeyman. Nothing's going to jump out and bite them. And horses that get familiar with their surroundings, settle in, get comfortable. I like what he said about McLovin. We're not going to fight with him, but we're going to break, and Flavien Prat's not going to move a finger. With horses like that, you basically break like a whisper. You don't even want to breathe. Boom, and just quiet, 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 and hope that you go 1/8 of a mile and they come back to you and they're settled. And when horse and rider fight each other, it's like two bad dance partners stepping on each other's feet.
Mm-hmm. Not a good feeling, that's for sure. 3 to 5, though, on your favorite, Soldier Rising, who did come off of a nearly 6-month layoff last time out in May. And as Maggie mentioned, didn't have any room to run. When he finally did get through, yes, you would have liked to see him have a little bit more punch in the stretch, but think about the time that he spent trying to find a seam and get out with a place to run.
Yeah, and it's never quite comfortable. You're kind of trying to thread the needle on a 1,000-pound animal amongst other 1,000-pound animals, and finally you can see some horses steadied a little bit inside of him. And listen, it was off the layoff. You got to think he's going to be better for the run. They were finishing. It wasn't like they were stopping. They came home the last quarter in 23-2. And he's having to make up ground while, negotiating his way through traffic. I think, and in a lot of respects, it was almost a perfect comeback race.
Second behind State of Rest in his U.S. debut. State of Rest would go on to win the Cox Plate for Joseph O'Brien. Second behind Yabir, Breeders' Cup Turf winner as well. So he faced some very, very good horses back as a 3-year-old, and he is your short price favorite. When you do have some other speed in here, Richie, with Petty Feast to the inside and Tide of the Sea to the outside, how do you expect this race to play out? Because especially going 1 mile and 3/8, the last thing you want is any sort of pace duel.
Yeah, you don't want to be in a duel, but you also want, again, your horse to get in a good rhythm. Horses can go faster and stay if they're in the right rhythm and they're not fighting with the rider. Now, you can see where the placement of the gate is. They have fairly long run to the first turn. It should sort itself all out in the first turn. You would expect that the one, say his name again because you say it better. Petit Fils. All right, I'm going to get there. Will be the pacemaker, and especially with inside position with Kendrick. I would expect that at some point Luis Saez, after they go 100 yards or so, will say, okay, I don't want to be head-and-head, and try to just put himself in that stalking position. And then McLovin is probably looming right in behind them on the bridle, but hopefully not too much on the bridle.
For more as horses finish up their warm-ups, let's go back to Maggie.
Taking a look at number 2 in here, that's Malthael, third choice on the board right now. Acacia, he ran well last time, but he was a bit wide, but other than that, he had a fairly opportunistic trip. He did look very good coming back here to the NYRA circuit. Looks good here once again, but the problem is I think he lacks a little bit of a killer and winning instinct, as he's only 1 for 18 on the turf, other 2 wins coming on the main track. And I think with last time with his performance, he hinted at the fact that he's just not quite as good as Soldier Rising despite running a similar number. So he is tactical. He should sit a opportunistic trip in here. And like I said, it looks as though he's doing very well. I just still question his overall wanting to win. So we'll see. I like Richie, went with Soldier Rising. I think he moves forward from that last effort.
All right, Maggie, thank you. That instinct to find the winner's circle, not every horse has it, and that's what makes some of them so special. Into the gate for the 4th race. We are on the Widener turf here for this 1 3/8 journey. Will today be the day that Soldier Rising is able to break through and get his first U.S. victory? Here's John and Brielle standing by with the call.
And they're all in for race 4 on the Widener turf. And they're off. From the inside, Petit Fee. Now moving up is a Box and Score. Malthael is there as they move through the stretch the first time and head for the clubhouse turn. Petit Fee from the inside, and Malthael is next. And then it's Megiat, far outside, Tide of the Sea. And Soldier Rising sits behind the front runners. Around the turn, at the back of the pack, Box and Score and McLovin. Petit Fee, big long shot here, steps away to lead by 2.5 lengths through a quarter over the yielding turf in 24 2. Malthael is next in second. Soldier Rising down at the rail, and alongside is Mega Yacht. Then it's Tide of the Sea and Box and Score. They're right together with McLovin trailing the field in 7th. They're moving up the backstretch now after a half in 49 4. Petit Fee leads by 1.5 lengths. Malthael remains in second. Soldier Rising down at the rail. In between horses, Megiat, and on the outside is Tide of the Sea. Box and Score, and the trailer is McLovin. So positions unchanged as Petit Fee continues to show the way 3/4 of a length. Malthael remains in second. Soldier Rising is down at the rail. 3/4 went in 1:15. Petit Fee, Malthael, they remain 1-2. Then it's the trio of Tide of the Sea, Megiat, and Soldier Rising down at the rail. Box and Score looks to advance now down on the inside. And then it is McLovin, midway around the far turn. Petit Fee, Malthael getting closer now on the outside. Soldier Rising just in behind the front two in third. Megiat is alongside in fourth. This Tide of the Sea drops back, passed there by Box and Score. And McLovin takes to the extreme outside. Malthael has now come away with the lead. Soldier Rising is moving in second. Then comes Box and Score. Far outside it is McLovin. It is Malthael trying to hold off Soldier Rising, but Soldier Rising has surged to the lead now. Soldier Rising in front. Malthael in second. Soldier Rising is the winner. Malthael was second, then McLovin and Box and Score.
No excuses today for Soldier Rising, and he delivers, getting his first win here stateside, this time under Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, it worked out a really nice trip. It's a little bit slow in the stride the first 100 yards. By the time I got to the first turn, he had kind of picked up the bit, put Jose in that good position, that coveted pocket spot on the turf, was able to work his way to the outside up the quarter pole. And it looks like he's a horse that looks like he enjoys running with horses and not as much running away from horses. Finally, he asserts his dominance over Malthael and gets the better of him. But I think he's a horse you really want to time your run with. You don't want to hit the front too soon because he tends to idle.
You could even see that in his win going 1.5 miles over at Chantilly. He just won by a head and just in the final moments able to close. Drifting out a little bit here, but Jose Ortiz kept him to task and able to run down Malthael, who ran a big race. Soldier Rising, though, class prevailing here to get his victory. 3-2-7-6 in the fourth at Belmont Park. We'll bring you prices and we'll also take a look at the 2022 debut for the Grade 1 winning New York bred American Revolution. Comes back Saturday at Churchill in the Blame Stakes to kick off his 2022 campaign.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and regional networks. We appreciate you spending part of your Friday afternoon with us. Coming up this weekend on Saturday, a huge jam-packed day of stakes racing at Churchill Downs and a preview day for their Stephen Foster card. One of the highlights is the Blame, a 1 1/8 on the main track, as this one is for 4-year-olds and upward and features the 4-year-old return of the very talented New York-bred American Revolution, winner of the Cigar Mile in his last start.
Yeah, comeback for the Grade 1 winning American Revolution. Such a nice horse, versatile, can be up close if they go slow, can come from off the pace if they go fast. Just a lot to like about American Revolution. They were supposed to run here in the commentator. I think he scared away the competition. They didn't get enough entrants to make the race fill. So plan B, he's going to start at Churchill Downs in the Blame. And I think it's a pretty salty field to make a comeback, though. I think, you know, he's going to have to have his game on.
And he does, as you can see, he likes to lug in a little bit. That has a bit of a habit of him. We've seen him do that even right from the start. His regular rider, Louis Saez, will not be aboard. Florent Giroux will pick up the mount as this horse goes to Keeneland instead of running here in New York as was initially planned. But Todd Pletcher, so good at having horses ready to go, particularly going a distance of ground off a layoff.
You know, Todd puts so many miles in his horses. There's so much foundation, and you know they work, but really gets them fit is those gallop outs. They gallop out good, long, steady gallop outs. I think this was a function less of him lugging in this particular day, right, as Louis trying to keep the door closed on the short leaf stable runner inside of him. But you're right, he does have a little bit of that propensity to want to lean in, get over on top of horses. Some good horses are a little bit bullyish.
That's true.
And they want to impose their will on another horse.
That could be the case with him as well. The only time he did not find the winner's circle when in Todd Pletcher's barn, he was third in the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby behind two very talented horses in Hot Rod Charlie and Midnight Bourbon. So could certainly be forgiving of that. Still ran a 101 Beyer speed figure that day. Is that Blame part of a day full of 5 stakes on the program at Churchill Downs, including 2 graded stakes in the Regret and the Arlington. And we'll look forward to having a chance to cover some of that action at Churchill Downs this weekend. Back here today, though, we get ready for the 5th race at Churchill Downs. It's a maiden claiming race for $10,000 going a mile on the main track. Pretty wide open board right now, 5-2 on the number 8, Jalebi Baby. We'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting with the 1, Casey.
Casey getting off synthetic onto dirt, last seen in March, gets Raylu Gutierrez, so nice ride, nice win earlier in the day.
Looking for a second victory on the card. Here's Maggie's Will stretching out in distance.
Well, Maggie's Will can be very strong, but this particular horse, Maggie's Will, lacks good enough form to like.
Very sharp out there on the track, too. Here's the 3, Classy Miss.
I think makes a lot of sense, takes another drop in class, getting down to the 10 level, and a lot of races that would be competitive here.
Here's the 4, My Daddy's Trainer.
Yeah, it's owned and trained by Nick Zito. Still looking for his first win on the year. Leaves a little to be desired.
Number 5, Daniela's Cause drops down.
Yeah, making another drop in class to the 10 for Dale Romans. Another one that feels like have to find a little more forward movement in the tank.
Number 6, Mambo Kitten is a new face, first-time starter.
Yeah, I'm always tempted to go with new faces in situations like this, but she's got a little bit more of a turf pedigree, and a mile's a tough distance to debut.
By Kitten's Joy as well. Here's the 7, Bell Aria.
Yeah, Bell Aria, another one dropping down a little bit, adds blinkers, prefer others.
A big drop in class for the 8, Jalebi Baby.
A big drop in class, and, you know, it's been sprinting. Maybe this horse gets out on the lead and gets brave.
She was 10-1 on the line. Here's the number 9, Chrome Savage.
Another one making a big drop in class and making the first start for Mike Maker.
Tyler Gaffleone picks up the mount as well. Here's the 11, Verdandi.
Yeah, Verdandi. Yeah, outside draws on one-turn races I like, but this horse's form leaves plenty to be desired.
Next will be the 12. All races so far have been on synthetic.
Yeah, so maybe getting to the dirt will be the key. It's got a good 5-furlong work on the Churchill Downs main course 2 works back.
Being a big warm-up out there under Colby Hernandez. That's the field for the 5th race at Churchill Downs, as the number 8, Jalebi Baby, is currently 3-1. I think the betting public maybe just not 100% trusting anybody in this field, which does make sense at a lower level maiden claiming race. Yes, I know that this one hasn't been able to finish most of the races with a lot of punch, but has never run at such a low level.
No, and maybe taking that, precipitous drop in class, just right to 10 from maiden allowance, and has shown speed. And maybe you might want to make it as simple as possible in a race like this. Who wants to really pass?
That's very true. One horse who doesn't have any early speed is the 9, Chrome Savage, but she takes a similar drop in class, has never run this slow before.
No, not at all. And honestly, these races to me are such head scratchers. I feel like it's just who gets the right trip and who's particularly good on the day.
Another one taking attention is the 3, Classy Miss. My guess would be thinking that tactically she could be right up there too, as she's run for 30 in for the 10 today.
Well, and if you look at a lot of her races, they're all good enough to be competitive here. She's fairly consistent. I think last time was the worst race she's ran, and she attended the pace that time. Get Joe Talamo, it makes some sense.
Travis Stone standing by with the call of race 5 live at Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Jalebi Baby bounces out on top, quickly in front by 2. Maggie's Will comes through toward the inside. So it's these two going head-to-head early as they head up the chute. Jalebi Baby on the outside, Maggie's Will down toward the rail. They advance up the chute, these two going head-to-head, 6.5 furlongs to go, and it will be Maggie's Will who comes on through to take the lead. Jalebi Baby's running in second, Casey's up to be third. Classy Miss comes away in fourth, Daniela's Cause on the outside, 5th. Bell Aria moving up from 6th. My Daddy's Trainer toward the inside in 7th. Chrome Savage is 8th. Verdandi is 9th by 6. Irresistible Ladies all the way back in 10th, just narrowly ahead of the trailer. Mambo Kitten down the backstretch run. The opening quarter goes in 23-3. And here's Casey. Casey comes on through to take the lead. And they're halfway home in 47-2. Casey the leader. Classy Miss is right there racing second. Jalebi Baby 3 wide on the outside in third. My Daddy's Trainer right in behind racing fourth. Maggie's Will's under pressure 5th. Bell Aria in 6th. Chrome Savage starting to muster up a rally but is under pressure. Verdandi is there. Irresistible Lady with 8 lengths to make up. They come for the top of the stretch. Jalebi Baby is back in front. Jalebi Baby is off to turn the leader. Classy Miss fights on. Casey gives way. Bel Ari is now third, the rest with much to do. Furlong to go. Classy Miss is stubborn at the rail. Jalebi Baby trying to get by Classy Miss, who's back in front. 100 yards to go, and Classy Miss is opening back up. It will be Classy Miss, a determined winner. Jalebi Baby was second, Chrome Savage was third, and Bel Aria finished fourth.
Logical results in the fifth race at Churchill, but a very game winner in the 3. Classy Miss inside, able to hold on, and gutsy down under Joe Talamo.
Yeah, she got collared by the 8, Jalebi Baby, and just fought back, and a very logical result. These two were taking drops in class. Classy Miss more of a steady, gradual descent to the 10, where the 8 kind of went right from that maiden allowance, and a lot of separation to the third-place finisher.
Third-place finisher looks like it was another drop-down runner, the number 9, Chrome Savage. Horses that were facing better, dominant in this fifth race at Churchill. Looks like it was 3, 8, 9 in the fifth. Joe Talamo with the win for trainer Paul McGee. And early on in the race, we saw the 2 Maggie's Will part of that pace. You commented to me, it looked like the saddle slipped a little bit in that runner's early part of the race. Meanwhile, back at Belmont Park, we saw a clean trip finally for the number 3 Soldier Rising, kept to task and gets his U.S. victory.
Yeah, it was more kind of workmanlike, determined instead of flashy, but he just looks like a horse that's very content to run along with other horses. He's a horse I think you want to hold up and produce his run at the right time. I don't think you want to spend too much time alone in the lead because he looks like he idles when he hits the front, but he broke through, he got the win, and this is something to build on.
Soldier Rising under Jose Ortiz with the win. Michael Dubb, co-owner in the winner's circle for trainer Christophe Clement, $3.20 winner there at Belmont Park in race number 4. As that means it's time for me to say farewell, at least for now. I'll be back reporting later. Greg Wolf coming up to join you on the set, Richie, and I know soon you'll be on your way home to watch the game.
I will be northbound. It should take me about 3 hours, but the game doesn't start till 8, so let's go Rangers.
He's ready. He's pumped up over here. Greg Wolf coming up on America's Day at the Races. A lot more to come, including our big features at Belmont and at Churchill's. We'll talk more about the Grade 1 hopeful winner, Gunite, who was so impressive as a 2-year-old, making his first start of his 3-year-old season later at Churchill Downs.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, Millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. We are at beautiful Belmont Park, where the weather is picture perfect for this Friday afternoon, and we are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We have horses in the paddock for this race, which is off the turf. Race number 5 will be 6 furlongs on the main, and we'll start with a horse who has never run on the dirt before, and that's number 2, Duress, who will occupy the inside stall for trainer Tom Albatrani, who is having a nice last week, to be honest. He had a winner yesterday. He won one of the New York bred races, and Duress has always been one of my pets. I've loved him from day one, but I've always loved him sprinting on the turf. This is a turf horse. As Violence can be a versatile sire. He can get horses to run on any surface, but the dam was better on the turf. This guy's half to Winter's Back, who has been stakes placed on the turf. There really isn't much dirt to speak of. He has a massive turf hoof to him. Physically, he looks tremendous here. I love what I'm seeing from him, but often you don't know it till you try it, which is a lot of, trainers kind of thinking behind leaving these types of horses in. And 2, when the race comes back and hopefully stays on the turf, you don't want to have a scratch date. So, races fill and horses get into races when they have a quote-unquote good date. So if they stay in a race, they have preference over the horses who scratch next time this condition rolls around. But I'm not on the positive end of him handling this surface here, which will move on to your favorite. That's number 3, Happy Farm. He has run in stops and starts, but nonetheless has been claimed an awful lot of the time, as he was run down last time by Glory Rowe. Happy Farm doing all the dirty work up on the front end. And physically, this guy looks great. Flesh-wise, coat within his coat. I like what I'm seeing from him. Sometimes that's not the case. But this guy, obviously, he's an 8-year-old. He does have his issues, I'm sure. But one of the visible issues is this guy's feet. He has no foot. He has glue-ons on. He's built up with Equilocks. And you can tell the way he walks. He walks like he's on eggshells. And sometimes, and while his record sports the fact that he can be okay on wet tracks, and the fact of the matter is when horses get older and they have to kind of overcome those types of issues, that wet track can sting a horse a little bit. We'll see how he negotiates the wet going here today, as we need to get it upstairs and welcome a fresh face to the show. Greg Wolf is joining us here now. Greg?
Hey, Maggie, thank you. Good to be here. Beautiful afternoon here in Elmont, New York, as we get set for the late pick 5 coming up. Happy Farm looks imposing in this spot, but what do you think about Mexican Wonder Boy? Can he give him a stiff challenge on the surface?
I think Mexican Wonder Boy needs to outrun him for the lead, and the way this track has been playing, Heeman Harkey goes, makes the lead, and make them chase you, and I think he can upset him if he attacks it that way.
We'll find out if he's able to do that. Duress taking a lot of money as well with his dirt debut coming up. He is a shorter price than an 8-time winner on the dirt in Mexican Wonder Boy.
I just, I have a hard time taking horses at shorter prices that have never tried. Why has he never tried it before?
Why is he getting bet like this, considering he's never tried it? Here he is. So 15 starts, all on turf. Tom Albatrani, Luis Saez.
I'm a fan of the horse. I love him as an individual. I think he's beautiful. But first time doing something at 2-1, I have questions.
4-5. Happy Farmy is an 8-year-old gelding, 10-time winner of close to $600,000 in earnings.
Antonio Arriaga's horses always look good. This horse is making the second start off the claim for him. He is dirt meant. He's going to be formidable, but that's why you got to try to take the track from him.
Now, here is, I thought, the best chance to do it, not according to the board. Mexican Wonder Boy tried to go gate to wire last start. He got run down late.
I think it's because it's lower, not as high-profile connections, low-profile connections. I think Mexican Wonder Boy needs to blast off, throw dirt in his face, make him catch him.
And Troubling Moon outside, Chris Engelhardt and Eric Cancel with his 7-year-old son of Into Mischief.
Yeah, closing type on a track that is just not playing well to that style.
Pick 5. Again, it begins in this race coming up. It was meant for the grass. It's now on the main track. Muddy and yielding on our turf races that remain. This one a 40 claiming event. You can play this Pick 5 with NYRA Bets. Get a $200 deposit match. Sign-up bonus plus a $25 free play in the Belmont with that promo code right there, Belmont25 at NYRABets.com or on the NYRABets app. Get signed up just in time for that third and final leg of the Triple Crown, Saratoga this summer, and everything we bring you on the program. As we look at the one to beat, so Jose Ortiz riding for Antonio Arriaga off the claim. And, you know, this horse has gone from barn to barn to barn. He usually shows up wherever he goes. But you look at that last start, he was the favorite. He got beat that day. Does that concern you?
No, because he ran his race. He's a horse, like you said, shows up. He's what I refer to as a lunch pail horse. Brings his lunch pail, goes to work. 30 starts. He's been 10 wins, so a third of his starts he wins. 9 seconds, 3/3, almost $600,000 in earnings. But, you know, when a smaller field and an off-the-turf race becomes, in some ways, a jockey's race, and you've got to be tactical. And Mexican Wonder Boy with Heeman Harkey, he's got one job. Outrun your main rival to your inside Happy Farm and make him chase you. And Mexican Wonder Boy has enough speed to make that happen.
Is it just and he's even money right now? It's a compact field. There's not many competitors, so everyone knows who the horse to kind of gang up on is, and that's why you see a lot of traffic problems sometimes in these small fields?
In small fields, you see more traffic than big fields, and that's exactly why, Greg, because everybody's aware of where everybody else is. You can't get lost in a small field.
2-1 on both Duress and now Mexican Wonder Boy, so that price starting to come down on the 7, who did go gate to wire 2 starts back in a race that was taken off the turf. It was a sloppy track here at Belmont back on May the 6th. Talking about the 7 Mexican Wonder Boy.
Well, what did we learn yesterday? The meaning of jockey, right? It's to maneuver or manipulate by adroit or devious means. This is your opportunity, Heeman Harkey, to live the jockey dream.
To be devious. We'll see if he can out-quick. I mean, the Happy Farm used to be incredibly quick. I don't think he's maybe as quick as he used to be now at 8, but still, it could be a tall order to try and get in front. I would think, though, Mexican Wonder Boy is up to the challenge. He looks like he might have that ability.
The key to it is that you come out completely committed to that idea.
Well, we know this rider he does that as well, Heeman Harkey, when he gets these opportunities. Let's go back down to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Mexican Wonder Boy, I think he is the fastest of the fast in here, as you guys were mentioning. Could have shown maybe a little bit more energy on the track in the warm-up, but we did see Heeman Harkey take him away from the pony. He's gotten his blood flowing, which I can appreciate with him here today. And physically, overall, he looks fine. Honestly, I really didn't want to make a pick in this race. I'm not in love with anybody, but let's talk about Happy Farm. When I first watched him gallop away, he looked good. It looked as though he was handling the track well. And now I'm kind of watching him jog back and forth. Now I'm not so sold, but I'm ultimately going to go with him because this is definitely one of the best times I've seen him look. And I like the fact that he does get to pair races back to back, finally, and who knows how long, since 2000. Last year, if that. And Antonio Arriaga and his owner, who's very hands-on, they do a great job. They have a small stable, so a lot of these horses get very individualized care, and I think that's what's kind of shining through here with Happy Farm, guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. So even money on Happy Farm as we got post time coming up. Want to remind everybody this is coming up tomorrow. One of the most prestigious races there is. Group 1 Epsom Derby, undefeated Desert Crown for Sir Michael Stout. Aidan O'Brien with an undefeated 3-year-old Stone Age. And Charlie Appleby with Nation's Pride, who's trying to win his 5th in a row. That coverage begins 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow on Fox.
Exciting race, deep pool of talent there, and I'm excited. I can't wait to see it. Hey.
Yeah.
Just found out I'm going to the game.
What game are you talking about?
New York Ranger game. What other game is there tonight?
And you got your New York Rangers colors on as well. What a start for them in this series, huh?
Hopefully they can keep it going. My man Ron Anderson helping me out.
Nice. You're going to have to send me a few pics from the game.
Will do. Got to not lose my voice this time.
We need you on the show. We got a big weekend. We got a big weekend ahead, so save yourself. Mexican Wonder Boy. So here he is, Heeman Harkey. Doesn't get a ton of opportunities, but again, like when he's on a speed horse, he knows what to do with it.
This is such a simple game plan as far as I'm concerned. Mexican Wonder Boy's fast. He's 2 for 4 on wet surfaces. The track is playing favorable to speed, and the horse to beat has speed directly inside of you. Take it away from him. Come out. Not that you want the lead, that you are going to the lead. It's like playing a game of chicken. You cannot blink. I am going to go as fast as you make me go to make the lead. And if you want to go with me, it's going to cost both of us dearly. That's the mindset you have to have.
And, you know, I guess that's why Duress is taking the money in here, because they figure those two are going to battle. And he's the one that looks like he can sit off of those two and pick up the pieces, but we have no idea if he can run on dirt.
I just can't see, 5-2 on a horse that's never been on the surface. It's not like Tommy Albatrani is a trainer that's committed to running horses on turf. He's obviously as proficient a dirt trainer, trained the great Bernardini, who is a tremendous dirt horse. So why has this horse spent his entire career solely on turf?
We're about to find out if he can handle at least this muddy sealed racetrack. He'll have the inside post from post 2, dirt debut for Duress. Happy Farm, though, the 3-horse, your even money favorite. Can Mexican Wonder Boy, the 7, out quick him to the front early on? It's the start of the late pick 5. Let's go to John Embrial for the call.
And they're off. Duress broke well from the inside post. Happy Farm is right there. And Mexican Wonder Boy. So it's 3 of them across the track with Mexican Wonder Boy now taking the lead and getting clear. Mexican Wonder Boy sprinting away to lead by 2.5, 3 lengths. Happy Farm's running in second. It's another 4 back to Duress, who's in third. And a big break to the trailer. Troubling Moon in fourth. The quarter in the mud in 22 seconds. Mexican Wonder Boy leads by 3.5 lengths. Happy Farm is running in second, another 3.5. Back to Duress, and it's 10 lengths to the trailer Troubling Moon. Mexican Wonder Boy takes the field to the top of the stretch. Happy Farm giving chase in second. Duress on the outside, being asked for more. Mexican Wonder Boy is the leader through a half mile in 45 seconds. It is Mexican Wonder Boy, the leader by 4. Then Happy Farm and Duress. Mexican Wonder Boy in front as they pass the 16th pole. It will be Mexican Wonder Boy and Heeman Harkey over the muddy going. Mexican Wonder Boy won by better than 5 lengths. Happy Farm completes the exacta.
Heeman, Masters of the Universe Harkey on Mexican Wonder Boy. He didn't break that sharp out of the gate, Mig. He still easily was able to get to the front.
Yeah, Heeman Harkey had one job, and he did it well. Even though he didn't break as sharp as he might have liked, he said, I'm going to the lead. And this horse never looked like he was going to get beat. He just skipped over the top of this sealed surface here at Belmont Park. And that's what you do in a short field when you've got a speed horse on a speed-favoring racetrack.
8-5, second choice on the board to kick off this late pick 5, 7, 3, 2, and 8. And did what he was supposed to do, and it could have gone very bad early with that kind of sluggish start out of the get-go, but it shows you how fast this horse is.
Well, how fast he is and how committed to that plan that Heeman was. You can't say, I want the lead. You have to commit to it. It's like the difference between bacon and eggs. The chicken's involved, the pig's committed. You have to be committed.
Wait, sorry, what?
Chicken lays an egg and moves on. Pig gives his life for it, doesn't he?
Got it. I've never heard that one. 8-5 on Mexican Wonder Boy. We're going to take a timeout. Second choice picks off this late pick 5 when we come back. Hidden Stash, he was on the Triple Crown Trail last year. He's been switched to the grass. He was getting to a horse who came back to win a Grade 1 on the turf in his next start, and he just missed in a stake last time out. He's the one to beat coming up. Back on the grass in the 6th at Churchill.
De Marchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubois standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is establishing himself as a sire of sires. His sons at stud include exciting young international stallions like Night of Thunder, Time Test, and Zarak. With his picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Look for his first yearlings this year. De Marchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back in America's Day at the Races on FS2, regional networks in Southern California. Good to have you with us. Mexican Wonder Boy got to the front despite that slow beginning and really just put away Happy Farm from the get-go. 9th win of his career for this 5-year-old by Can the Man.
I'm very happy for Heman Harkey. He works very hard in the morning, trying to get opportunities. Gave this horse a very confident ride, too. Inside the 8th pole, kind of checking around where see the competition is. Guys that don't, get limited opportunities on live horses tend to get overexcited. He looked cool as could be. Very happy for him, well rewarded.
Emily Racing Stable. Harkey. And Chandra Govardhan winning trainer off the claim here. Nice job to get this horse back in the winner's circle first off the claim. 50-cent early pick 5, $185 there. And of course kicked off the late pick 5 as well as we head back to Louisville under the Twin Spires on the turf here. Rails out 24 feet. Mile and a 16th in this allowance optional claiming field. And last year in the Triple Crown Trail in the Tampa Bay Derby, you could make the argument Hidden Stash, that was one of the most exciting finishes of any horse to that point in the Triple Crown. A lot of hype from this horse. Obviously, it didn't pan out. Ran in the Derby, was 14th, but since getting on the turf, he's just shown another dimension. We'll get to him in a minute. We start with a 1 here. Gray Streak, remaining half of the entry with Tyler Gaffalione.
You get Tyler Gaffalione for Rusty Arnold, both having tremendous meetings.
The rail is going to go to Muda Katif, who actually faced some pretty good horses last time out and has run some good figures.
Yeah, it was well beaten last time, but has run some good figures and is a big price.
Way too big a price on that horse. He is a major player, at least to get a piece of this. Jammers Justice has speed.
Has speed. Speed's been good, but is that going to help this horse enough?
Hidden Stash. He was motoring home late in a stake where he just missed against Bray's Fable, and he's trying to run down multiple graded stakes winners. Cheryl Spite 3 starts back of the grass.
Yeah, all his turf races are good. Hasn't broken through to the winner's circle yet, but shouldn't be long.
Yeah, facing great company. Today should be the day you would think. Ombre for Cherie DeVoe.
This horse has got the advantage, I think, of being forwardly placed, and I want to be forward on this turf course.
7-1 on 2nd of July. Kenny McPeak.
Could turn out to be the speed of the speed here. Tough son of Jack Milton who likes to run up close.
Started out 2 for 2 on the turf with a graded stakes win at Belmont sprinting. Awfully Naughty 7-1.
turning back in distance, dropping out of the San Luis Rey, and he's more of a closing type, but he fits.
Turney Tim, he's got 3 wins, 7 seconds, and 23 turf starts.
Yeah, more of a deep closer, again, for a track that hasn't been kind to closers.
And we saw Rusty Arnold win with a horse off the claim yesterday. We'll see if Mud Pie can win his 5-year-old debut for that barn coming up.
Yeah, finished third to Maltael, who was second just now here in New York to Soldier Rising. But that was a 1.5 miles. This is off the layoff, and he is more of a closing type with a tough outside post.
6-1. Let's take a look at Hidden Stash in that opening verse. This was at 1 mile, and he really starts motoring late in this race.
Yeah, got to save ground under Rafael Bejarano, worked his way out, and really settled. He got to his right lead. He's got, really that turf action, the way he sticks his head out, really reaches.
3-horse blue cap.
Yeah, reaches over the ground, doesn't he? Like, I love the way, that's the way a turf horse reaches out over the ground. And he just ran out of real estate. He almost got there. The horse on the lead was saved by the wire.
And a few jumps past the wire, he was in front, but that was too late. Is this kick more potent at 1 mile, or is the 1 16th fine?
I think 1 16th fine. Also, you can make the case that the last race was tougher company than today.
Oh, no question. Yeah. 9-5 here. That was the opening verse. Let's check in with Paul LaDuca for more.
Yeah, thanks, Rager. Thanks, Mick. Standing right next to the Aristides statue here, right outside the paddock, and absolutely beautiful day here at Churchill Downs. And you guys are right. Hidden Stash is the one to beat in here, and he's a horse that's 2 for 12 lifetime. Then you start looking a little deeper. He's 0 for 8 the last 2 years. I get it. He was motoring home, and he's the horse to beat in here. Grace Fable obviously coming back to win a Grade 1 just franks that form a little more. Bejarano aboard. And Victoria Oliver, you got to give her a ton of credit. After the long sort of, I guess, Derby sort of trail where he ran a 14th and really didn't have a chance in the Derby against Medina Spirit, he sort of hit the reset button and they put him on the grass, and he's turned into a nice horse. I love a horse in here, guys. The 6 Ombre, Adam Beschizza, Cherie DeVoe. This horse has got some very good numbers to go back to. Mig even said it. Tactically, this horse has got a good shot to lay in a great position. Right now, they are both fighting for favoritism, the 5 and 9-5 and the 6 at 3-1. But I'm looking for the 6 Ombre so I could look like Pat Day after the race, the statue right behind me, and raise to the heavens that I finally picked a winner, Wolfie.
It's going to happen, Paulie. Believe. How many wins did Pat Day have in his incredible career? So good on the front end.
I love that statue, and that's after he had won the Kentucky Derby. Oh gosh, and the horse's name's escaping me now. I can't believe that I'm forgetting that. I'm gonna have to look that up quick.
8-5 favorite, Hidden Stash. So Paulie's going against Hidden Stash. He's gonna go with Ombre. He's gonna be more forward, certainly, in this race. And you look at terms of who's gonna be in front, though. And we talked about a couple. Certainly, Jammer's Just is the 4. I don't know if he has the credentials to win this race, but he's quick. He wants to be forward. I keep going back to the 3, though, who has, look at the numbers he's run on the grass. They fit with what Hidden Stash and Ombre have done, and he's 22-1.
I think he's way too big a price, and he's got a good inside post, and he can get some forward position. Gabe Saez has been riding well. He's aggressive. And just so I can straighten this out, 1992, Lily T, Pat Day for Lynn Whiting. Got it done.
Thank you. Let's take a look at Mud Pie. 6-1 outside post. Florent Giroux, Rusty Arnold. This will be the 5-year-old debut coming up. So this race, he was the 4-horse. Very far back. And makes up a ton of ground late with that kind of slingshot move into the stretch. And he'll come up just a little bit short.
This was also going 1.5 miles. It has the feeling this 1 16th race is a place to get him started to set him up for races at more appropriate distances for him.
And it was a nice horse. He was trying to run down Malthael, but you look at the competition Hidden Stash has been going against. So Grace Fable would become a Grade 3 winner after that opening verse. Even Carpenter's Call, who beat him. He's 3 for 4 on the turf. He was 3rd in the Grade 3 Appleton, and then, of course, Cheryl Spida, we talked about, multiple graded stakes winner since that time they faced off in January, including a Grade 1 win. So towers in terms of who he's faced over anybody in this group.
Yeah, and no doubt. But I do think it's a competitive race. I like your idea with the 3 at a big price. Maybe if you don't think he can beat the likes of Hidden Stash, you use him underneath. I thought that Ombre makes a lot of sense as well.
Do you think there's a good look at Hidden Stash too? As Paul brought up, do you think there's something to the fact he hasn't won in a while? But he's only been on the turf 3 times in his career. He's hit the board all 3 starts.
And all 3 races were good races. I mean, look, he ran second to Cheryl Spite. Cheryl Spite came out of the race, won a Grade 1 at
Maker's
Keeneland.
Mark Mile, yeah.
I'm all excited. You kind of lost me.
We lost you after they won Game 7 of the last series, so we're used to it.
Ouch.
6-1 on Mud Pie outside. Florent Giroux. We'll see if that closing kick. Well, I mean, he was a mile back, going a mile and a half. How far is he going to be back in this race?
You would think he'd be pretty outrun.
See what happens here. It's the start of the late pick 4. Travis Stone, the call.
And they're off. 2nd of July, stumbled coming out of there. Jammers Duchess toward the inside. Gray Streak is there. Mutakatif down toward the rails. 2nd of July, after that stumbling beginning, has raced all the way up to challenge for the lead. So it is Jammers Justice and 2nd of July into the opening turn together. Gray Streak backs off, settles into 3rd. Mutakatif toward the inside 4th. Ombre comes away 3 wide 5th. A margin of 4 to Awfully Naughty back in 6th. 3 more back to Attorney Tim in 7th. Mud Pie is 2nd to last. And the early trailer is Hidden Stash, about 12 lengths off the lead. That opening quarter's on the board in 23 and 4. Long shot, Jammers Justice throws the way. 2nd of July is prompting from 2nd, now backs off just a bit with 4 furlongs to go. A margin of 2 back to Gray Streak down inside 3rd. Ombre in the clear 4th. Mutakatif shuffled back into 5th. Here's Awfully Naughty, started to make some progress from 6th with 8 lengths to make up though. Mud Pie, Attorney Tim, Hidden Stash is still last and is still 12 lengths behind. So round the far turn, the opening half, a sharp 47-1. They're closing in now. Jammers Justice has lost a lead. Here's Hombre taking over right at the top of the stretch. Hombre turning for home, opening up to lead by 2. Mutakatif set down for the drive. Awfully Naughty is there. Mud Pie coming down the center of the turf course. Attorney Tim goes to the rail. Inside the final furlong. Hombre's clear by 2. Mud Pie closing in, but so is the wire. Hombre trying to hold, and he does. Hombre the winner. Mud Pie 2nd. Tight for 3rd among Hidden Stash, Mutakatif, or Attorney Tim.
Ombre with the win. Cherie DeVaux, Adam Beschizza. Nice call. Paul LaDuca. This horse now 3 for 8 on the grass.
Yeah, it was in the right position. You want to be forwardly placed on this turf course. Those horses are closing, but they're not able to reel in a horse if he's a quality horse like Ombre is, who got the right trip under a very strong finishing rider in Adam Beschizza. And I want to see a shot of Paul in the same pose as Pat Day after ED, like the statue. Ombre gets it done.
Let's get Travis some Spanish lessons. Adam Beschizza aboard for the win. Cherie DeVaux, now again, 3 wins, 8 tries on the grass. And Hidden Stash, just way too much to do in this race.
God, I'm shocked that he was that far back. Yep.
And again, now the winless streak continues to run good on the grass. This was a little disappointing, though, with who he's faced. We're going to swap out here. We're going to let you go because you have some other stuff to do.
Got to catch a train. Let's go, Rangers.
That's the best you got for us?
I don't want to lose my voice too early.
Save it for tonight. Andy Serling going to be stepping in after a short timeout. We got a lot more coming up, including talking plenty about that 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown with Rich Strike. And how about this team? Chad Brown, Manny Franco. Going to team up with highly respected, just missed the Bayshore, and on the undefeated unanimous consent to come this weekend in the Pennine Ridge. We'll preview both when we come back.
Union Rags, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making formula.
a formula that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. He's a leader in his sire crop by graded stakes winners and Grade 1 winners. He's a commercial standout with multiple million-dollar sales and a 6-figure yearling average. And with 4 full books bred at 50 and 60,000, he has even more exciting progeny in the pipeline. Union Rags, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays feature a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:15, kicking off the Win Early Pick 5. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 Grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for spending your Friday afternoon with us here on America's Day at the Races. We are brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. I'm Maggie Wolfendale, and we have horses making their way from the paddock to the track here for this 6th race. So we are on the main track going 1 mile and a 16th, and we do see favoritism swapping back and forth currently between the 7 and the 8. Let's take a look, though, at the 7 current favorite, Trapezoid, taking the blinkers off here for trainer Peter Walder and dropping in class. Just no match last time over yet again a sloppy racetrack, but in the past he's run well. I think it was just the level of competition, and 2, he couldn't find his way to the lead going the 7 furlongs. Well, today I think he does. He is the fastest horse on paper. They did keep him in the saddling stall for a while. I kind of wish they didn't do that, and I know why they did, because he's obviously likely to be claimed in here, dropping in for the 20, you would think. But he seems like a horse that needs to keep moving. He just seems a little tight behind. I'll watch him and how he warms up here out on the racetrack, but he makes a lot of sense considering the way this track has been playing, which has been tilted towards speed. Well, we get it back up to the set as Andy Serling now joins Greg Wolf. Hey, guys.
Yeah, hi, Andy. How you doing?
Good, Greg. How are you?
Yeah, good to be with you. We got this late pick 4 coming up, and we're going to see a horse who... That Bayshore, what a beat for Highly Respected.
When you go into the day with the high hopes that Chad Brown and Klarovich did that day, and early voting ran well but lost the wood, then you lose a nose photo like he lost the Bayshore. I think that's the point where you say it's just not my day.
Things got a little better since that time.
They have, yeah. And they've been pretty good before it, too.
Very good horse. We're looking forward to seeing him come back. That's still to come. Right now, our post spread for the 6th, Shiokare Jose Ortiz.
The way the track has been playing with inside speed so dominant, it'll be hard for him to win, but the best move is to stay inside and try to make a big late run.
Direct order just claimed off of Michelle Nevin with Jimmy Ryerson.
Sort of ditto for this horse, another horse that's very much pace dependent.
6-1 next door on Kumar for Gustavo Rodriguez.
I think it'll be up at a very generous price at 6-1 for a horse that could be the inside speed, depending on what the 7 does, and I think Jose Lozcano will be wise to hold that position.
Mississippi was claimed out of a race at Keeneland off of Ron Moquette with Mercan Cantermassy now.
The Cantermassis have been on a great run for America's Pastime Stables. If this horse is effective, I'm not sure they're going to lose a race at the Belmont meet.
Aggressive rider with a horse who should be in front. Blinkers coming off.
You got to think the Trapezoid's going to go here. It's a horse that I liked in this race, and he's my top choice. Of course, Irad Ortiz, he's gone to Penn National to ride in the stakes there tonight.
Crypto Cash. He's been very consistent. Was a win winner, I should say, 2-back. We're going to show you that race momentarily.
He was very fortunate to win 2-back under an exceptional ride by Kendrick Carmouche. But drawing outside as a horse without a lot of speed, I just don't know if he's going to get a winning trip on this track. That's why I prefer a horse like the 7.
And we're going to show you that race. So he was last early in here. He actually got a very good rail trip, and then a 4-way duel developed right in front of him. And Kendrick, if he was patient actually the whole open, but he decided to go wide and he still won.
No, this was an exceptional ride by him. I bet the second horse at 7-1, and I got to tell you, that may have been the biggest fit that I've thrown in about 3 years. I mean, he was so much the best. He moved early, he moved wide, the inside was good, and Kendrick was just biding his time on this horse and did everything possibly right to win by a sliver over a horse that was probably a good 2 or 3 lengths better than Crypto Cash. They met again the next time. Somehow Crypto Cash was still favored. That one turned the tables, not surprisingly. But more than that, and not saying he can't win, I did originally pick him second, but as I watched the races today, I did have a deep close in the third race that came from last to run second. But that horse saved ground before angling out and going wide. It just seems like we're really seeing it hard to make up ground, and horses with inside position seem to have an advantage so far today.
So, you know, we expect to see Trapezoid the 7 in front. I guess, is Kumar the only one maybe that could put some heat on him?
Yeah, and I mean, I think the Trapezoid is faster, but Kumar's not slow, and this might be a good situation for Jose Lezcano. Just be aggressive. And I mean, if I were my horse, I'd want to be aggressive with him because I think if he's able to assert himself, that's an awfully big price on Kumar, isn't it? For a horse that's as consistent as he is.
Yeah, 7-1. He was 4 on the line, and we have a couple of scratches in here, too. Here's Trapezoid, though, the one we figure to be in front. Luis Saez for Peter Walder. Those blinkers, they are coming off. He's a 12-time winner in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I picked him. You have to worry about his last race a little bit. This is 3-back at Tampa, where he lost at 3-5. Now, a lot of people will look, and it's fair to say, he's 3-5 at Tampa, and he doesn't win, and you want him to win at Belmont. Well, that was a pretty legitimate field, actually. I don't think he ran badly in there. Should he have won? Probably, but he still ran an 84 Beyer. It came up a reasonable race, and I just thought he was very dangerous, potential speed dropping down. And I think if you look at him, isn't he better going longer than shorter, a little bit longer?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to like with him here, except obviously that price right now. But
right.
You see that bullet drill coming into, I would think, with the equipment change. Don't know, but quickest to 34 in the morning. He's the co-favorite at 2-1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I picked him. I'm not surprised he's a short price in here, but I think I would prefer him over the number 8 Crypto Cash, more because tactically he should have better position in that one, and it seems, and listen, to be fair, we've seen fairly logical results in this racetrack day. It's not like we're seeing massive upset winners on the front end, but it just seems like inside speed's been much better, and you have 2 horses you think, at least I think, have a reasonably similar chance of winning. I want to have a chance, well, I want to take the horse that fits the track profile.
Dropping in Class 2. 4 for 7 on an off track with Trapezoid. Lots to like. You can play this race. Pick 4 starts here. $120,000 plus in that pool and growing. Get that free $25 play in the Belmont Stakes, plus that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. With that code right there, Belmont25. New members, punch that in at sign-up, and you're good to go at NYRABets.com or on the NYRABets app. With more on the 6th there to kick off this Pick 4. Let's go back to Maggie.
We'll talk about number 7, Trapezoid, who was talking about kind of move out of and warm up nicely behind, as I expressed some concerns about that when he was walking away. But again, he stayed with the pony. It wasn't like they really got his blood flowing. They barely got trot, to be quite honest. And not to say that he's not going to the lead, but there are just some things I wish they did with him to make me feel more confident about him, you know, getting out to the lead and getting this mile and a 16th. But I can see him winning. I'm going to take a stab here with the horse that Andy brought up that I agree is too big of a price. That's number 3, Kumar. And honestly, probably the horse that when you just looked at this field at face value, I thought relative to what I've seen from Kumar in the past, looks great. And I think he might be getting a little bit overlooked here because there's nothing really sexy about him. He's just consistent. He's been running at this level. He doesn't often win, but he can show up and win, and he can show up and run a figure that wins this. So I'm going to take a stab with Kumar here. I totally agree with you, Andy. I think he could be the one in the right position early and late.
All right, so 6-1 on Kumar. I just think the more I look at it, Trapezoid's too quick. Science is going to be ultra aggressive here, I would think.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm never confident that it's going to play it exactly that way because a rider's intention can play a very big role here. And I don't disagree. I think Trapezoid is supposed to be in front, but you never know. Now, Louis Saez is an aggressive rider, so it's hard to see him not doing that. But what if Lezcano decides he's supposed to be aggressive here, right?
I just don't know even if he is, if he can keep up. We'll see. 5-2 or 6-1 on a race that kicks off this pick 4. Do you know what a trapezoid is, by the way?
It's it has is it 8? Is it 6 sides or something, or 8 sides?
Quadrilateral with only one pair of parallel sides.
Okay, that's.
I had to look that up.
I mean, geometry was the one regents that I did poorly in, to be honest with you.
I knew when I was 16, probably.
Geometry, I did great in trig, I did great in algebra, but geometry was not one that I did exceptionally well in.
So beyond this leg that kicks it off, of course, we're going to see Highly Respected. Do you believe he is a single in that next race?
No. I think that there's a couple of horses that I thought were a little bit interesting in there.
Galt?
Galt could win, but I was more. He can win. I'm not. But I actually think Constitutional Lawyer is a little bit interesting in there. We'll get to that when we talk about the race.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, the favorite's horse to beat. And I think Dominican Pioneer's a horse that might stretch out effectively. I like the 3 and 10 as my 2 horses in the 8th race, Conquer the World and QF75. I think they're fairly logical. The last race is just a crapshoot, though. There's horses in there I'm shocked. Aren't you surprised that Sugar McGee scratched the 1A and is running the 1 instead? Do you think he'd want to run the 1A? Wouldn't the 1A have been a heavy favorite in the dirt in here?
Well, maybe he knows something we don't.
Maybe he does. No, I agree.
Yeah, that race meant for the grass comes off main track to close out the card. Maiden special weight at a mile. First things first, this will kick it off here. 8-5 favorite. Public slightly remaining with Crypto Cash, who's going to be fairly far back from that 7-horse early on. Can this horse here, Kumar, put pressure on early? 7-time winner, 2 of those wins on off tracks, 3 of those wins here at Belmont. And Gio Cari's taken a little bit of money. We haven't talked much about him on the rail.
He's just got to get a lot of pace to close. That's the thing. That's what worries me. I mean, both he and Direct Order are somewhat pace compromised. I am surprised the amount of money he's taking, considering he's a deeper closer and the way the track is played. But maybe the race falls apart. Maybe the 3 and 7 engage in here, and that creates somewhat of a meltdown. And I don't think the 8 absolutely has to win this race, if that happens.
Jose Ortiz on Gio Cari. He'll load first for Rudy Rodriguez. And he steps in those silks of Micropoli. 5-year-old son of Curlin. But yeah, 8-5 favorite remains here. Crypto Cash. Trying to win for the 3rd time in the last 4 starts. There he is, that 8-horse with Kendrick Carmouche. One of a few riders who's heading to Penn National in a couple of hours. Or less, actually. Let's go upstairs for the start of this pick 4. John Imbrial, the call.
Crypto Cash. And they're in the gate for Belmont's 6th race. And they're off. It was a hesitant beginning for number 1, Jacare. Trapezoid away well. Kumar is towards the inside, but Trapezoid has the lead. Kumar a close second. Crypto Cash is on the outside and in 3rd and hard held there. Mississippi is alongside. Then a break of 2. Back to Direct Order and Jacare. Kumar goes on with it to take a narrow lead over Trapezoid. It's Kumar in front by a half length. The opening quarter, 23 and 3/5 seconds. Trapezoid on the outside in 2nd. Jacare has advanced down at the rail. Mississippi's in between horses, and Crypto Cash is on the outside. Direct Order trails the field in 6th as they continue over the muddy and sealed track with Kumar leading Trapezoid. Jacare is down at the rail. The half-mile went in 47 and 2/5 seconds as they go around the turn with Kumar and Trapezoid 1-2. Crypto Cash now moves up on the outside to take 3rd, and Direct Order follows the move there of Crypto Cash. Jacare is down at the rail with Mississippi alongside. Trapezoid now right next to Kumar. Trapezoid with a head in front. Crypto Cash now up to challenge on the outside. Kumar is back running in 3rd. Then it's Jacare, Mississippi, and Direct Order as the field turns into the stretch. Kumar looking to come back again on the inside. Kumar resurgent there down at the rail. On the outside is Crypto Cash. Trapezoid is now back running in third. It is Kumar and Crypto Cash, and the two of them hook up inside the 16th pole. Kumar on the inside, Crypto Cash on the outside. The two of them come for the finish. Very, very tight. Kumar and Crypto Cash in a Friday photo finish.
Tight finish. It looks like Kumar may have got it here. Jose Lezcano, Gustavo Rodriguez battles back.
How's the rail? I mean, it looked like he was going to be left for dead top of the stretch. I mean, it looked like there was a better chance he'd run last than he would win this race top of the stretch. His Trapezoid looked like he was taking control, and he just came back on the inside. Interestingly enough, the 8 never got by him. He never got his head in front of this horse. And listen, I don't think there's any doubt, given the way the track is played today, that Crypto Cash ran the better race. But let's give a little credit to Jose Lezcano, who was aggressive from the start. He was going to lose the race, but if he was going to lose the race, he was going to lose the right way, right? And he managed to keep the 3 in front, keep the 3 in front, and he came back and got the job done. Yeah, I think the 8 was a little unlucky. I mean, he got a good trip stalking the two of them, but the pace wasn't that fast, and the rail is just very strong.
Jose Lezcano, he did get to the front with Kumar, re-rallies, and gets this win here. 3-8-1-7 at 6-1. Let's go down to Maggie.
And guys, as I said before the race, it just felt as though the connections didn't have that much intention to get Trapezoid, who is naturally faster, to the lead. And as soon as he broke, this horse, Trapezoid, he was getting out. He wasn't getting out the entire race, but you could just tell by Luis Saez's body language that the horse himself was never quite comfortable. And we saw Jose Lezcano completely take advantage of that and exploit that and ride the track to a win here for Kumar, who consistently shows up, at least, Greg.
He does. How about 8th career win here for Kumar?
Yeah, I mean, you have to sort of admire Kumar. Maggie hinted this before the race. He doesn't win that often, but he always seems to show up. He always seems to show up and give a reasonable account of himself. And in this situation, he probably wasn't best, but when you're a horse like him and you hang around and you run well, sometimes the circumstances are favorable for you, and you get a win where maybe you weren't the best horse. But he's also probably lost some races where he might have run the best race. I think he's got one actually going back, so good for him. Neat hard knocker.
A nice horse to have. I think anyone would like to have a horse like this in their barn. 8 wins now, 5 seconds and 34 career starts. Still to come, Grade 1 hopeful winner from last summer at Saratoga. He is back, set to make his 3-year-old debut, the son of Gunrunner. For Steve Asmussen and Winchell Thoroughbreds, Gunite returns in the 7th at Churchill next.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us on this Friday afternoon. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Back at Belmont, late pick 4 begins with Kumar. An aggressive ride from Jose Lezcano, and it pays off. This horse finding more down the stretch when it looked like he was beat. Re-rallies for the win.
Yeah, and doing it down towards the inside. And once again, I don't want to keep beating the drum, but we talked about it beforehand. I think performances are getting a bit exaggerated by horses able to save ground like this. Now, he comes out to meet the 8 for whatever reason and ends up holding him off, but this horse took advantage of a trip in a certain way, and the 8 was a bit against it. They both ran well, though.
$15 winner, 3-8-1, and it came down to this in the end. Our Run Happy photo finish. It goes to Kumar over Crypto Cash. Not that close in the end.
Yeah, I mean it's funny. It doesn't look. It looks closer when you watched it live, but that's a full couple of noses.
So look, Mexican Wonder Boy starts off this pick 5 beating an even money favorite.
Yep, 4 to 5.
It matters.
Oh, no question about it. This is, if you're alive in this thing, it's a great start to it. Kumar's a great start.
And $15 here, but long way to go, including, as we talked about, that last race. Who knows what's going to happen there?
Gunite 3 to 5.
We get back to Churchill Downs. Grade 1 hopeful winner Gunite, again making his return to the races here. The 2 for Steve Asmussen. 3 to 5, yes indeed, for his comeback race.
He shouldn't be favored.
Here's Surfer Dude, who can make an argument that he's the one to beat.
I thought his last 2 races were absolutely terrific, and I do believe he's the one to beat.
Gunite, he is getting over bet, but winningest spar in the history of North America and a Grade 1 win on the resume.
He's got 1 race, the hopeful, that would make him tough. And obviously improvement from 2 to 3. But it's taken a while to get back, and he's not meeting a bunch of bums.
He still might need to improve off that win here.
If this horse runs his last race, they all need to improve.
This horse, if he can repeat what he did last time out, no one's going to be close.
He'll win for fun. Now, I don't know where it came from, and I don't know if we'll see it again, but his last race was incredible.
It was incredible. Yeah, dusted Verratti, who we're going to see later at Belmont in the next race coming up. Magnolia Midnight 10 to 1, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, I mean, he was compromised a bit by the track last time, but he really didn't do any running. I guess his race 2 back gives him a chance, but probably
Gunite's former rider on a different horse there. Tejano Twist is out. Here's Call Me Midnight, who was the Grade 3 LeConte winner. He beat Epicenter in that race.
It's just hard to see him getting enough pace to close into in this race. I love a turn back, but I don't know. Maybe I'll use him a little. I'm gonna bet against the 2. I'm gonna key to 1 with the 3 and 6.
Oh, that horse right there, yeah, he is. He could be a star if he can repeat what he did last time out. Let's show you Gunite, though, his big moment from last summer at Saratoga. Bumped early on in this race, and Ricardo Santana Jr. sent him up the rail completely unimpeded, and he actually got to the front. And then he does find another gear here mid-stretch.
No, he ran very well in this race, and don't forget he didn't break that well, and he dominated, but Witt really didn't run his best race in here, and I think a lot of horses, High Oak, came out of the race with an injury. The field got scattered behind him. I'm not knocking him. It's a terrific effort. If he builds on this and he runs in his 3-year-old debut, he can win this race. The problem I have with him, the rest of his races aren't really that good. His Champagne was okay, but I don't know. I'm not sold on this horse.
Well, even taking that into account and some improvement, he's going to need a big leap, you would think, if Conacher can improve off what he did last time out, and Surfer Dude for that matter. Let's go to Paul LaDuca for more.
Yeah, actually, Greg, I think if Conacher doesn't need to improve, just to repeat that effort, like Andy says, it beats this field. It's just the bottom line. The horse ran, I don't know if you're a thoroughgraph player, and I know you are, Greg. This horse ran a 1.5 on the sheets, absolutely blows this field away. Now, like Andy said, I don't know where it came from at 74 to 1 with Joe Rocco aboard. But if you look, the horse had been on turf before, had a couple good races as a 2-year-old, the son of Jimmy Creed, and maybe he's just gotten bigger and stronger. And I'm sort of in agreement with Andy that this is a tough spot for Gunite. Am I using? Yes, I am. I think you have to use, because if you look at the rest of these 3-year-olds in this race, they've all improved from their starts from 2-year-old to 3. So you would think Gunite will. I also think the 6 is getting undersold in here. I get there's a cutback in here, but this horse did win the LeConte, did beat Epicenter. I get it. I mean, you got to understand, Epicenter was 2nd in the Derby, 2nd in the Preakness, and I get the cutback might be, a little too short, but the horse does have a win when breaking his maiden at the 1-turn mile, somewhat the same configuration. Like Andy says, needs some pace to get run into, but the class might prevail in here. I think this is a tough spot in here. I'll ultimately go with the 3 in here, Conager, because I actually think Conager could actually bounce a tiny bit and not run as fast as last time and still win this race.
We'll see if he can get that pace to set it up for him here, Paulie. 6-1 on Call Me Midnight. Owns a win over Epicenter. And, back to the numbers Paul was talking about that Conager ran on the Thoroughgraphs last time out. So he said at 1.5. Those are the same numbers Epicenter has been running.
Right. Early voting ran a 0 in the Preakness. I mean, that's the kind of numbers you're comparing him to. At this point, arguably, if not the 2 best 3-year-olds out there, 2 of the 4 or 3 or 4 best 3-year-olds out there. A horse like Conager, he's the kind of horse that wins this race, and let's say he pays, $6. You feel like kind of an idiot after the race. You say, why didn't I make it so difficult? On the other hand, when he loses, you say, yeah, it was just one race. Who believes him? You can second-guess yourself any way you want with this horse.
Yeah, a lot of people look at Thoroughgraphs or whatever you do look at. Right now he's a 1-number horse.
Right.
And
he's in Byers, too. He is with Byers, too. Yeah. I mean, I think any speed figure you look at, in Byers, he ran a 97. His previous high was a 68. His previous high in the dirt was a 59. I look at Timeform US. He ran a 118 number on their numbers. He ran an 81 and 76.
Yeah. Look at it. We never know what was asked, the intention in the morning, how hard he had to work to get it, but 2 back-to-back bullet drills as well at Churchill coming into this start.
Okay, can we compare Conager? What horse does Conager's PPs kind of remind you of, honestly? Rich Strike. Couldn't get out of his own way, really, in the dirt. He ran a few races in synthetic. He improved a little bit, and then he went to the dirt and he won the Kentucky Derby. I'm not comparing the 2 horses, though, when you look at those figures.
He needs to be a Keeneland, then.
I mean, I don't know. But this is this is like a Rich Strike Jr. a little bit in a certain way. These kind of horses, listen, sometimes the light goes on, and, they turn around. Now, if he wins, that doesn't mean Rich Strike's going to win. And if he loses, it doesn't mean that Rich Strike's going to lose. But there's a similarity, I think, between them.
Well,
a lot of intrigue here.
A little more realistic. We still think over bet, right, at 6-5 on Gunite?
I do. I mean, I keyed the 1 with the 3 and a little 6. I'm trying to beat Gunite. I think... I know you'll agree with me. I would love to see Gunite run really well here. I'd like to see we all root for good horses to do well. And Steve Asmussen brings them back, and they usually come back running. But I just feel like he didn't come back in some sort of easy spot today.
Not at all. And potentially, we have a story in the making here in the 3 Conager. We'll see what happens. Travis Stone, the call, the 2 Gunite, Grade 1 hopeful winner. His 3-year-old return to the races.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Conager with a good beginning from the middle. Surfer Dude comes through toward the rail. And Gunite's not far behind either with Magnolia Midnight. Down to the main track they go. Conager out there showing the way. And here's Gunite, who comes on to be second. Surfer Dude is back into third. Magnolia Midnight hustled along on the outside fourth, and it's 4 lengths back to Call Me Midnight, who is the trailer, 8 lengths off the lead. 22-1 was the opening quarter for Conager. The leader by 3 lengths with 4 furlongs to go. Gunite does a stalking second, and Surfer Dude is not far behind either. Third and toward the rail. 3 lengths back to Magnolia Midnight, and it's still 5 back to Call Me Midnight, the trailer. A little bit closer is he. Midway round the far turn, Conager holding on to the lead. Opens back up 1.5 lengths. Gunite's under a ride in second, asked to go now. Surfer Dude's down inside third, and then Magnolia Midnight and Call Me Midnight off the turn. Conager, the leader by 3. Gunite is in a full-out drive. Surfer Dude runs up on that one's outside with 1 furlong to go. Conager has kicked away. Conager by 5 with 100 yards to go. Gunite and Surfer Dude chased him all the way. Conager, a sharp winner by 4. Gunite was a clear second over Surfer Dude. Call Me Midnight was 4th.
We have a long way till we get there. Do we have a potential starter of the Breeders' Cup Sprint we just looked at?
Well, we have a horse that, you think about a Jack Christopher and the Woody Stevens. You think about some of those horses in those races. You have to think of connections right now. They're not thinking about the Breeders' Cup Sprint as much as thinking about the Alan Jerkens at Saratoga, I think, with this horse. Because, I mean, I don't know what kind of number he's got. And I want to say Goodnight ran very well to be second in this race. This horse, I'm going to guess he just ran a similar type of number in here. And, I mean, that's it for allowance races for this guy. We're going to see him in stakes. Now, whether or not the next one...
120. Okay, hold on. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
It's a tick off the track record.
Oh, my God.
For 7/8.
120 and 82, is that what it is? Or 120.62?
120.62. One tick off the track record. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, track records have a lot to do with how quick a racetrack is, but make no mistake, this horse just ran. This is, yeah, I mean, this is potentially one of the best 3-year-old sprinters in the country right now, right? I mean,
that was sensational. Conacher, remember his name.
We may see him in Saratoga in a race like the Amsterdam. I mean, they have to be thinking about the Alan Jerkens. They have to be getting to that race. And they're probably thinking, I wish we had more time to get to the Woody Stevens next week at Belmont.
And that was big time. Back at Belmont, we're 14 minutes away from the 7th next. We're going to see Highly Respected, who just missed in the Bayshore to Witt last time out.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Alan Jerkens Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
And they're off. Following C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The club champion, Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
We're back on America's Day at the Races program, brought to you by one of the great sprinters we've seen in some time. Run Happy never lost in his career while sprinting. We just saw a pretty good sprinter on the rise in the 7th at Churchill named Conacher. We'll revisit that in just a moment. Back here at Belmont, 7th is next. 1-turn mile, an allowance optional claiming field, and Highly Respected for Chad Brown. Won his debut, and he missed by a nose in the Grade 3 Bayshore. He's the 9-5 favorite. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Well, Greg, we see the horse who ran second last time to Conacher here in the paddock, and that is Verratti on the outside, who will try to stretch things out here for Todd Pletcher, second off the bench. Now, he does have good tactical speed, but again, he's outside, so only half against the racetrack, I suppose. I'm okay with him stretching out. I don't want to see him any further than a 1-turn mile here, and he has developed quite nicely. He was a little bit of a bad actor, I remember, in the paddock first time out when he won his debut here last fall as a 2-year-old. Well, mentally he's grown up a ton. He looks incredibly fit coming back here, but what I noticed last time is that Luis Saez was asking him the entire way. I mean, he was driving on Verratti the entire way around there, going the 6 furlongs over the good racetrack. Now, maybe he is a bit faster with the stretch out and distance, but I'm not so sure that he's the fastest horse. We'll get to the horse that is the fastest horse possibly early in a moment, but we'll turn our attention to number 2, Galt, who comes off a little bit of a freshening after running okay behind Epicenter in the Louisiana Derby. What a good-looking horse he's developed into. This is one that I saw first time out here again last year, and just a very long, stretchy horse that looked as though 7 furlongs was only the starting point. So he actually turns back a bit here. Not totally in love with that, but it's kind of up to Javier Castellano to keep him close. He is a horse that isn't totally devoid of speed, so keep him close, take advantage of your inside stalking position, but this horse has done so well in my eyes from 2 to 3. He's filled out that frame, he's developed so much, and he comes back here fit, healthy, ready to go for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. But number 4, Dominican Pioneer, kind of feels as though Dominican rider Joel Rosario should be on this horse, but we do see the Hall of Famer John Velasquez, who broke his maiden first time out, climbing aboard again, going from the 6.5 to the mile. And as Andy hinted at a little bit earlier on the show, this horse ran like he could benefit from getting more ground. You know, he was kind of running in place, and a lot of horses came up to him, and then suddenly he just hit another gear, going the 6.5 first time out, indicating that a mile shouldn't be a problem. And he speaks that way physically too, looking at him, big, good-looking horse. I'm really intrigued to see what Dominican Pioneer does in his second start here, Greg, as he's also sharp, and I think he could be a very interesting player.
All right, Maggie, thank you. That 9-horse Verratti, he'll be the last through the tunnel. He was a distant second, the horse that we just saw nearly equal a track record at Churchill.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like him in this race, but I agree. I mean, the fact that Verratti ran against Conager certainly does move him up. I just wonder what kind of trip is he going to get, because Luis Saez rode him last time the entire way around the track, and with the speed the 4 and 5 potentially have, don't see him really clearing in this race. Now, maybe he'll run better, and as you say, Conager flatters him. Horse that I'm interested in that's not taking any money is the 7 Constitutional Lawyer for our friend Ray Handel.
He's 12-1 right now. We'll get to him in a moment. We start with the horse who inherits the rail with a scratch of the 1, Galt.
The full brother to Songbird. He's run against some very tough company, and he has to be considered a player in this field. It's a tough race.
Songbird started her career 10 for 10. She was sensational. And Bridal Bomber wearing a hood again.
I've tried him a lot of times. I've given up. I just don't think he's good enough to beat these horses.
Broke his maiden at Belmont for Jimmy Ryerson. Dominican Pioneer, he won his debut for Wesley Ward at Keeneland.
Rare Wesley Ward stretch out in the dirt, and the pedigree says he should like it, and he could beat a speed.
Highly respected. He had a 2-length lead in the stretch on Witt, and Witt ran him down to get up by a nose.
But it still was a tremendous performance for a second-time star, a very talented horse. It only cost $65,000 as a yearling.
And his son dialed in. He won his debut at Aqueduct. Here's the 7. Why do you like him?
Because I think we'll expand on it after the post-parade, but he showed talent in his early races, and I think you can make excuses for his last 2 races. I don't know if he's good enough. I know the track will help him, but as a long shot, I believe he can outrun his odds.
Cathedral Beach, biggest price on the board. He's 33-1.
Big race 2 back. Last race, a disaster. Behind the 3rd place finish in the race we just saw. I don't know why he's 3 times the price of the 3, though.
And I guess everyone saw what Conager just did. Verratti, he was 6 lengths behind him, running second last start, is 9-5.
I wonder if that's why he's taking so much money. Maybe that's the case. I don't like him, but you have to respect the fact he lost to Conager.
6 minutes to post coming up in the 7th of Belmont. Let's get back to that Conager race. Just absolutely sensational, and he did improve off what he did last time out. So that's back-to-back sensational efforts. This one just eye-catching.
He needs to be running against in great stakes. I mean, they won his conditions, get this horse into great stakes. This is a potential serious. I mean, listen, it's hard. A lot of horses look like they have grade 1, grade 2 quality, and they get in the tougher company, doesn't work out. But he's fast out of the gate, and he's fast around the racetrack. He's good.
He's earned that chance to see if he's up to the task of the best around. Back-to-back wins. Let's go to Paul LaDuca.
With winning trainer here, Michael Tomlinson of Conager, and a horse that, wow, has turned the corner in the last 2 starts. Michael, what has been the key?
Well, maturity, for one thing. Last year, as a 2-year-old, he had some distal cannon bone bruising, some just minor ailments, and we give him the time off, and he's come back with a vengeance.
Is that why you started him on the turf course? Because you maybe be a little soft on the legs and give him a little bit more foundation?
Well, that was the thought, and then we come off of breaking our maiden on the grass also. But the colt has just mentally matured. He just turned into an absolute dream to be around the barn, and obviously he can run a lot.
Well, please tell me you had something to win on him at 75-1 last time, and he won by 9.5. Today you only got 8-5. Hopefully you were at the wedding and not the funeral today.
Well, let's put it this way. Every one of the connections did well. Let's put it that way.
That's awesome. Michael Tomlinson with Conacher, a new shooter in the sprint division, guys.
This is a horse to watch. He is exciting off that performance. Again, just one tick off the track record for 7/8 at Churchill. Now back-to-back dominant wins.
Looked like two weddings to me.
Yeah, no question. I think that phone is probably ringing off the hook right now.
I'm sure people are interested in buying this horse, and they are going to get substantial offers for him.
Back here at Belmont. So here is highly respected. And, yeah, he didn't win. As you said, though, he still ran tremendous. It was his second start. It was in a Grade 3 against the graded stakes winner. And he was well clear of the rest of this field.
You have to be impressed the way Witt was able to fight back and come back and beat him. It looked to be over, but it was his second start. He stretched out a furlong. I don't think he had a problem getting it. He still ran a 90 buyer. He ran a fast race. He just lost to a horse that's very, very talented that was ready off the layoff. He did everything but get his nose in front of the wire. This was a brutal bob that he lost, and it really was a bob. He's fast. He's good. He's the horse to beat in this race. You had asked me in the post-parade why I was interested in the 7 Constitutional Lawyer, who I picked second. This horse had had trips in both his first and second starts. And as you can see, Mo Donegal, first time out, some good horses. He was with the racetrack when he broke his maiden, to be fair. A track similar to this one. But he did run an 85 buyer on January 2nd as a 2-year-old, which is a pretty heady number. Very close to some of the numbers we saw in stake races. Then he fell victim to chasing early voting. And one of the reasons that I was high in early voting early in his career was I think a lot of people mistook how quick the pace was in the Withers. And you see the toll it took on the horses that were chasing him. He was one of them. Now, we've seen early voting now as the Preakness winner. Then he ran him on synthetic. Okay, Ray does a lot of good things. It's probably one he'd like to have back, but it was a big race and he took a shot. Now he's given him some time to grow up. I don't know. This track's been a little biased. This is a tough race. There's some good horses signed on in here. But I think he's got some talent, Constitution Lawyers. We get to that race and he broke his maiden. And to me, he's a horse that's 11, 12-1 in here. That might be more like a 6-1 shot.
And the race he's coming out of, by the way, that's the race that got Rich Strike into the Kentucky Derby. He wound up third in there, and we all know what happened from there.
He's lost to the last 2 the Triple Crown winners. He lost to early voting 2 back, and he lost to Rich Strike in his last race. So he has kept good company. He was not within hailing distance of them. He probably saw them briefly in the post parade when he went in the gate, and that was about all. He saw a little bit of the bud of early voting when he was third behind him early. But I think this is a better horse than he looks. But make no mistake, this is about as tough as a non-winner as a 1 as you can get. I mean, you've got a horse, Galt, that ran against Epicenter in the Louisiana Derby in his last race, okay? You've got, an interesting stretch out for Wesley Ward, highly respected. Verratti, who just lost to that monster we saw at Churchill. This is an unusually tough non-winner as a 1.
It is, but it's highly respected, the 6-5 favorite. We'll see if he can make it 2 for 3. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, this is a really, really fun race. And you'd have to think if a good performance is provided on the racetrack that many of these horses will, or the winner will be stepping into stakes races possibly, and one actually stepping out of stakes races is your current 6-5 favorite in number 5, highly respected. And I respect him, no pun intended. And I don't think that the gradual step out to an extra furlong is going to hurt him. I know he was run down by Witt that day in the Bayshore, but he's a tall, leggy horse with this big floating stride to him, which indicates that he shouldn't have a problem. And Chad Brown tends to do it the right way with these horses. When he recognizes talent, yes, he's not shy about testing them with regards to class, but often with distance, he takes that step out and lets them develop. And I can see that this horse has responded favorably to it. And he's chilled out as they approach a gate, but he was fairly sharp back in the paddock, which is a good sign for him. I just, I don't think the track is going to play well to him today, but Galt, and maybe it is because he is the full brother to Songbird, he's just gorgeous. And he just floats. He was just floating over this racetrack. I just want to give him another mention. I'm excited to see what he does. Just wish we were dealing with maybe a little more of a fair type of racetrack, guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Post time coming up real quick. Want to remind you, NYRA Bet Saturday contest, they're back. Show off your handicapping skills. $300 online live money contest on Saturdays. Registration ends 5 p.m. today. So 53 minutes to still get registered. Go to NYRA.com/contests to get involved.
But you also have the big one next week, Friday and Saturday, the $5,000 Belmont Stakes Weekend Betting Challenge. Check that out as well. You can play it here and online. That's next week.
Look, tough field, but that horse right there, are you expecting a big performance?
I hope so. You know, I'm rooting for him, and I like to see him do well. But I'm interested to see what happens in this race in general, because this is, like I said, I mean, we'll run stake races that don't have potentially as many good horses as this.
Galt, he ran very good in the Holy Bull against White Abarrio. That was off his maiden win.
There's 4 or 5 very legitimate potential stake horses in this race.
Yet, highly respected. It's Chad Brown, Klarovich, even money right now with Manny Franco aboard. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call, 7th from Belmont.
And they're off. Slow start for number 3, Unbridled Bomber. Out for the lead is Cathedral Beach with Verratti on the outside, and there goes Dominican Pioneer. Dominican Pioneer now takes over. Highly Respected has moved up and into second. Then comes Cathedral Beach and Verratti. They're right together, 3rd and 4th. Galt down at the rail in 5th. Constitution Lawyer is next in 6th. Huge break back to Unbridled Bomber, who trails the field in 7th after an opening quarter mile, 23 seconds. Dominican Pioneer leads by a half length. Highly Respected on the outside, next in 2nd. And then comes Verratti, Cathedral Beach, and Galt. Those 3 are all together. It's 4 lengths now. Back to Constitution Lawyer, and farther back is Unbridled Bomber. Opening half mile was sharp, 45 2/5 seconds. Here comes Highly Respected up to challenge Dominican Pioneer for the lead. Just in behind is Galt and Verratti, as Constitution Lawyer now gains up into 5th. Cathedral Beach is in 6th. Unbridled Bomber is 7th down towards the rail. Now it is Highly Respected who has come away with the lead. It is Highly Respected in front as Galt moves into 2nd. Verratti's on the outside. And down towards the inside is Unbridled Bomber. Highly Respected has the lead here. Galt on the outside, gaining ground. Highly Respected trying to hold off Galt as they come on for the finish. Highly Respected and Galt. We're going to have another photo here. It's going to be Galt to get up in the final stride. Galt the winner. Highly Respected was 2nd. And Unbridled Bomber finished 3rd.
Brother to the incredible filly Songbird runs down Highly Respected. First start since late March. Bill Mott, OXO Equine, and Javier Castellano.
They couldn't have gotten a better ride and trip from Javier Castellano while Highly Respected was pressing what was a really strong pace, 45 2 for the half. Javier is just biding his time down on the good inside. So while he angled out in the stretch, he had spent so much of his time on the outside, and Highly Respected did the dirty work, but Galt was able to get him right in the money.
Galt, just the 2nd win of his career. Debut win came at Gulfstream, and they put him on the Triple Crown Trail after that. He went against the likes of White Abarrio, Simplification, Epicenter in 3 straight graded stakes, and comes back in an ultra tough allowance optional claiming field and shows he belongs.
Yeah, this was an exceptional ride by Javier Castellano to get the money. Really made a big difference, the ride he gave this horse, a big difference.
Well, I would think both these two have pretty bright futures ahead of them.
Yeah, I do wonder. I mean, listen, I don't want to say the distance got to Highly Respected. The pace got to him. He ran a winning race and probably ran the better race of the 2 horses. But the pace, that's 22, 45, 54. And look where the 4 finished. I mean, the 4 finished way back in here. Tough pace scenario.
9-2 on Galt. 2-5-3-7 finish in a very good 7th here at Belmont, still to come. We'll tell you what the Kentucky Derby winner is up to and how he's settling in here in Elmont, New York, as he prepares for his 1.5-mile test in the Test of the Champions. Stay with us. We'll be right back. You're watching America's Day of the Races on FS2, regional networks out in Southern California. Program brought to you where you can play it all, NYRA Bets. Download the app, go to NYRABets.com, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Galt, first start since late March in the Grade 2 Louisiana Derby when Epicenter beat him. And he comes back with a winning performance. Bill Mott, OXO Equine, and Javier Castellano.
Yeah, excellent performance by him. Excellent ride by Javier. Probably ran second best race, but got the money because of the ride. But it's not as though Galt was that far out of it. These are two very, very nice horses. Galt may have a little bit more of a distance to him. We'll see how going forward. We'll see. Either of these horses could try the Dwyer in their next start.
Let's go down to Maggie.
Here with Hall of Famer Javier Castellano, and once again putting on a Hall of Fame type of ride with Galt today. Javi, we've seen consistently throughout the day and yesterday that speed / the inside is good. You got this horse in a 4 position from the start.
Absolutely, Maggie. I've been watching the race all day long yesterday, today. The track is playing a little bit speed. That's the reason I come out, run a little bit, put a good tactical position the horse, follow with the 2 horses, get the speed, have a beautiful spot every single step of the way the race, and watch the horse, the best horses in the race, to follow a little bit. And I just now riding the wire. My horse, he did a great job. I like the way he did it today. I'm very happy. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Best, Larry Best, and Billy Mott give me opportunity to ride for first time the horse. He's very impressive today.
Right, exactly. First time climbing aboard him, but obviously you do your homework. And he was a horse, unlike the runner-up, who was turning back a bit in distance. Do you think the fact that he had that foundation helped him see through the mile here?
Absolutely, Maggie, no question about it. I think that was good foundation for today. He's been running the 2-turn, Gulfstream Power, Fontainebleau, and the Hollywood, and all those kind of type of racing. Now cut it out the distance a little bit, 1 turn, 1 mile. I think he worked out perfect for me today.
Javi, we've seen you win your fair share of races. You're still hungry. You still put on clinics a lot of times with these guys. What, for a guy who's older, more established in the Hall of Fame for you, how much does it mean to you to be able to ride every single day?
It's a challenge. Yeah. Every single day you have to be on top of the game. You have to be studying a little bit every single time. But you have to adjust every new generation, young rider. They got so much talent too. And you got to adjust a little bit with him and try to compete, try to ride the best horse in the race and try to beat it the way I did it today.
Well, congratulations. Songbird's little brother. You got him to the winner's circle. Congrats.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Javier Castellano teaming up with a fellow Hall of Famer, Bill Mott. Galt gets the win back here at Belmont. Greg?
Yeah, that's a nice performance from Galt, obviously the much more famous sister, who was incredible in her running days. As we take a look at this late pick 5 follow along, 3 legs in, another short, even money favorite. Beat again here.
No, this is, if you're alive in this thing, you're alive for a lot of money if you can get it home. Because you beat the heavy favorite. Kumar was a good price. And even Mexican Wonder Boy, he was a clear-cut second choice.
Yeah, with another even money favorite in that one to kick it off. 2 legs remain. We'll get back to Belmont in the 8th in a moment. It's to Churchill Downs and their 8th on the card coming up. 1 mile on the main track, allowance optional claiming field. Cocktail Moments, second in the Grade 1 Ashland. Won her debut at this racetrack, and in that second in the Ashland, she finished ahead of affiliate come back and win the Black Eyed Susan.
Yeah, on the other hand, 3-2 seems like an awfully short price on her in this race. I think there are some other players, but she is clearly the horse to beat. I don't know if you watched the replay of the 12's debut win, but that was a sight to see.
It was. And for a trainer that doesn't win a lot first time out.
I agree.
Cocktail Moments, here she is, so 3-2 favorite. Here's Feeling Happy.
Yeah, Feeling Happy coming off a wet track. She would have to improve to be competitive at all here.
I like Falconet a lot in this spot for Todd Pletcher.
Okay, I didn't. You can tell us in the post break. You can tell us later.
7-2 right now. We'll get back to why I like that filly, Uncle Mo. Tyler Gaffalione will be aboard. Amani's Image, 31-1, Florent Giroux.
You know, the past performances look like 31-1.
Hardy Constitution. Coming out of the Grade 3 Fantasy, that was the last time we saw her for Joe Sharp.
I think this horse is extremely dangerous in this race. The maiden win was good. I know these races were at Oaklawn, and I think this horse will be much better in the 1-turn race. Big player.
Princess Elin. Declan Cannon rides another huge number here.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be not fast enough to win.
Olivia Darling. 14-1. Maiden win came at Delaware back as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, but I thought this horse ran well to be second last time at Keeneland. If she can stretch out, and 14-1, I've seen worse.
Mercy Warren, Cherie DeVoe, and Colby Hernandez.
Going to have to get a lot faster.
Back-to-back wins at Fairgrounds and Keeneland. The win at Fairgrounds maiden wins 50 maiden claiming, but did step it up, and that next win was the favorite in that spot, though. Early Glow at 22-1.
Had a nice-looking maiden win back at Aqueduct, and no other race she's ever run has been even remotely close to it.
There
Very
she is.
strange.
Bill Mott, Godolphin, homebred with Ricardo Santana Jr.
I don't know what that is, but
we've lost our picture, I believe. We'll try and get it back.
Is that a preview of the winner of the race was? Did you get the silks?
Foreshadowing.
I don't know. That may have been a special sign from
My
above.
one moment.
We had a chance to get rich.
We still need to try and find Honey Run out there. Joe Sharp, the 12 Street Jam. That's the one you were talking about. So that's the Ian Wilkes filly. First time out, she was 38-1. Got blocked a little bit in the stretch, and then she still won going away.
She actually broke okay, this horse. And then she just kept dropping and dropping and dropping out of the race. We should come up with somebody else, but we're going to talk about Street Jam for a minute. But she made an insane run to get the money in that race, and I respect her. Ian Wilkes with debut winners in sprints. Coming back, they're pretty good.
Here's Falcon. This is a Todd Pletcher runner. Just won at Keeneland on the stretch out to a mile and 16th. She's tactical. Cuts back to a mile in here. We know she can handle a mile, and Thoroughgraphs talk about it a lot. She's just paired up very big numbers. If she can move forward, I think she's the one to beat over Cocktail Moments. Let's go to Paul LaDuca, get his thoughts here.
Yeah, Greg, I would have to agree with you. The one thing that is the hardest thing to do is to face winners for the first time, and that's what she's doing today. She won at 4-5, 80 cents on the dollar, and I thought she had a decent trip, but she got the job done with Tyler Gaffleone. He stays aboard this filly by Uncle Mo. I have a Summer Bird mare. In the one-turn mile cutback, I don't think that's going to be an issue. She seems like she has tactical speed, and she can lay close. The one horse in here, Cocktail Moments, is sort of the wild card horse at even money. Listen, her races are good, obviously. I mean, she's coming out of the Ashen. She's coming out of the Kentucky Oaks. She was 8th there. She was 2nd in the Ashen. She was 3rd to Kathleen O. Her lone win was here at Churchill from way off the pace. But it just seems like way off the pace is not the way to win races. Now, she might outclass these fillies and win, but I just can't take even money. The 5, I know that Andy mentioned the 5 a little bit. All of Joe Sharp's horses that have been taking money at the window have ran. This filly has taken money from the get-go, comes with 2 nice races. Then they went into the fantasy, been working well on the racetrack. And I'm going to give you one bomb here, guys. I like the 4 in here in Monty's Image. If you look at the 4, started in the Todd Pletcher barn, had some decent races. Then the one-turn 7 furlong race in the new Fausto Gutierrez barn, 3rd in lured Jose Ortiz. They felt so good about this filly, they put her in the Gulfstream Park Oaks. Now, I understand she was 20 lengths behind Cocktail Moments, but she did not have that good of a beginning. I think if she gets out of the gate a little bit better, she could be a live long shot to hit the board at somewhere at 40-1.
All right, so big number. Florent Giroux will be aboard. There she is, that gray at 46-1. Favorite though, 4-5. This is crazy.
This is insane. I bet against her. I tried to get the 12 in there with the 3, 5, and 7.
Up against it as well from a pace standpoint.
I think this is insane. This is not an easy field. The 3 you like, the 5 is good. This is a crazy price in this horse.
Mentioned the 12 is intriguing.
Yep, they're going hog wild over a horse because she ran against better horses. It's called seeing a horse stake-faced. And as Paul said accurately, she could be last early in this race. I'm not seeing a lot of horses win from last at Churchill Downs. At 4-5, she'll beat me.
Going to have a lot of work to do, no question. Cocktail Moments, the odds-on favorite coming out of the Kentucky Oaks the last time we saw her. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call. 8th from Churchill.
Waiting for Nat McKendy. They're in the gate. And the rough. Olivia Darling at mid-pack, early glow. Street Gem far outside. Falconet is there. Princess Ellen, Hardy Constitution, and Mercy Warren. A scramble on for the lead early as they move up the chute and head for the main track. And down inside, Falconet is vying for the lead with Hardy Constitution, and Mercy Warren joins them third outside. Olivia Darling over to the inside to track the pace from fourth. Napa Candy in the clear fifth. Cocktail Moments advancing inside sixth. So Too Feeling Happy is on the move from seventh. Princess Ellen is back into eighth. Amani's Image is ninth down the backstretch run. Early Glows in 10th. Street Jam's 11th. The trailer is Honey Run. The opening quarter in just 23 1/5 seconds. They're halfway home in 46 3. Far turn run. Hardy Constitution continues to shadow Falconet. In fact, Hardy Constitution takes the lead with 3 furlongs to go. Mercy Warren revving up on the outside third. Feeling Happy gets a reminder toward the inside fourth. Cocktail Moments is coaxed along in fifth with 4 lengths to make up there as they come for the top of the stretch. Falconet and Hardy Constitution head and head for the lead. Mercy Warren is third. Cocktail Moments is fourth with 5 lengths to make up and 1 furlong to do it. Hardy Constitution and Falconet in a fight to the finish with Mercy Warren in third. 100 yards to go. Falconet has rallied to the front, and Falconet won it. Hardy Constitution has to settle for second. Mercy Warren and Cocktail Moments.
Falconet, Tyler Gaffleone, Todd Pletcher, and a daughter of Uncle Mo has now won back-to-back starts.
A great call by you, Greg, giving this horse out. I mean, you know, you beat a heavy favorite in here. She was very game. It's amazing how strong horses are on the inside at Churchill, because it really did seem like Hardy Constitution had the best for her. And I think Hardy Constitution ran well to be second. She just ran to a horse that ran a better race than her today. You get 7-2 or 5-1. 4-5 on the one was ridiculous. She didn't run that badly, but this is silly. I mean, this is a classic example of over-betting a horse simply because of who she ran against. And these two horses ran as well, if not better, in their races. This was an opportunity to make money. Very logical second and third choices running 1-2.
7-2 over 5-1. And Falconet, yeah, didn't look good for her. It looked like Hardy Constitution had her number.
Yeah. Exacta's $42. Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad at all.
We'll have these prices for you in a moment. 3, 5, and how about 26-1 Mercy Warren checking in third for that trifecta.
Improve for Cherie.
Odds on favorite winds up fourth. We're going to take a timeout when we return. Back on the lawn here at Belmont at 1 1/8 inner turf. It is yielding in this first allowance condition. Conquer the World. Todd Pletcher just won at Churchill. Can he win here at Belmont? Dylan Davis will ride this son of Curlin.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clairiere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on?
How about an app created specifically for horse racing?
Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Gorgeous Friday afternoon here in Elmont, New York, as we get set for the 8th from Belmont coming up on America's Day at the Races. Mile and an 1/8 over the inner turf. Rails out 35 feet. Turf course yielding. And a competitive group coming up in this next race.
And I'm going to tell you, they ran another turf race, and that was in the Widener, a different course. And they ran the mile and 3 race in 2:16 and change. And they're pretty good horses, but that's not that significantly slow. Yesterday's course listed yielding was really firm to good. So I'm not saying it's super firm, but I don't think this course is really as soft as some may think it is.
Okay. Back with us, Acacia Clement.
And Greg, they just got the call for riders up. So go quickly through a couple of the main contenders here, starting to the inside with the 2 Trending, who I got to see in his first 3 starts down in Florida. And he's progressively improved with each subsequent start. He looks the strongest by far that I've seen him. And I thought that his last race at Keeneland, where he broke his maiden, was pretty strong. Actually got kind of squeezed on either side at the break last time out, but continued moving forward, took over 3 wide and just managed to pull away with not the easiest of times of it. So I thought, building off of that race, he's a major player in here. I like him going to the 9 furlongs. I think it suits him, and it is just muscle mass, his coat, his alertness too. He's very, very quiet and a little bit laid back for my liking in his first couple starts. He's really continued to take big steps forward. The 3 Conquer the World for Todd Pletcher is another one that I think has improved, but he strikes me as kind of the grinding type of runner. He doesn't necessarily have that turn of foot that we sometimes see in turf racing, and he's pretty quiet, pretty laid back here in the paddock, but I do think that he looks stronger out of that last race where he did finish 4th, just no getting to the winner that day or the top few finishers. The number 6, Irwin, is another one making the second start off of a layoff. My notes from him last time were that he didn't look 100% fit and he probably wanted to go longer. Gets an extra furlong to deal with in here today, and while he still is carrying quite a bit of condition, he does look stronger from his last race, where he actually ran okay, finishing 2nd, starting from the back and moving 3 wide along the backstretch in that middle move. He's one that I think will really improve out of that last race, now making his 2nd start here in the U.S. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Coming through that tunnel, we're going to get to the post parade here coming up, 7 minutes away from this 8th here at Belmont. And the favorite, this 10, QF75, Christophe Clement, wants to take this group on a chase.
You would think he wants to lead him on that merry chase.
23-1 on starting over.
It's too big a price on this horse. Doesn't draw well on the outside, but he's got turf race to give him a chance, and he obviously had no shot in the bog last time.
Yeah, far outside post for the 1. The 2 gets the rail Trending.
Yeah, he'll probably get good position because of his rail. He needs to improve, but he's lightly raced for the right kind of trainer to improve.
Shug McGahee, owned by Andrew Rosen, Uncle Mo 3-year-old. Here's Conquer the World, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, I like this horse today. We'll talk about it more after the post parade. I thought his last race against much better horses, and I believe he was against the flow of the racetrack.
Wicked Fast, 35-1 Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, he would have to improve dramatically to be remotely competitive here.
Gussie Mack, 4-year-old by Dark Angel.
He's actually got some turf races are okay. I just think a mile and 1/8 may be too far for his best.
Irwin, State's debut, was 2nd, beat 2 lengths, and finished ahead of Shorty.
He ran fine that day. I don't think he's impossible in here. 5-1, if he's your cup of tea, he's a decent enough price.
Huge number next door, and a lot of changes with Shadazar.
Yeah, this horse makes the first start as a 4-year-old. Will have to improve. That's your favorite rider, Shan Yuski.
Yeah,
you got all the money with her.
Home for me.
The last win at Belmont was all Greg Wolf, baby.
Regal Speaker, that brought home a pick 5 for me.
Yeah,
paid some bills. 12-1 on Regal Speaker.
He's got races that have run well enough to do it, but we'll see if he can do it now for Danny Gargan.
Thin White Duke, 9-1, 1-2 back at Aqueduct.
Improved dramatically when stretched out. He's got to get a trip from the outside post, but his last race a lot better than it looks. He never got a position that gave him a chance to be effective.
And the favorite, Joel Rosario, on the speedster for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, he's going to try to clear now. Will the two put up a fight towards the inside? Can he do it from an outside post? We'll find out. I thought his race 2 back was good. Last race was okay as well. If he clears, he could be the horse to beat, but 2-1 seems awfully short to me.
Soaks a West Point Thoroughbreds, and that's your favorite. 5 minutes away from the 8th. Want to remind everyone you can win more when you bet with Naira Bets. Play the popular Late Pick 5 at Santa Anita. On your Naira Bets account, you'll get a share of $2,000 additional dollars when you win. That's available to new and existing players. You do have to opt in. Don't forget to do that at NairaBets.com. Back in Louisville. Back-to-back wins for this 3-year-old filly by Uncle Mo. Todd Pletcher, CHC, Windstar Farm, and Tyler Gaffalione aboard.
Yeah, really game down the inside. Another horse that was strong on the inside at Churchill. It feels like it's been quite a theme on the dirt at Churchill, and a very generous price on a horse you liked, Greg.
$9.80 for the win. Paula Duke is standing by with Tyler Gaffalione.
With winning jockey here, Tyler Gaffalione aboard Falconet, and she was handy today. In her last race, she was sort of drifting out. Was that more greenness?
I would say so. You know, she's a very lightly raced filly. She showed a little bit of immaturity in her first race down at Gulfstream, just kind of running away from that other filly. It seems like she's starting to get the hang of things now, though.
What do you think? 1 turn better or 2 turns? Because she did break her maiden at 2 turns, but she ran dynamite today.
She did. I would probably lean more towards 2 turns. She's not really that quick today. She caught a flyer out of there, and we didn't get much pace pressure, but I think she'll be better the further she goes.
Now, I know you go back, and Todd, how does this work for you when Todd's not here? Does he call you? Does he ask how the filly ran? What goes on?
Yeah, we communicate quite a bit. If I work horse in the morning, we'll talk then. As far as the racing, I'll send him a text in the afternoon, just kind of go over the race with him, and he kind of gives me an idea what to do out here, and they always show up for him.
Well, you have the last race off. Tell everybody at home, what do you do when you have the last race off? You just going to shower and go home? What happens for the rest of the night for Tyler Gaffalione?
Sadly, my day's over, but I'll go home, have some dinner with my fiance, and we'll enjoy the rest of our evening.
Well, you have a great night, Tyler. Tyler Gaffalione aboard Falconet, guys in the feature.
How about you, Greg? But knowing what Tyler's doing after the races, my day's complete.
Outstanding rider.
He is. He is a terrific rider.
Broke through in the Preakness a few years back.
Or will. He's just such a consistent rider, and he's a smart rider who looks to be aggressive. And he just gets his horses the best position he can. Talk about this horse.
All right, so here's Conquer the World. Todd Pletcher trying to win here at Belmont as well. He's going to have Dylan Davis aboard. He got a big number in that maiden win at Aqueduct on the grass.
Yeah, and in this race, you see how he's towards the outside in about 6 at this point. If you look at this race, the horses that ran 1, 2, 3 spent virtually the entire running of the race down in the inside. And it really felt like a track, as we had just sort of started turf racing at Aqueduct, that saving ground on the inner course earth course was a very, very big advantage. He's the widest of all of them, and he never was really that much in the rail. A little bit early, about the first half of the race on the inside, but he spent the last part the outside. He was the only one moving on the outside. Now, maybe you could say he was running as race was over. Lonesome Fugitive would be about 3 to 5 or 4 to 5 in this field. He's an older horse with his chances. These are better horses, the ones he's running against today. He draws inside. He worries me a little bit that he's a bit of a lagger. And I understand what Acacia's saying. He's more of a grinding type. But he's run well in his races, and I think he's a very logical type horse in here, especially as not the favorite. I used 3 and 10, and I threw a little 9 in there.
Well, meanwhile, the 10 still favored. Who, if anyone, pressures this horse?
Well, I think because of the post position, the 2 has a significant advantage because he's down the inside. So while the 10 is faster if it was a straightaway, they run to the turn so quickly that the 2 with Jose Ortiz may be able to try to hold that position. He may try to do that. If he isn't able to keep him off, and Joel Rosario is very good at getting clear, and he gets clear, he's going to be tough. He could be in a position to lead them on a merry chase, just as he did in this race.
Speed is a weapon for him, and he's the 5-2 favorite. Drawn outside. Let's head down to Acacia for more.
And it's funny, just looking at warm-ups and comparing and on what Andy had said, the two trending was so much sharper throughout the warm-up and the preliminaries versus QF75, who is kind of that confirmed speed. Since QF75 was gelded, and it did really help with his focus, which he was really lacking towards the start of his career, he's been a little bit more subdued prior to his races. But Joel Rosario kept him pretty quiet out there. He stayed with the pony, didn't have a big warm-up by himself. He looks very, very fit. He didn't grow too much going from 2 to 3, 3 to 4, but he has put on some more muscle mass. He didn't switch with outside lead in that Churchill race last time out. He was facing a big field, or I should say a competitive field in there. Aviano was able to run him down late. Hopefully he's able to be a little bit more professional and focused out on the track and switch to his outside lead and find another gear, because his speed is his best weapon. But it did seem that Trending was the one who was the most forward out on the track and could be one to maybe give him a run for his money as far as tactics do go, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Loading up. There's Thin White Duke. John Velasquez for David Donk.
For my friend Steve Christ, as many of you know from Daily Racing Form, New York Times as well. Wish him good luck with this horse. David Bowie, Thin White Duke. David Bowie was the Thin White Duke.
Oh. Had a friend who grew up with a band who was unknown in Los Angeles. They made it big, and so they came back into town, and they wound up having dinner with David Bowie.
Nice.
Pretty nice experience.
Nice.
They're starting over. Outside post for the 1. QF75, the 10. Can he clear and go gate to wire? We're about to find out. Let's go to John Imbrial.
There's Thin White Duke. Down on the inside is Trending. And now moving up is a Wicked Fast. And from the outside, it is QF75. And QF75 goes on with it and opens up by 2. Thin White Duke is next in second, with Wicked Fast racing in third. Irwin's on the outside and in fourth. And then comes Trending, who is now fifth. And the gray starting over is in sixth. And on the outside is a Regal Speaker next in seventh, followed by Gussie Mack in eighth. At the back of the pack are Conquer the World and Shadazar. The 1/4 and 2/5 seconds over the yielding turf, and they are midway up the backstretch, and QF75 has opened up by 5. Thin White Duke races in second. It's another 3 lengths. Back to Wicked Fast in third, followed on the outside by Irwin. Down at the rail is Trending. And now QF75 opens up by even more. QF75 leads by 8 or 9 lengths, ran the half in 47 and 4. Thin White Duke remains in second, and then Wicked Fast in third, followed by Irwin. Regal Speaker now begins to pick it up on the far outside as Trending drops back, about to be passed by Starting Over. They're all chasing QF75, who ran 3/4 in 1:12 and 2, and leads at the top of the stretch. Then it is Thin White Duke. On the outside is a Wicked Fast, and down towards the rail is Irwin. QF75 trying to take them wire to wire here. Wicked Fast, and on the inside it is Irwin. Here's Wicked Fast up to challenge QF75. Irwin, QF75. It is Wicked Fast who wins it here at a huge price. Wicked Fast, 27-1.
Could we possibly be headed to a carryover in the pick 6?
Yes. And good for Jorge Abreu, because he has been having about as bad a meet as you could possibly have. And he's had some very logical horses that failed to show up. This is a somewhat improbable horse. And there's Jose Lezcano, gave that great ride to win a couple races back. This horse really ran well today. If you need the 10, it's a very tough beat. As we said, the course has some give, but it's not that bad. Just kind of ran off on Joel Rosario, but almost got the job done and lost to a somewhat improbable runner. My horse, the 3. I don't know if he didn't nail the course. I mean, he was virtually eased all the way around the track. He was awful. And just say the same for the 2 Trending. Well, at least in a little run at the end, but tough beat with the 10. But
for a minute, it seemed like we were upstate at Saratoga. QF75 Joel looked like one of those inner turf races at the Spa, opening up by a country mile on this group. Does not hang on here. 27-1 shot. We used to see Jose Lezcano do this same thing at Saratoga on Voodoo Song.
who was that other horse for Dave Canizzo? He used to do it on. They used to open up these crazy. You know what I'm thinking of? That New York bred. That someone's got to text me or tell me on Twitter. That New York bred of Dave's. They used to just open these enormous leads and actually would win some races. But Voodoo Song did it as well. And once again, I'm happy for Jorge Abreu, who's just been having the worst meet here. It's been a disaster. And a win like this can just turn things around overnight.
27-1. Wicked Fast, a shocker. Here in the 8th with one race remaining. Running down, the Speedster QF75 opened up by about 10 lengths on this field. It wasn't enough. 4-10, 6-9 prices when we come back.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of War Front proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races program, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 27-1 shocker in this 8th at Belmont. QF75, Joel Rosario opened up to about a 10 or 12 length lead on this field and gets run down by this horse, Wicked Fast. And that used to be, as we talked about, tactics Jose Lezcano would employ over the summers at the Spa. This time runs a horse trying to do that down.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough loss. The 10 just sort of ran off on Joel Rosario, and there was Jose. But this horse ran, I mean, to beat him. He's a tough horse to come up with, but he really improved off of his last effort down at Gulfstream. This is a big upset and turns things around a little for Jorge Abreu. And it looks like I'm doing some math, and I'm not going to be exactly right, but there's a pick six carryover, and I want to say it's going to be in the $56,000 to $57,000 range.
Saturday just got more interesting.
There it did, yep.
Late pick 5 follow along to our current favorite in the pick 5.
I could do the exact.
$26,239. That's the smallest payout. Coming up next at Churchill, you all know the story of Sergeant Reckless. He's back. Sergeant Reckless, this horse named in honor of the original, the war hero, who we've told you about on this program several times. There he is, son of Street Boss, Al Stall trains. We have the finale from Churchill Downs coming up.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle:
Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns to Belmont Park June 9th through 11th. This year is packed with world-class horse racing and entertainment, headlined by a live performance by the New York Bee Gees, presented by Mohegan Sun on Friday, June 10th, and world-famous DJ Paulie D on Belmont Stakes Day, Saturday, June 11th. From Secretariat to American Pharoah, the Test of the Champion is home to the most memorable moments in sports. Are you ready to strike rich this year at the Belmont Stakes? Tickets are now on sale at belmontstakes.com.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. And we have the nightcap from Churchill Downs coming up, going to close their card out at a mile on the turf, $75,000 maiden claiming race. Great betting race to close out their card. The favorite, the 6. We start, though, with Versatile. Juan Cano off the claim.
Yeah, he has good numbers off the claim overall. On the turf, he's 2 for 10, though, for what it's worth.
Good effort last out on synthetic for Mucho Mojo. This will be the turf debut coming up.
And as a half to 2 turf winners to try it, we're pretty good in the turfs. There's pedigree, at least in the dam side.
Trained by Steve Asmussen. Pulsar stretching out.
Has had a lot of chances, lower level races. I preferred others. Taking some money, though.
Joe Rocco Jr. at 5-1. Gut feeling, Al Stall, blinkers go on.
Another taking money that seems possible, but I preferred others.
Next door at 13-1. A son of Run Happy, and the dam did produce a horse who was a multiple winner on the turf. The other was 0 for 10.
Yeah, I didn't really see it with this horse, but it's a big price if you like her. Homebred for Bruce Lunsford.
Yeah, Joe Talamo rides. Ninja Warrior. Rudolph Brissett trains.
Yeah, I got rained off the turf first time I tried, but it's not really much of a turf pedigree.
3-1 right now. Wow. Here's Sergeant Reckless. Yeah, named after the war hero who we have his story. Her story, excuse me, on the show.
Big name to live up to.
It really is. And so far, 5 starts and has not hit the board. But showed a little ability on the turf. Overslept. Dam was a minor stakes winner on the grass.
Just after strong tide. It was a very nice turf horse, actually.
Yeah, stakes winner on the turf. Great at 6th place as well. Declare the Moon. Wesley Hawley trains.
The Dam did win in the turf, but she's produced no turf runners that ran. But this did well. I go for 3, but it is a declaration of war.
Grand Dam was Shawnee Country. Multiple graded stakes winner on the dirt. Close-knit, Victoria Oliver trains.
Maiden special, maiden claimer. On the turf, Victoria Oliver's 1 for 9.
And then don't forget the AEs, Group 18. This will be the turf debut coming up.
Yeah, no turf pedigree to speak of, and the Dam side is an Ironicus. Don't see a lot of them.
Grand Dam, another multiple stakes winner on dirt, was 2nd in the Woodbine Oaks. And then is everyone forgetting the 14's in this race?
Yeah,
ability.
I'm not sure why this horse is 14-1 in here. It doesn't draw a particularly good post, but I mean, this horse has run turf races faster than everybody in this race and is a huge price. I don't get it. Right?
I thought the horse to beat, maybe.
Well, he's got at least 2 races that make him the horse to beat. I'll tell you that.
Yep.
Bad post or not.
Let's go to Paula Duca for more.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you guys with the draw and how fitting that we got men at work on right now. Who can it be now? And yeah, who can it be in the last race to close out your pick 4 or pick 5 or your Derby pick six. I thought a wide open race in here. I do think the two Mojo in here for Steve Asmussen has some turf pedigree. Now, Steve has been on a little bit of a tailspin here. A lot of his horses have not been running. This horse has not taken a ton of money at the window at all. 17-1 and 22-1 in the 3 starts, so sort of has outran his odds. Gut feeling the 4 for Al Stahl. He's got 1 win at the meet, and it was by a nostril. We know that Al Stahl is a better trainer than that. Gut feeling got a very, very aggressive warm-up. I'm wondering if Colby Hernandez is going to try to send here with the blinkers going on. Ninja Warrior, the horse has taken a lot of money for Ferlant Giroux and Rudy Brissett. When you look at this field, you see Gut Feeling, you see the 11 on the outside close knit, and Ninja Warrior. They were the only 3 runners in this field that were slated for turf first time out. You look at the rest of this field, and a lot of them were dirt and sort of mingling around and now sort of landing on the turf. So I'm wondering if the 6 Ninja Warrior for Rudy Brissett got bet first time out, was a little rank, is taking all the money at 5-2. I can't take that at 5-2, but Mucho Mojo, Steve Asmussen, sometimes when his horses are going bad and people get off his type of horses, I think the 2's got a big shot here at 9-2.
All right, Paulie, thanks. Love the Men at Work reference. I actually bought that album when it came out.
Did you play it more or less than your Rick Astley album?
Rick Astley, by the way, performing live at UBS Arena at the end of the month.
Do you have front row seats?
I wouldn't mind them. We're going to Rickroll everybody
I'll see what
on
I
this
can
show.
do.
You know what that means, right? When you
No.
Rickroll somebody?
No.
5-2 on the 6. Paulie, you got something for us?
Yeah, I just want to let you know that my prom song was Lady in Red by Rick Astley. So just for you to want to mention that, I know you're a Rick Astley fan there, Greg.
You need to get to UBS Arena.
Hey, Paul, you know what my prom song was? They're off at Quarter Horse Napalooza racing at Pompano Park. Okay?
Your
I got
date
you
was
beat,
like,
Paul,
what are
okay?
we doing at the racetrack?
You want to play Who's the Biggest Degenerate Around Here? I win.
Classic. And that's a true story, isn't it?
3-1
on Ninja Warrior. Rudolph Brissett, turf debut coming up. Short price on one trying the surface for the first
You
time.
buried the 14 down to 9-1 now.
Yeah, it's still a good price, isn't it?
Sort of a wacky price. I don't know. I feel like I should be betting on this horse. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not saying he's going to win, but it feels like the horse is not supposed to be 14
couple
9-1.
of races that dwarf this group.
And Raylu's on it. You got the best rider in America.
Yeah, Raylu Gutierrez for John Ortiz. Honor code 5-year-old, still trying to break his maiden. Nightcap here from Churchill Downs. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Pulsar breaks out on top, overslept with some speed. Sergeant Reckless splits them and comes on as well. It's Pulsar in front heading for the opening turn. Sergeant Reckless comes on to be second. Overslept spun out 3 or 4 wide up from third. Mucho Mojo with a good spot down inside in fourth. Gut Feeling comes away fifth. Versatile's now sixth. Defied is racing in seventh around the opening turn. Group 18 moves up into eighth just ahead of Declare the Moon. A break of 2 back to Bronze Halo. And the early trailers are Ninja Warrior and Close Knit, who's about 15 lengths off the lead. And the opening quarter is on the board in 24-2. It's a moderate pace. They're moving down the backstretch. And it's Pulsar the leader. Sergeant Reckless with mild pressure from the outside in second. They're 1.5 miles to go. Overslept has been stalking them while wide. Mucho Mojo's working on a good journey so far. Fourth and toward the inside, now up into third while saving ground. Gut Feeling is coming under a ride in fifth with 5 lengths to make up there. Group 18 is launching a rally, but is forced to take the overland route. Versatile's down inside, and Bronze Halo's coming from the back as well. They're at the quarter pole now, and Pulsar turns for home and kicks away by 2, but Mucho Mojo comes off the rail and is putting in a run, and down the center, Group 18 closing stoutly. 1 furlong to go. Mucho Mojo grabs the lead. Pulsar fights on. on, but Group 18, way out in the center of the turf, has taken the lead. And Group 18 scores on the wire, winning by 2. Mucho Mojo, Pulsar, followed by Gut Feeling and Defied, 25-1 in the finale.
The other also eligible, who we mentioned the Grand Dam, second the Kentucky Oaks, was a multiple stakes winner on dirt, not on turf. But this one taken to the grass in the debut.
Well, Ironicus the sire was a tremendous turf miler. In fact, ran a very good second a mile in the Court of Manhattan behind Flintshire here, if not that long ago. But there's really no pedigree in the dam side, but got plenty of pedigree, I guess, from the sire, APND Dam. Greg, we bet the wrong AE.
I know.
You were close. You wanted a horse the AE, you just didn't realize
all
which
over
one it was.
And by the way, that horse went down to 7-1 in the end. This horse goes off at 25-1. We're going to say goodbye to those watching on Bally Sports San Diego here in just a few seconds. We're going to continue on FS2 and Bally Sports Southern California until 5:30. You can continue to watch on our YouTube page, New York Racing Association, or on NYRABets.com. Wow, big numbers on the turf at both Churchill and at Belmont.
Yeah. We got one left. Let's see if I have a bomb here.
Nightcap from Belmont ahead. More coming up. For those still with us on Fox Sports 2, Bally Sports Southern California, thanks for sticking around. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with you. And we still have this nightcap coming up here in New York. We have a fun weekend ahead of us as well.
We do, and we've got nice weather. Things have cleared up. Expect to be back on the turf. We have a carryover, about 56,000 tomorrow here. Looking forward to it. We're just sort of rolling into Belmont Stakes Racing Festival coming up next week.
It's going to be fantastic. And here's a look at the lineup coming up at Churchill. They have an all-stakes pick 5 tomorrow. And, of course, that Blame. We're going to see the return of New York-bred Grade 1 winner American Revolution for Todd Pletcher, winner of the Cigar Mile. The last time we saw him making his comeback at 1 1/8 against this group. That not an easy comeback race for him.
No, I mean, Scalding is in great form, and Scalding ran extremely well to win the Ben Ali at Keeneland in his last start. But American Revolution is in a different league if he's able to get back to any of his last 3 races, I would say, as a 3-year-old. He improved leaps and bounds. You just never know how ready they're going to be. And Todd Pletcher wants to get a prep into him. I have to imagine, and I don't know this, but I'm thinking he wants to get to the Suburban here on July 4th. So you need to get a race into him. I'm thinking if things go well for him, Suburban, maybe the Jockey Club at the end of the Saratoga meet, as he tries to map a plan to hopefully get in the Breeders' Cup. I always felt this horse, even though he won the Cigar Mile here, the way he got so powerful at the end of the Albany, he just seems to get better and better with more distance. We'll see if that's the case, but there's a lot of very good horses out there this year, and he's got to step forward to be as good as the very best horses. But he's in the conversation.
Yeah, starting point for him in his 4-year-old campaign. We'll see how it goes. And then here at Belmont, Grade 2 Pennine Ridge, 1 1/8, and undefeated. Here's that team again, Chad Brown, Manny Franco. For Klarovich Stables, 3 for 3 with a wood in the Woodhaven last time out.
Yeah, and each test is a more difficult test than the ones before it. And you can see it sort of, he's not that huge acceleration here. In fact, he kind of gets sort of lapped outside. Manny didn't want to swing wide until they got in the stretch. But once he sort of gathers himself, look at this. He's just rolling down the stretch.
Did he impress you more than his stablemate in that win, Napoleonic War?
He did. I think what Napoleonic War has on him is he has more speed. And Emmanuel feels like he's going to be the speed in there. But I think this was impressive. They're not the only ones in there. Shug McGay's got a run to run. And Christophe Clement has a one-time European that ran in synthetic. I recommend you go back and watch this horse's debut at Chantilly.
Yeah.
You can watch it on Naira Bets.
On synthetic.
Yeah, but Greg, I want you to watch it.
Okay.
He can run, this guy.
It's going to be a good one tomorrow. You got Todd Pletcher's Emmanuel debuting.
Yeah, on the turf. The problem is, David Aragona made an interesting point to me earlier. He can win, but he's going to be bet off dirt form, so you never get any value. In case you care, that race at Chantilly for people, it's the 4th race on the day they ran.
Okay. Look that one up. We'll have a good conversation about it tomorrow. Let's head back downstairs to Acacia.
And I will say Chantilly, Andy. But we'll talk about the two Todd Pletcher ones here in the paddock real quick. As the number 6 has had a race on turf so far that's causing mayhem, and he puts blinkers on for the first time today. This was a horse that was so energetic, really revved up prior to the race at Gulfstream. Totally different horse today. So composed, so much more focused. I don't mind him running on the main track, as he did lug in a little bit. There's some pedigree to suggest that he should handle the dirt in here today as well, and I think he should build off of that race last time out, and I like the mental maturity that we've seen from him. The other one for Todd Pletcher, on paper, I thought I would like in here more, but he's one that I'm going to take the wait and see approach. Typically, those Todd Pletcher horses, their coat is just glistening. They're standouts here in the paddock. Coat just looked a little bit dry to me. Seemed like he was lacking a little bit of intensity. The dam, her only win was on a wet track, and the second dam's actually a multiple Grade 1 winner, Lakeway. Just one that I thought would improve after a start. Did start working back in July of 2021. You can see it on the workouts on the bottom. So clearly something went amiss that we didn't see him debut as a 2-year-old. A starting point here, and we'll see where he goes from there, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here comes our post parade. 9-2 on the remaining half of the entry here. Clubbing first-time starter Shug McGahee, son of Orb.
A 4-year-old first-time starter. Shug chooses to run this one with a huge turf pedigree, as opposed to Breakwater, who has a turf pedigree, but also would have been the favorite. Kind of odd.
Post 7 for Clubbing. The rail to Ballyredeem.
Yeah, it's a little tough to see this one.
7-2. Oglethorpe, first time out, son of Arrogate.
Second dam of this horse, a very good California filly named Star, who made one start in New York, and she threw Chris McCarron at 3-5 in the Coachella American Oaks.
17-1 Phantom Jewel, first timer as well by Wicked Strong.
Yeah, it goes out for Joe Broncobank, who is deputizing for Mike Maselli.
8-5 favorite. Manny Franco will be on causing mayhem.
I picked him with absolutely no conviction. He isn't into mischief, so it says dirt pedigree. But then again, Todd Pletcher ran the horse on turf, so he makes you wonder a little bit. I just didn't know what else to do.
And blinkers go on today for the dirt debut. Crimson Rocket, first timer by Constitution.
Yeah, it's not really much turf pedigree, so you would think the horse might be able to run the dirt, but maybe the fact that Bill Mott's running the horse in the dirt, meant to run the turf, means he doesn't think the horse can run on the dirt.
Another Todd Pletcher firster with Johnny V riding here, son of Cairo Prince.
It's not a ton of turf pedigree, and as Acacia said, Lakeway, the second dam, she was a monster, absolute monster.
Bash to Flash, Flincher, first-time starter.
The Flinchers have been a disappointment overall, and it's more of a turf pedigree on the dam side as well.
18-1 from that outside post.
Bash to Flash. Is that a reference of bashing the flat? What do we think?
We'll work
you
on
a Flash fan? The comic book character of the Flash?
Flash Gordon?
The Flash. No, the ran
the
really
Flash.
fast.
Haven't seen a lot of the Flash.
I was like
Big Five will pays. Yeah, we said to the 6, smallest payouts $26,339, and then they are sizably larger to everybody else.
Yes, these are significant pick fives.
And
wow.
we talked. Anything can happen in this race, right?
I mean, it's very. Well, how do you have no idea if anyone can run in here? I mean, the 6 obviously is the one who ran respectively well on the turf, but that doesn't mean the horse can stand up on the dirt. So if that horse doesn't run well, anything can happen. I mean, you've got Oglethorpe. I'm thinking Oglethorpe. You thinking Slapshot? I know you've seen Slapshot.
Great movie.
The greatest movies. I love that movie.
Yeah, actually, because of this program, I started watching that show, or I'd watch that movie.
Oh God, it's such a great
Paul
movie.
Newman.
Paul Newman, the Hanson brothers.
Get signed up, started,
Brought
play
their
along
toys.
with Naira Bets. Use that promo code at sign up, Belmont25, and get a $25 free play in the Belmont and that $200 deposit match sign up bonus. If you've not seen Slapshot, put it on your list. Must see. Old time hockey.
Yeah, it's a very, very. I mean, I imagine a lot of people watching have seen it. It's my favorite sports movie.
So, I just look, if you've got this far in the pick 5, pick 6, whatever you're alive in. Well, no one's alive in the pick 6, but pick 5.
If you're alive in the pick 6, you're lying.
Exactly. We hope you have coverage because
we hope you win.
This seems like more than maybe a race we've seen in a long time where chaos could ensue.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the 6 is a logical horse, but I'm not going to disagree with that. I mean, you know, you're just sort of, they're sort of betting trainers here. The only one they're not betting is the 7. Crimson Rocket is one of those Frank Fletcher stables, and they always have Rocket in the name. I mean, is the 1 being bet, or are they just sort of guessing on somebody else? There's really nothing to go on. And keep in mind, every one of these horses was entered to run on the turf. There are no MTOs in this race, for whatever that's worth.
Let's head back down to Acacia.
Can't hear.
Win was on a wet main track, and this is a horse that I do think should handle a track with some moisture in it just fine. My only concern, and I think a big reason that he has stayed in here, is that I think he just really needs to strengthen up. Or so it's just a little bit sticky behind, back in the paddock, lacking some muscle mass across his flank. He certainly looks fit enough in that he's not carrying any excess condition. I just do think that he will strengthen up. But I do think on the pedigree and his physicality, he could handle the surface okay. Just one that I think will be better after having had a start. Do feel the same way about the 1 Clubbing, but for the opposite reason, just a bigger bodied, solid type of horse. He really will tuck up after this race, and we get a good look at him there as far as how he just dwarfs the pony. He's a very big horse. The full to grade 3 winner passing, or grade 3 place, I should say, passing out, who was 3rd in the Bogey, a very, very good turf horse. But as we know about these Phipps pedigrees, they really kind of can go either direction. And while I don't necessarily mind this one on the dirt, and Shug McGahee is a trainer who will train horses over a wet track, run horses on the main track when the race comes off, not afraid to take shots like that. I do think that the game plan with this guy is just to get a race under his belt and see if he can tuck up a little bit more. And one that I think will really benefit after having had the start. I know that the number 6, Causing Mayhem, is a short price, but just the one that really impressed me most after that first race, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. I want to remind everyone before they load up here, Triple Play Pick 3. Newest wager in the game. $3 Pick 3 in the last 3 races at Belmont every Sunday. And you can get $10 back on a losing ticket as well. Learn more at NYRA.com/Triple Play to take advantage of that promotion. You got to opt in at NYRABets.com.
What are you thinking, Greg? You got a clever
this
idea
is
here?
A difficult race, and I do not. That's why I told you I did not play the pick 5. I was considering it. I was going to use everybody here.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could offer some sort of advice. I mean, as I said, Keisha and I both land on the 6, and it just seems so much guesswork here. But then, you know, sometimes in these races, just one random horse just handles the wet track or the dirt and never showed it in the morning. So I can't offer anything clever to say.
The one thing that stands out to the 6 should not be 6 to 5 or even money, right?
It's because there's nowhere else to go. I mean, I get why this horse is even money. I wouldn't bet this horse at even money, but I get why the horse is even money. A bunch of horses are running around the turf. So is this horse, though, and this is it has a dirt pedigree. Yet Todd ran on the turf. So I'm not confident. Don't get me wrong.
There he is for Chiefswood Stables. Blinkers go on for the dirt debut. Just missed on the turf at 7.5 at Gulfstream back in March. That was the first out effort, and the only one who was ahead of him came back to win. But again, that was on the lawn. Supposed to be okay on dirt and being able to do it are 2 different things. We'll see. But from that barn, usually fairly reliable that they'll be able to do it.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I wish I found some insight in here, because I'll be honest, I'd like to bet against the 6.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's normally the horse I try to pick against, but and I did, by the way. I mean, I think it's crazy the one that didn't stay in. The horse that I wish had stayed in was the 9, Torpedo Run. If he had stayed in and he had been second choice here, I would have made a nice bet on him, because I think his dirt races are plenty good enough. He ran against better horses, and he had a chance here. I don't know why in a $90,000 race you would scratch a horse that probably would have been the second choice. I wish that I could make those kind of decisions.
How about the other Pletcher, the first timer, the 8?
Taking some money, but, you know, I mean, I don't know. Cairo Prince, they sort of assume turf. They assume turf with them. Cairo Prince has been a much more effective turf sire, but like I said, nothing's going to shock me here. I mean, I'll be surprised if the 4 wins. I'll be really surprised if I'd really be surprised if the 10 wins. If the 2 wins, but after that, I guess 2 and 10, nothing would shock me.
Yeah, the 2 has already tipped his hand. I mean, he was not up to sloppy surface, at least, on a race taken off the turf in his debut. or muddy and sealed here as they continue to move in line. Favorite steps in right now, waiting to move in, I should say, with Manny Franco. Filling in for Flavien Prat, who's got a busy night ahead. He'll be on board Haughty for Chad Brown in the Penn Oaks. Ford Washington in the Penn Mile.
Yeah. Those goes off at about 7, and a little after 7, a little after 7:30. Sound about right?
Carmouche and Irad. Well, Irad's already there, I believe, but yeah, they'll
You'll
all
be on the
be
train.
up there.
You'll be. Or did you drive again?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Penn National. I'm gonna bike.
I mean,
ride.
I meant going back to Brooklyn. I've been to Penn National. You been to Penn National?
I have not. It's on my list.
Favorite,
getting a little help moving in. Gate open as well to coax him in, and he cooperates. Let's go upstairs. Nightcap here from Belmont and John Imbrial to bring us home.
Set to the start, and they're off. And there is Causing Mayhem, who is going out for the early lead. Crimson Rocket is racing in second, Bash the Flash, and the Prince's Spur. Those two are heads apart, third and fourth. They've got 4 or 5 lengths on Clubbing next in fifth. Bally Rhythm is down at the rail. Oglethorpe is in between horses. Farther back is Phantom Jewel. The trailer in eighth as they race up the muddy backstretch. The quarter win in 22 and 4. Causing Mayhem. The favorite here leads by 3/4 of a length. With Crimson Rocket, the Prince's Spur, and Bash the Flash, all in behind second, third, and fourth. And then it is Oglethorpe and Bally Rhythm. They're right together. Followed by Clubbing. As they go around the far turn, the half and 45 and 4. Causing Mayhem leads by 3/4 of a length. Crimson Rocket, the Prince's Spur, they're right together second and third as Oglethorpe begins to pick it up now from fourth. Clubbing has moved into fifth. Causing Mayhem is the leader. The Prince's Spur on the outside as Crimson Rocket drops back, about to be passed on the outside by Oglethorpe. They are at the top of the stretch with Causing Mayhem challenged here by the Prince's Spur. Oglethorpe is out in the middle of the track as they pass the 8th pole. It is Causing Mayhem, Oglethorpe on the outside. The Prince's Spur is now back in third. Causing Mayhem trying to hold off Oglethorpe. They come for the finish, and it will be Causing Mayhem to hold on. Oglethorpe was second, then the Prince's Spur and Clubbing.
Causing Mayhem, the even money favorite, getting the victory here. Todd Pletcher, Manny Franco filling in for Flavien Prat, Chiefs Wood Stables.
Do you know they ran faster in the 7th race, Rand? Feels like a split variant to me. You know what? He didn't cause any mayhem here. He made most people fairly happy. What did he go off? Even money? He was best. Ogie Oglethorpe making that big run on the outside.
Wow, they did go faster. 137 in the 7th for Galt. Causing Mayhem,
Yeah.
136 and 4.
And I tell you, the pace was a little slower
What?
here, but not that much slower. Yeah, I'm just pointed out. I put it this way. I don't think Causing Mayhem was going to win in that race, but it is, right? A little
That's
interesting,
bizarre.
right?
That is incredibly
Might be the
bizarre.
most interesting thing about this race.
Yes. I mean, if you asked me for any amount of money, I would have said Galt. 6-3-8-1, Causing Mayhem, even money winner of this nightcap. Derby winner gearing up for the run at the Belmont Stakes as he settles in here at Elmont, New York. We'll preview his chances when we come back. Back on America's Day at the Races program brought to you where you can play it all. Go to NYRABets.com, download the app, and don't forget, registration open for that two-day Belmont Stakes Challenge. All cash prize pool seated with $50,000, and you can play the contest online with NYRA Bets or on track here at Belmont. Go to NYRA.com/contests to register to play. Good luck to everybody. Nightcap at Belmont. Form holds to close out this Friday card. Todd Pletcher, Manny Franco, Chiefswood Stables with the son of Into Mischief, $4.10 at even money here. Oglethorpe, the Princess Spur, made it a little interesting, but couldn't get to the favorite.
Yeah, no, he made a decent run in this race, actually. We'll see what he does when he goes probably the turf next time. Princess Spur ran fine, but caused no mayhem in a fast race. 56,383 is that carryover.
26,000 plus for the pick 5. Another look down the stretch. For a moment, the Princess Spur coming, and then here comes Oglethorpe putting in a bid, but causing mayhem too good.
Yeah, able to hold on to the victory. Probably the track helped him a little bit, but he ran very well. I mean, it's hard, you know, and that's the thing about times. You just really want to tell me this horse is better than highly respected, and the full to Galt, the full to Songbird, probably not. But it does mean this race came back pretty quick. We'll see what figure makers do.
So a favorite at even money to close it out. You had Mexican Wonder Boy in what kind of looked like a 2-horse race to start it off. Happy Farm in him.
So about a $15,000 parlay for $2, and that's a little generous. So about a little under $4,000 for 50 cents, and you got 26,000.
Nice day at the office.
I couldn't have had it. You had to come up with Wicked Fast somehow. All the others were usable.
Be part of the action on Belmont Stakes Day, Test of the Champion, June 11th. And that entire week, we've been saying it for months now. It's incredible. And that June 11th, Belmont Stakes Day, one of the great days in this sport of racing anywhere.
I couldn't agree more. And keep in mind, we'll be drawing the Thursday card tomorrow, the Friday card on Sunday. This card will be drawn on Tuesday. We'll have the Belmont Stakes draw at 11 o'clock. I will be hosting that draw, actually. I believe we're doing it on YouTube. We'll be showing it on YouTube from 11 to 11:30.
You are a great host of those.
I appreciate that. It's
no,
nice
really.
of you to say. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I like doing them.
Take a look at the probables at who Rich Strike, the Derby winner, is going to tackle in this Test of the Champion at 1.5 miles. We the People will try and pull off that Peter Pan Belmont double. Mo Donegal coming back for more.
You know what I like about this Belmont in all seriousness? I understand it's not the most star-studded field, though obviously having the Derby winner is a big, big story. I don't have any opinion at this point. I'm open to looking at this field and coming up with anything. I don't feel like I have any preconceived notions. I'm not a horse I'm inclined to want to bet Rich Strike, because he's probably going to be an underlay, but I'm not going to be shocked when you look at the PPs and think, you know what, he makes a lot of sense in here.
I'm just more and more thinking he's a horse who's getting better, getting really good.
We'll see. I mean, I'm never going to bet on horses that take advantage of meltdowns, especially a horse that could have been 200 to 1, that was 80 to 1, and he's going to go off at, what, 5 or 6 to 1 in here. So I feel like he's bad value, but I'm not convinced that you're wrong. Maybe he's just finally coming into his own, you know, and it's not like he's meeting the best 3-year-olds we've seen so far.
Still, there's some very good storylines in this group. We'll see if the filly winds up going against him as well. Let's hear from Rich Strike's trainer Eric Reed on the game plan leading up to the Belmont.
We're going to let him have some good gallops and do a lot of schooling in the paddock and just do the same thing we did going to the Derby. And there'll be a couple days where he has a 2 mile or a little more gallop. And the last mile, he gallops right along. You guys will see that if you're watching him. I'll be surprised if he's not full of run at the end of the 1.5 miles myself. I mean, he just never seems to get tired. You know, I'm real happy with how he's acting up here. I'm very surprised how good he shipped up. He's just blossomed. He's put on a lot of muscle, and mentally he's gotten very much more aggressive. I think he understands exactly what he's supposed to do out there now.
We know he loves Churchill Downs. I mean, that was a sensational ride. Just what a great run from post 20 to be able to win that race. I know he got that hot pace as you talked about, but he was flying through that group. And top speed he reached over 44 miles an hour.
You know, I'm arguably as big a jockey basher as you can find. I just hope that if he doesn't win and maybe doesn't get the greatest of trips, that I don't hear people saying and knocking Sonny Leone after the race. You know, the guy gave an unbelievable ride in the Derby, and if it doesn't work out for this horse, I don't want to hear anybody bashing Sonny Leone. I mean, I think he's earned the right to be respected after the ride he gave in the Derby.
Yeah, whatever happens, he's going to go. He's in the history book. I mean, that was an all-time ride.
Great ride, and you can say he had nothing to lose. Easy to sit here and say he had nothing to lose. The bottom line is he couldn't. I don't think there's any. If it had been Joel Rosario, Irad Ortiz, any number of top riders, people would have still be talking about the great ride that rider gave. And I think it's because Sonny Leone, I think people gave him credit, but I think it's so surprising. He's not a household name. He doesn't ride at major racetracks. He gave as good a ride as you could give a horse.
You know, you look back to Mind That Bird and Calvin Burrell and the ride he gave that horse. Stayed on the rail.
It was
saved
a
lot of ground.
Yeah, but
this ride was next level.
He got through traffic. Mind That Bird had no traffic.
Yeah.
There was like a huge gap for him to go through. I mean, not knocking Calvin Burrell,
Not
but
at all.
this horse had to weave through traffic and get there. And literally, I would say that Sonny Leone was faced with a number of split-second decisions. Had he made one wrong one, he probably would have won.
Can he do it again? We're going to find out. And again, the group he's going up against, a man who knows how to win this race, the Belmont Stakes. Todd Pletcher, Mo Donegal, one of maybe two he's going to send in this race, son of Uncle Mo. This is his Wood Memorial win where he caught early voting who tried to go gate to wire.
I'm not sure he's ever going to catch him again, but he caught him in this race, and he ran well to do it, and he got a sensational ride by Joel Rosario to do it. You know, when somebody said to me, rightfully so, well, why should Rich Strike be a bigger price than Mo Donegal? He beat him fair and square in the Derby, and I'm not going to argue with that. I think that he had a better trip than Mo Donegal, but not a significantly better. They were together in the backstretch. The difference is, first of all, Mo Donegal has a resume of good performances. Rich Strike has one. Is he a one-hit wonder? He's also trained by Todd Pletcher, who's not only won 3 Belmont Stakes, but he's had multiple horses dramatically outrun their odds. Commissioner, Destin, so many horses that didn't look good enough. The Belmont ran better than they look. So he's got the right guy training him, the right guy. But is he really a horse you want at 3-1 in here? Do you really think that as a deep closer he's through the 1.5 miles? I mean, that's like a couple of friends, Jerry Crawford. He might have half the Belmont crowd if this horse wins.
He could. Better buy up those tickets. That's going to be the reason they are sold out. So get yours now. Again, BelmontStakes.com. We will see you back tomorrow. We got a terrific program on Saturday. Join us 4:30 Eastern start time on FS2.
Okay. I'll be with you. What you just thought?
Sorry, 3 o'clock.
3 to whatever. We'll see you tomorrow, guys.
FS2's 4:30 start time. We're in Bally SoCal at 3. We saw maybe the best sprinter in the country on this program. Conager, 5th off the track record of equaling it. Unanimous consent undefeated. We'll try and remain that way tomorrow. And American Revolution back as well.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong, it's Fun While It Lasted until the 16th left has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C,
Mile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Mile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Club champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.